Marry in Haste, the Vaughn's Book 2, written by M.A. Nichols, narrated by Madeline Brolly. Chapter 1. London, Spring 1846. How was it possible to expire from excitement and fright at the same time? Those two emotions ought to be opposites, as the former held the happy promise of good things to come, whilst the latter was anything but. One ought to be either eager or afraid, not both. But then, did it matter? Either way, it ended with one's demise. A thought that didn't help in the slightest. Drawing in a deep breath, Joanna Crosby stared out at the gallery. Greenwood House was filled to bursting with people packed into every public corner of the house. Music swept through the air, punctuated by the dancers' steps and whoops of laughter and the tittering conversations of those availing themselves of the other entertainments. Energy thrummed in the air, filling Joanna with a promise of all that might happen tonight. Dancing and discussions, friendship and frivolity. The Greenwoods were known for hosting delightful parties, and Joanna was going to enjoy it to its fullest, if her heart didn't pound right out of her chest first. Miss Neil's voice didn't carry far at the best of times, let alone when surrounded by chaos, and Joanna's pulse quickened as she took the few words she heard and attempted to fill in the gaps using context. Having already asked Miss Neil to repeat herself a dozen times, Joanna wasn't about to do so again. At her right, Mr. Griggs guffawed, and though Joanna couldn't fathom the jest within the piecemeal conversation, she followed his lead. Was her laugh too loud? One would think that impossible in this gathering, but Joanna adjusted the volume, following her companion's examples. "I do love Kew Gardens," she said, the words rushing out the moment there was a pause for her to enter the conversation. "I have gone there at least a dozen times and cannot get enough of it. The walks are finer than any of the parks in London, and the new additions will guarantee its place amongst the finest public gardens in Europe. The progress on the Palm House is quite impressive, and I cannot wait until it is finished." And like a horse, when the starting rope dropped and the race began, her tongue took off, babbling everything she knew about the place and her experiences within it. The words slipped out of her mouth without thinking, speeding past her good sense before Joanna knew what she was truly saying. But then, it was impossible to concentrate on the words and her companion's expressions at the same time. Were Miss Neil's eyes unfocused? The young lady's shoulders appeared stiffer than before, or was that just Joanna's imagination? Her eyes darted to Mr. Griggs, and though a smile remained on his lips, she swore it was a touch vacant. Young Mrs. Shearer's jaw tensed, and Joanna's pulse quickened. Each was a sign of possible disinterest, and though she longed to assume the best, she couldn't help imagining the worst. Joanna recognized the tightness in her muscles and the swiftness of her words that burst out with all the delicacy of a broken dam. But knowing that her nerves were making matters worse only added to them, and the little voice in her head pointed out every misstep, every mistake, brutally critiquing her every attempt. Did they think her a dunce? Dull? Or worse, a dull dunce? Joanna continued rambling, her words flowing faster as she sought some way to engage them, and all the while she scrutinized every expression and movement, searching for signs of success or failure. "Oddly enough," she continued, "it isn't far from my family's country estate, though we spend little time in Richmond." Mrs. Shearer leapt in with, "Aren't you from Surrey as well, Mr. Griggs?" "That I am," he replied. With a smile, Miss Neil responded, though Joanna only caught the words beautiful and quiet. Was she saying Surrey was both a beautiful and quiet county? Or perhaps that it was beautiful though too quiet for her taste? Or that her own home county was far more beautiful than the quiet Surrey? Mr. Griggs's response provided more clarity, though it granted Joanna no re-entry into the conversation, as she knew little about the various corners of the world beyond London and Richmond, and her knowledge of the latter was sadly lacking. Aunt Patricia appeared at Joanna's elbow, taking her niece's arm as she nodded at the others. "Please excuse me, but I must steal away Joanna." At such a moment, one hoped to see disappointment in her companion's gazes, perhaps even a protest or two. Joanna had once believed that relief was the worst reaction in such a moment, but a sharp stab in her heart said that disinterest was truly worse. The others hardly noticed the disruption, not giving Joanna even a first thought, let alone a second, when Aunt Patricia led her away. Shoulders falling, Joanna sighed. Why did she always make a fool of herself? Managing a sensible conversation for a few minutes during a party ought not to require such a monumental effort. "Calm yourself, kitten," said Aunt Patricia, patting Joanna's arm. "You need to stop flustering yourself." "If it were merely a matter of stopping, I would have done so ages ago," replied Joanna. Aunt Patricia frowned. "You try too hard. You are such a bright and sweet young lady, but your eagerness is off-putting and unbecoming. Calm yourself, and I'm certain you will find a beau." Drawing in a deep breath, she forced herself not to respond, and for the first time this evening, her tongue listened. For the past decade, she had been subjected to such encouragements, but there was nothing her aunt could ever say that Joanna hadn't told herself a dozen times already. "Follow me," prodded Aunt Patricia, though her strong hold on Joanna's arm didn't allow for objections. Not that Joanna was going to do so. Having a companion during such functions always helped. Some. But there was little helping matters when the lady at her side began parading her niece about the party, thrusting her at any bachelor who paused long enough to be snared. The next hour was a blur of gentlemen, each with varying degrees of manners, from those willing to tolerate a short conversation to those who refused to put off their search for something better than Joanna Crosby. The dismissals were never cruel, but the apathy directed toward Joanna made it feel as though she were fading before their very eyes, vanishing into nothing. Merriment raged around her, yet she was locked away in a glass box, able to see the connections and community, yet unable to break through the barrier that kept her apart from it all. And Aunt Patricia's expression fell with each rejection. The lady tried to hide it. She truly did. But a lifetime of watching had given Joanna the skills to discern the slightest changes to expressions, and it wasn't difficult to discern the disappointment with each catastrophic interaction, which did nothing to soothe her already taut nerves. Spying an escape, Joanna rose to her toes and lifted a hand above the crowd. "Lilith!" "There you are," said the young lady as she turned and greeted her friend with a buss on the cheek. "I just about gave up looking for you." Turning to Aunt Patricia, she gave the chaperone a smile. "Would you mind terribly if I steal away your niece?" Duty and desire warred in the lady's gaze, and Joanna sent out a silent prayer that the latter would win out. A heartbeat later, Aunt Patricia sighed, releasing Joanna with a smile. "Do enjoy yourselves." In a flash, Lilith took hold of her friend, dragging her out of sight. "Good gracious, she is on a mission." Joanna gave a strained smile but held her tongue. Not that Lilith allowed enough silence for it to be noticeable, as she immediately turned on her friend with a sigh. "You know ringlets do not suit you," she said with a wrinkled nose. "And you know how determined Aunt Patricia is to make me look like a young miss," replied Joanna with a shake of her head, which made the silly things bob and smack her cheeks. Even though her dark blonde locks had a natural curl, they were unruly and opinionated, forever doing as they pleased rather than what their mistress desired. "You would do better to sweep it back to the nape of your neck," said Lilith, lifting one of the curls as though to do that very thing, though she released it with a sigh. "Your mouth is far too wide, and this style only serves to emphasize—" "Have you finished the book I lent you?" asked Joanna, turning the pair of them away and leading them deeper into the gathering. "What book?" "The Maiden of Heartwood." Lilith wrinkled her nose again. I returned that to you ages ago. But Joanna shook her head. I was looking for it this afternoon, and it is not in my library. Then perhaps you misplaced it. Rising to her toes, Lilith waved at another lady in the crowd whilst Joanna took the term biting one's tongue to literal levels. When it came to the books she lent out, she'd learned long ago the importance of good record-keeping and organisation. The book hadn't been misplaced. But a battle was precisely the last thing she needed at present. Surely she wouldn't begrudge her friend a book. Joanna had enough pin money to replace the item, and such a thing wasn't worth risking a fracture with her friend. Besides, she'd known that once it had left her possession, the book might never be returned, yet Joanna had lent it all the same. It was merely the price of friendship. Fairly dragging Joanna along, Lilith drew her into a group. "This is the lady of whom I was speaking, Miss Crosby." From hard-won experience, Joanna knew her cheeks were giving away her feelings, broadcasting to one and all just how much that statement set her nerves on edge with another blend of anticipation and anxiety. Lilith had been speaking about her. It ought not to have been a surprise, as they were dear friends, but still, to be introduced in such a pleasant manner made Joanna's little heart pitter-patter, until 3 sets of eyes turned on her. Pulse quickening, Joanna rehearsed the things she might say, her mind filling with possibilities of what the conversation might bring. Predicting the future was never successful, but she couldn't stop her thoughts from trying to anticipate it any more than she could stop herself from working out how to respond to each scenario, including the resultant offshoots of conversation that were bound to emerge from every single one. She could do this. Of course, whilst preparing herself and giving the appropriate encouragement, Joanna was missing the conversation, and she forced herself out of her head. "So lovely this time of year. I could spend all afternoon enjoying the greenery," said Mr. Pittman, directing a smile at Joanna, which set her cheeks burning all the hotter whilst her heart was determinedly thumping in her chest. His smile was not nearly as appealing as a certain gentleman's, but having it turned on her was quite thrilling nonetheless. "I certainly agree," said Mr. Milton. "Especially in a carriage," added Miss Vance with a longing sigh. "Being so high up, you see the world differently." "Not to mention being able to see so much more of it pass by than you can when on foot," said Mr. Pittman with a nod. "Which is precisely what I was saying earlier," said Lilith, patting Joanna's arm. "I was telling them about how fine an equipage your family has. Your family's landau is perfect for enjoying the parks." Joanna's stomach sank as the 4 watched her with looks of unabashed expectation, 3 of whom had never deigned to acknowledge her before and likely wouldn't do so again. Lilith didn't even have the courtesy to ask for it. She simply stood there, waiting for her friend to rush in with offers of grand outings together, no doubt with an elaborate picnic to make the afternoon all the better. And why shouldn't she? This was an old dance. Yet the consequences of denying Lilith followed quickly on its heels, filling her mind with thoughts of the anger and upset that hasty action would invite, which would lead to a fracture between Joanna and the one lady who had remained at her side all these years. Friendships were too fragile and fleeting to risk ruining them simply because her pride was pricked. "There isn't space for all 5 of us," replied Joanna, but her friend waved it away. "If we cannot crush all together, then there is space beside the coachman. One of us could sit up top with him." That seemed a terrible afternoon for the one condemned to that seat, but the others were all nodding furiously, as though they could imagine nothing better. Another tune began its opening measures, and Mr. Pittman snapped to attention, turning his gaze to Lilith. "I do believe this is our dance," he said, flashing the others an apologetic smile. Lilith sucked in a sharp breath. "You are correct, sir. Make haste." Releasing Joanna, she took his outstretched hand, but before stepping away, Lilith squeezed her friend's arm. "The weather has been terrible of late, so we ought to try for next week. Now, do excuse me." The lady looked so happy that Joanna couldn't bring herself to point out that no plan had been settled on, nor had she offered to organise such a thing. What would it hurt? If handled correctly, Joanna might make 3 new friends. Gathering her composure tight, she turned her attention to the 2 that remained and smiled at them. "Which is your favourite park?" Miss Vance grinned in return, though it was more of a wince. "I do beg your pardon, but I see my mamma is waving for me to join her." Mr. Milton offered his hand and said, "Allow me to escort you." And before Joanna knew what they were about, they abandoned her to herself. Chapter 2. Staring after the pair, Joanna longed to follow, but the thought of such a desperate attempt to attach herself to them made her stomach sour. Glancing this way and that, she searched for any sign of where to go. The world seemed lost in chaos as people moved about the room, seeking out new companions and gossip, and Joanna waded through it, looking for any port in the storm. Conversations abounded wherever she went, yet the thought of elbowing her way into one of them made Joanna's insides burble and burn like the warning rumbles before a volcano erupted. She doubted anyone would take offence if she did, yet she couldn't force her legs to pull her toward any of them. Standing still only made her look like the fool she was, abandoned and alone, so she threaded her way through the crowd. Moving gave the appearance of having somewhere to go, as opposed to staying put and gazing at the others like a starving man before a feast. Drawing as close as she dared to the other guests, Joanna prayed for someone to stop her or call out to her, but when she arrived at the far side of the room, she had no choice but to either stand still or go back the way she came. She turned on her heel and continued to weave through the crowd. And then she spied her salvation. Dr. Vaughn stood just inside the entrance, examining the gathering as he took stock of the party. Though many in the company considered him nothing above the ordinary, Joanna's pulse quickened at the sight of him. True, his features weren't rugged or strong, but there was a lightness to his brown eyes that invited one to smile alongside him. And though Joanna had never thought curly hair particularly attractive before, the manner in which it fell across his forehead was almost as flirty as the gentleman himself. She longed to wave at him or rush to his side, but as much as others thought it easy to be bold with potential beaux, the thought of making her preference so obvious had her insides twisting until they were a knotted mess like the back of one of her embroidery samplers. It was one thing to show joy when one spied a gentleman, but one did not rush to his side or throw herself before him. One must be calm and collected. One must employ subtlety. One must appear available but not eager, lest he be repulsed by the attention, something with which Joanna had far too much experience. Though people believed a dowry overcame a lady's deficiencies, nearly a decade of attempting to win a man's heart had proven otherwise for Miss Joanna Crosby. Returning the way she came, she nudged her path to intercept Dr. Vaughn's. An accidental meeting that drew them together ought to be simple enough to manufacture. Joanna matched her pace with his, timing it perfectly, until a gentleman stopped him. Slowing, she studied a nearby flower arrangement as though it had been the cause of her sudden shift. Spying on him from the corner of her eye, she waited until Dr. Vaughn continued, struggling to keep pace with him as others halted his progress again and again. Be calm, collected, friendly, warm and inviting, but not eager. It was a fine line to walk, but surely Joanna was mastering it. Everyone longed to be admired, whether by the masses or a single person. Edward Vaughn couldn't think of anyone who didn't desire that sort of affection, and in most cases he fully agreed with the sentiment. However, when Miss Crosby appeared before him, gazing at him with eyes that pleaded for him to look in her direction, Eddie's collar grew tight, his neckcloth cinching around his windpipe. "Why, Dr. Vaughn, how good to see you." The lady spoke lightly as though their meeting was entirely by accident, but having seen her creeping up on him since the moment he'd arrived, Eddie knew the truth, and even if he hadn't, her eyes always gave her away. "It is good to see you too," he replied, holding fast to his smile as she gazed at him as though he had hung the stars in the sky. "And how are your father and aunt?" Miss Crosby's brows quirked upward, her eyes warming as though that polite question meant the world to her. "They are well. And what of your family? Is Yorkshire still in the grip of winter?" Eddie's smile twisted into a rueful thing. "We are not so far north as that, Miss Crosby." Her breath stilled, a flash of red filling her cheeks, and Eddie felt like flogging himself. Having known her for some years now, he knew how readily she took comments to heart, and he'd only meant it as a tease. Something in her expression reminded him of a kicked puppy, eager to greet his master again, yet hesitant that it might receive another punishment. "You must forgive me," he said, drawing a puzzled look from her. Giving her a crooked smile, he added, "I have been remiss in not telling you how fine you look tonight. The colour suits you to perfection." Miss Crosby straightened, her cheeks pinking deeper, but a brightness filled her expressive eyes that testified that the sentiment driving her embarrassment was not unpleasant. Running her hands down the silk skirts, she started to speak. Her words came out in a bit of a jumbled mess that was difficult to follow, though her pleasure was easy enough to comprehend. "I mean it, Miss Crosby," he said, and in reality he did. False compliments were worthless, so Eddie saw no need to give one. "Blue is your colour." Unfortunately, there was little else to say, as it was a ruffled monstrosity that eschewed clean lines for frills and lace, but the hue brought out the brightness in Miss Crosby's eyes, enhancing the light colour, and suited her blonde locks, which were a mixture of dark and light. Otherwise, Miss Crosby was an entirely unremarkable creature, having neither the features nor personality to draw attention. Not for good reasons, at any rate. As simple as his compliment had been, Miss Crosby beamed as though it was the grandest thing anyone had ever said to her. Her smile wasn't like the delicate ones other ladies preferred. It was broad and wide, filling the whole of her face, and just the slightest bit lopsided. However, there was so much of her heart and soul in it that Eddie couldn't help grinning in return. Demure she was not, but Miss Crosby had a shine of her own. "You are too kind, Dr. Vaughn," she said. "And I would consider it a great kindness if you danced with me." He hadn't thought it possible, but Miss Crosby's expression brightened further, looking for all the world as though he'd given her the greatest gift. Though his offer was entirely unremarkable because he always stood up with her when their paths crossed. Offering his hand, he guided her toward the dancers, and Miss Crosby tensed as they joined the mass. "Hold fast to me, Miss Crosby," he whispered. "I am bound to steer us into danger. I find I am all left feet with this new polka craze." The lady huffed at him, levelling a look of disbelief as they swept into the dance without missing a beat. "You've never demonstrated anything but the greatest skill on the dance floor." "That is only because I have a fine partner," he said with a waggle of his brows. Miss Crosby gave a hearty chuff, her eyes rolling heavenwards. "I know my skill, Dr. Vaughn, and I assure you I am not so great as all that." Little by little he teased and twitted her, even flirting on more than one occasion, and with each turn about the floor, Miss Crosby's muscles relaxed, her expression softening as her words flowed naturally. That overeager quality faded, allowing the true Miss Crosby to surface. The longing never quite left her gaze as she watched him, and as much as the adoration made his skin itch, Eddie's heart warmed at the simple pleasure he'd given her. Despite being vastly different from his sister, There was a genuine quality to Miss Crosby that reminded him of Sadie, and if nothing else, it was a pleasure to make another wallflower happy. Besides, Miss Crosby was so easy to please that it never felt like a sacrifice. A good deed done. But when he deposited her with her aunt once more, Eddie didn't spare the lady a second thought, until the following day when he rose from his bed and went about his daily routine. In London, morning was not truly morning. With all the parties and events filling the evening hours, it was rare to find anyone who rose in time to have what those in the country considered a proper breakfast, and Eddie couldn't say he preferred London's way of doing things. Parties were well and good, and he enjoyed the time he spent in the city, but his body never quite knew what it was about when he breakfasted at so late an hour. Striding into the dining room, Eddie moved over to the sideboard, served himself a plate from amongst the offerings, and took his place at the table beside his cousins. His uncle and aunt sat at the head and foot, their children all jabbering on as their parents read their correspondence and newspapers. The girls delighted in the ball they'd attended the previous evening, recounting their dances and partners, whilst Floyd remained surprisingly mum at present. Or surprisingly, if one didn't know he'd lost a fair amount of money at the card tables the previous night, which his father likely did. As much as Eddie enjoyed the parties in the evenings and his day spent attending lectures and learning about the latest advancements in the medical profession, he couldn't help counting down the days until he returned to Thornsby. His head was stuffed with new information, and his trunks were filled with ingredients and books his parents had requested, ready to be unleashed on the Yorkshire countryside. "Good heavens!" gasped Aunt Christiana. Eddie's gaze darted to the lady as he finished buttering his toast and took a bite. "What is it?" asked Uncle Franklin, glancing at his wife from over the top of his own newspaper. "A wedding announcement," she said, her complexion growing ashen as she stared at the print a moment longer before reading it aloud. "On the 2nd of April, Miss Joanna Crosby, daughter of Mr. Wilfred Crosby of Kinley Manor in Richmond, Surrey, and Dr. Edward Vaughn, son of Dr. Arthur Vaughn of Thornsby, Yorkshire, were united in marriage." Chapter 3. There were many ways to die, and when one imagined the manner in which one's demise would occur, one often hoped for something either peaceful or glorious, after a good life lived and one's purpose was fulfilled. One did not imagine asphyxiating on toast during one's breakfast. And when Eddie had awoken that morning, he hadn't anticipated meeting his demise in such an ignominious manner. Death by toast. They ought to put that on his gravestone so future generations could enjoy a laugh at his expense. Chest heaving, Eddie fought to clear his lungs and ease the sharp stab of pain coming from his abused organs. The dining room was silent except for that racking cough, and the rest of his companions sat like statues, staring at Aunt Christiana, who was gaping at the newspaper in her hands. "Come again?" asked Suzette, her dark brows furrowed together as her eyes darted between her cousin and mother. "That cannot be right," added Frederica. "It is here, plain as day," said Aunt Christiana. "Miss Joanna Crosby and Dr. Edward Vaughn were united in marriage." "Eddie got married?" asked Pauline. "Nonsense," replied her father with a scowl. "He wouldn't have married in secret. This must be a mistake or a poor jest. Do you know anything about this?" As Eddie couldn't manage words, he shook his head. Turning his attention to his children, Uncle Franklin added, "Do any of you know about this?" Hard eyes examined the people gathered around the table, and the girls shook their heads while their elder brother rose from his seat to examine the newspaper from over his mother's shoulder. And still, Eddie struggled to gain control over his body. Though no longer in danger, he downed his drink in one to clear his burning throat. "How very singular," said Suzette. "Who would put that in the newspaper?" Floyd barked a laugh. "Miss Crosby is getting bolder by the day." "You cannot think she had a hand in this," said Aunt Christiana with a frown as her son dropped onto his seat with a scoff. She's determined to have her Dr. Vaughn, replied Floyd as he returned his attention to the breakfast. At that, Eddie found his voice. Yes, Miss Crosby is a bit eager for anyone's liking, but this is too underhanded for her. I refuse to believe she had anything to do with it. Miss Crosby is nearing spinsterhood, and her family is quite keen to marry her off, said Frederica with an arched brow as she took a bite of her ham. She isn't a spinster. She's around my age, mumbled Eddie as he moved to his aunt's side, holding out a hand for the newspaper, but the wedding announcement was there precisely as she had read. 29 is ancient, said Pauline with the unbridled horror of one who had just taken her first steps into society and thought anything above 21 was ghastly. I heard Miss Crosby might be a bit... Frederica paused and lowered her voice. Touched. Eddie straightened and scowled. Don't be ridiculous. She huffed in response. I heard her father didn't allow her out in society until she was 20. Why wait so long if not to hide some great defect? How else do you explain it? Floyd waved that away. I'd say she's more simple than touched. Yet you claim she masterminded the announcement in the paper, said Eddie with a scowl. If not her, then her aunt, the young man replied with a shrug. The lady has done her all to marry Miss Crosby off. As is befitting of a chaperone, said Aunt Christiana, giving both her children a narrowed look. Miss Crosby is a bit odd, and did make her entrance into society at an older age, but I would hazard to guess that both have more to do with being raised by a widower than any deficiency on her part. Now, no more of that gossip about Miss Crosby. I refuse to listen to any more maliciousness. Though that avenue of entertainment was denied them, the cousins began speaking at once, throwing out hypotheses and general utterances of shock and disbelief, and all Eddie could do was stare at the black letters peering up from the page. Sitting amongst so many other happy announcements, his name mocked him, and though Eddie longed to assume it was about some other gentleman, there was no other who bore his exact name, title, father, and home. Though the announcement did not disclose where this supposed wedding had occurred, it was impossible to ignore the many details linking him and Miss Crosby. This couldn't have been her doing. From their first meeting, when Eddie had just begun his schooling in London, the lady had made her preference known, yet even with all the hours she'd spent batting her eyes at him and laughing uproariously at each of his jests, Miss Crosby had made no effort to trap him or bend him to her will. She was persistent, that was all. Eddie straightened, his hands falling as he dropped the newspaper on the table with a jolt. "What is it?" asked Uncle Franklin. "Mother and Father are going to see this," he mumbled, rubbing his forehead. With trains now crisscrossing England, one could travel from London to Leeds in a matter of 9 hours, and then another 5 or 6 hours by carriage to Thornsby. Assuming the presses sent out their bundles as soon as they'd finished printing, the news could arrive that evening. Regardless, no letter of explanation would reach them before it. Not that it would do any good. Having one's name linked to a young lady in such a manner would cause trouble, no matter his innocence. Dash it all, there would be a hullabaloo at Hawthorne House. "I have to sort this out," he said, turning toward the door. "No, don't," called Aunt Christiana, making him pause on the threshold. "Do you know how to sort it out?" Jaw slackening, Eddie considered that and ran a hand through his already tousled hair. "I must do something." "That is precisely what you shouldn't do," said Aunt Christiana as she rose and guided him back to his seat. "But rushing about will draw attention to the situation," she said, taking her own chair again. "And if you go to the Crosbys' home to speak with them about it, people will take it as confirmation that something is afoot. You had no hand in it, so it's best to leave things be for now. If you kick the hornet's nest, you will get stung." "Listen to your aunt. She has a shrewd mind and always knows what's best," added Uncle Franklin, giving his wife a tender smile. As Eddie glanced at the newspaper, which his cousins were now gathered around, his shoulders drooped. How could one do nothing? His family name and reputation were being damaged as they spoke, and one couldn't simply ignore such a thing. Yet what else could he do? Eddie groaned to himself and shoved his plate to the side. Even hours after the party, Joanna felt as light as a cloud, naught but a puff of vapour floating on the breeze. Buttering her toast, she smiled to herself as she recalled her dance with Dr. Vaughn. Over the years, they'd stood up so many times together that it was impossible to remember each in its own right, and those memories blurred together into a whirl of happiness. Examining her memory of the night before, Joanna scoured it for signs of his feelings. Again. All these years of kindness must signify something. Aunt Patricia constantly tossed her at bachelors, yet Dr. Vaughn always danced with her of his own volition, and it was more than merely polite when they spoke. A gentleman didn't go to such lengths for a lady if he felt nothing toward her. Friendship at the very least, and that was a good foundation for any romance. Aunt Patricia sighed, drawing Joanna's gaze to the foot of the table. The lady sat with a hand to her chest as she read through her latest missive from home. When the lady gave yet another heaving huff, Joanna turned her attention back to her toast. This performance wasn't for her benefit. Yet Papa remained hidden behind his newspaper at the head of the table, his attention fully fixed on the news of the day. Was it time to surrender her tendre for Dr. Vaughn? Joanna's thoughts drifted through that all-too-familiar quandary as she bit into her toast, the faint bitterness of the orange rind cutting through the sweetness of the marmalade and the richness of the butter beneath it. No doubt, if people knew of her feelings, they would tell her it was time to surrender her hope, but it was impossible to do so. As Aunt Patricia had said, in time, a gentleman would see her value, and of the many she'd known, Dr. Vaughn was the only one who ever spent enough time with her for that to be a possibility. And he was so very kind, always ready with a compliment, yet each one felt genuine, as though he truly did see those bits of her as being worthy of praise. "Cressida," said Aunt Patricia with a gasp. "Can you believe it? They named my first grandchild Cressida. How terribly odd. Neil's penchant for mythology is well and good when it comes to his reading, but the child will have to live with the name." Setting down the letter, the lady glanced at her brother, who remained barricaded behind the Times. Raising her voice, she gave yet another sigh. "I cannot believe my eldest has a child of his own. It seems as though he and Genevieve married yesterday, and now they are parents. I just wish I could have been there to witness the birth. No doubt my daughter-in-law would have welcomed the assistance and my wealth of experience." Yet that earned no response from Papa. Joanna's eyes drifted between the pair as she munched away. "Perhaps," began Aunt Patricia, tiptoeing through the conversation. "I know there are still some weeks left in the season, but perhaps I could return home early. There is no reason not to cut my visit short." Joanna's cheeks began to heat, and she forced her eyes to her plate. "It would be such a blessing to be with my family at this momentous time," said Aunt Patricia with a pointed tone that even Papa could not ignore. "There's no reason you cannot go for a day or two next week," he murmured, flipping to the next page. Joanna opened her mouth, though her voice failed her. Clearing her throat, she said, "I could go with her, Papa. I know you do not care to spend time in Richmond, but I would like to see more of it. I wouldn't even need to stay alone at Kinley Manor." "Of course not," added Aunt Patricia with a vigorous nod. "We would be pleased to host our niece until town quiets again, and then she can return to the care of Mrs. Romney. She always does such a splendid job of watching over our Joanna when I am at home." That Joanna managed not to make a face at that statement was something of a miracle. Mrs. Romney was not a cruel lady, but with several daughters of her own to guide through society, she had little time to take care of another's child, no matter how well Papa compensated her. Joanna's stomach threatened to turn at that thought, so she cast it aside and focused on getting through her breakfast. Remuneration wasn't a reflection on her. Of course, the ladies ought to receive some sort of reward for their efforts on her behalf. Aunt Patricia continued to praise the possibility, but when she paused, a "no" was all the reply the gentleman gave. With a sharp breath, the lady shifted in her seat as a scowl marred her face. Tossing aside her letter, Aunt Patricia snatched up her copy of The Morning Post and opened it up to find the latest society gossip. When she glanced at her niece, Joanna's brows twisted as she mouthed an apology, and Aunt Patricia's shoulders sagged, her expression mirroring her niece's. Hand to her heart, she said, "It isn't you, kitten. I have loved our time together, and since I never had any daughters, I have relished this opportunity to chaperone a young lady through society. I am sorry if I have made you think otherwise." Joanna forced a smile and nodded, trying with all her might to convey certainty when the foundation beneath her feet trembled. No matter how earnest Aunt Patricia's assurances were, it was difficult not to feel like an obligation when she, Papa, and Mrs. Romney all treated Joanna like a millstone around their necks. Chapter 4. Aunt Patricia turned her attention to the newspaper as she munched on her breakfast and sipped her tea, and Papa remained secluded behind a wall of newsprint, whilst Joanna glanced between the pair, all too aware of the clinking of silverware against china and the ticking of the grandfather clock in the corridor. "I hear the Eldridges are to have a ball in 2 weeks' time," she said, though Papa didn't acknowledge it, and Aunt Patricia only gave a vague hum in response. "It is going to be splendid. They are hiring the same musicians as the Turners did for their party at Easter. They were simply brilliant, though I would like it if they had more violins. They had 2 flutists, which drowned them out terribly." Joanna was babbling. She knew she was, but as neither of her companions paid her any heed, she saw no need to curtail the words. "I think Mr. Pittman is enamoured with Lilith, though I have no notion as to whether or not she will allow herself to get caught by him. Whenever I think she will cast a beau aside, she keeps him around for a long time, and whenever I think they are a perfect match, she tosses him away without a second thought. I was thinking of asking her on a drive, and we can bring a picnic and make an entire afternoon of it, assuming the weather cooperates, of course." "Is that so?" asked Aunt Patricia with a distracted tone that conveyed just how little attention she was paying to her niece. Sighing to herself, Joanna abandoned the rest of her toast, shoving away from the table and meandering to the door. This was Aunt Patricia's at-home day, so they would have plenty to occupy their time this afternoon. But until then, there was little for Joanna to do. She supposed she could read a book, but not a single title appealed at present as she was trapped in a novel famine. The last one she had finished had devastated her in all the best ways, and the ensuing books had paled in comparison. Aunt Patricia sputtered, her tea splattering across the table, and Joanna wheeled around to see the lady gasping and choking, her hand knocking at her chest. Rushing to her side, Joanna didn't know what to do, so she began mopping up the mess as Aunt Patricia worked her way through the coughing fit. And for the first time since sitting, Papa lowered his newspaper enough to glance at his sister, before raising it once more when she began breathing again. "What is the matter?" asked Joanna. "You," wheezed Aunt Patricia. "You are in the papers." Papa dropped his own and stared at his sister as she pointed to a section, and Joanna picked up the tea-speckled paper to read. "On the 2nd of April, Miss Joanna Crosby, daughter of Mr. Wilfred Crosby of Kinley Manor in Richmond, Surrey, and Dr. Edward Vaughn, son of Dr. Arthur Vaughn of Thornsby, Yorkshire, were united in marriage." Joanna gaped at the announcement, her eyes widening, and Papa ripped his paper open, shuffling through the pages. "It is listed in the Times as well," he said, his gaze fixed on the print. Her hands grew cold as she stared at the words, but no matter how many times Joanna reread them, they remained the same. That ice worked its way through her as she stared at her name connected to Dr. Vaughan's in such a public manner. Who would do such a thing? But quick on that question's heels came another. Why did they do it? Her cheeks flamed, trapping her in a mix of hot and cold, and that lovely bit of breakfast soured in her stomach. Pressing a hand to it, she tried to breathe, but the more she stared at the words, the clearer the meaning became. Lungs heaving, she wondered who had discovered her feelings and what would happen now that Dr. Vaughn knew. So many years of carefully cultivating a friendship, and it would all be erased in one fell swoop of the printer's ink. It wasn't as though Dr. Vaughn was the first gentleman to catch her eye, and each had shuddered and fled the moment he realized where her heart lay. To lose Dr. Vaughn and his kindness as well. Tears gathered in her eyes, and Joanna fought to keep them from pulling free of her control, what little there was of it. "What is the meaning of this, Patricia?" demanded Papa, jerking Joanna from her thoughts. "Is it true?" "Of course not," the lady replied. "Perhaps it was meant to read as an engagement instead of a marriage." Papa dropped his newspaper down. "That isn't any better. The jackanapes didn't speak with me first." "Nor me," added Joanna, though neither her aunt nor father heard whilst they bickered as only siblings could, trying to piece together a solution to this mystery. Raising her voice, she said, "This is just a mistake." "With your name, your father's name, and your home all mistakes as well?" asked Aunt Patricia. "Then clearly it is a jest meant to embarrass us." Joanna forced herself not to think about why that would embarrass Dr. Vaughan so very much. Her aunt straightened, a smile stretching across her lips. "Or perhaps it is a sign. The gentleman is clearly enamoured with you." Oh, how she yearned to believe it. For the briefest of moments, Joanna allowed herself to embrace the fantasy that Dr. Vaughan was nursing some secret tendre for her. Yet something inside her knew the truth and couldn't deny it. Joanna's shoulders fell. "He is kind to me, but nothing more." Glancing at her brother, Aunt Patricia shook her head. "Not true, kitten. Perhaps you do not see it, but I have watched you two together many times. That young man is smitten with you." With a scoff, Joanna turned away. "Don't be ridiculous. He dances with you every time he can, without fail," said Aunt Patricia, rising to her feet. "While it is not always easy to find you partners, he never requires any prodding. I would even dare to call his actions eager." Keeping her back to the others, Joanna's ribs squeezed, and her heart fought against the pressure, thudding out a dizzying beat. "And if there is no dancing, he always spares time to speak with you whenever your paths cross. Always quick with a compliment," added Aunt Patricia. "There was the time at the Harrisons' party that he secured you a slice of lemon cake simply because you said you liked it. There weren't enough for everyone, and he gave his up for you." And before Joanna could refute that claim, Aunt Patricia listed several more. So many little moments, insignificant things that Joanna had held close to her heart. Yet when strung together, those tiny links bound her heart to his with mighty chains. "Perhaps he has been paying court all this time," said Aunt Patricia. "You are very overt in your preferences for him, and no doubt he took that as a sign." Joanna whirled around, her eyes wide. "Pardon?" But the lady waved it away. "Your face is an open book, kitten. Everyone knows you are mad for him. No doubt he thought there was an understanding between you, and there was a little mistake with the announcement. It is traditional for the ladies' family to post it, but we can forgive a little break in etiquette if it has brought about such a happy union." Rising from his seat, Papa strode from the room, not sparing a look at his daughter as his pounding footsteps echoed through the corridor. Aunt Patricia leapt up from her place at the table and swept from the dining room, giving her niece a buss on the cheek as she passed. The strength leached from Joanna, and she sank to a nearby chair, her gaze unfocused as the lady's words bounced about her head. They all knew. Dr. Vaughn knew. Her face felt ready to burst into flames, yet the rest of her was as cold as ice. And as much as she yearned to believe Aunt Patricia's assessment of the situation, Joanna couldn't help feeling that she was further than ever from securing Dr. Vaughn's affection. Rain skittered across the coffee-house windows, its pitter-patter accenting the noise of the crowd within, who had embraced the excuse to remain in their haven and not brave the weather outside. Shelves along the walls held neatly stacked cups and brass coffee pots, while the dark oak counter gleamed beneath the watchful eye of the proprietor. Men gathered in small groups, seated at tables scattered throughout the room as they debated the latest news and traded gossip with all the eagerness of the womenfolk, their voices rising and falling in animated conversation. The air was thick with the scent of roasted coffee beans and the occasional curl of pipe smoke, lending a comforting warmth to the busy, masculine space. A waiter moved deftly between tables, balancing trays of steaming coffee before placing a cup in front of Eddie. He hardly noticed the loud voices and laughter filling the air, his eyes watching the liquid surface shudder. Around him, the sound of clinking cups, bursts of boisterous conversation, and the occasional scrape of chairs on the floor created a constant hum, but he barely heard it, lost in the cacophony of his own thoughts as the room buzzed with life. "That won't drink itself, Eddie," said Morty as he elbowed Harris. "Leave the man be," replied the other. "No doubt he has much on his mind at present, travelling home soon and all. The poor fellow is going to be locked away in the wilds of Yorkshire." Morty took a swig from his cup before giving Doyle a waggle of his brows. "That must be it. He's enjoyed a nice visit to the heart of civilization, but now he has to scuttle back home." The third fellow's expression looked as dour as Eddie felt, and Doyle refused to lift his gaze from the cup in front of him. "You read the announcement," said Eddie in a monotone. Harris and Morty burst out laughing, raising their cups in salute. "To the newly married man," added Harris with a guffaw, nearly choking on his coffee. Eddie stiffened, casting a look about the shop. "Do not make matters worse. You know I am not married, and I will not have you adding fuel to the fire." Morty sighed with a wry smile. "We mean no harm, Eddie. It's just a joke, that is all." "Yes, well, I prefer jests that do not land me and an innocent young lady in a world of trouble," said Eddie. "Young?" muttered Harris, and that set the pair laughing all the harder. Doyle heaved a sigh, shifting in his seat, and Eddie turned his attention away from the braying hyenas. He didn't know why he'd bothered coming here, but lurking around Barrett Place had proven no less irritating. A blast of air rushed through the shop, causing the fireplace to sputter as the front door swung open and a gentleman stepped through. Rain sloughed off his greatcoat, splattering the worn wooden floor as his eyes scoured the room. The stranger's mouth formed a hard line when his gaze landed on Eddie, and though they'd never met before, he knew who this was. Mr. Rufus Crosby strode to Eddie's table, looking as thunderous as the world outside, and slammed a newspaper down, causing the china to clatter. "What is the meaning of this?" Chapter 5. Eddie's eyes fell to the page on instinct, though he knew what he would find. He felt the attention of every man in the room turn toward them, and though some pretended otherwise, they were listening intently. Rising to his feet, he held out his hands in placation and spoke quietly. "Perhaps we might speak privately." "What does that matter when my daughter's good name has been bandied about the country?" asked Mr. Crosby. "I assure you I had nothing to do with that, sir," replied Eddie in a low tone, though the gentleman refused to follow suit. "How dare you sully her name?" "I didn't," whispered Eddie, trying to lead Mr. Crosby away from the prying eyes and ears. "I give you my word that I have never treated your daughter with anything but respect, and I had nothing to do with whatever this is." Snatching the paper up, he handed it back to Mr. Crosby, though the gentleman didn't take it. "If this is a ploy to snag yourself a wealthy wife, I assure you it shan't work," he said, batting away the newspaper. "I have provided her with a comfortable dowry, but she won't be receiving an inheritance. I tied it all up nice and tight years ago so it will remain with my family name and not fall into the hands of fortune hunters." "I am offended at your implications," said Eddie, straightening. "I may not be wealthy, but I have a good income and have no need for hunting fortunes. I would never stoop to such degrading behaviour, nor would I treat your daughter so shabbily. I had nothing to do with the announcement in the newspapers, and I am just as shocked and confused as you." Mr. Crosby paused for a moment, which Eddie hoped meant something good, though there was no softening of the gentleman's features to indicate that. "You may have had nothing to do with it, but your name is now tied to my daughter's," he said in a hard voice. "What are you going to do about that?" "About a lady whom I have treated with respect and nothing more?" asked Eddie with raised brows. "Whatever mischief is about, the only thing I am guilty of is being kind and dancing with her a few times. She has been made a laughing-stock, and accosting me in this manner is not helping matters," said Eddie with narrowed eyes, feeling all those many pairs trained on them. Mr. Crosby sucked in a deep breath, his voice finally low enough not to carry, but the entire coffee-house followed suit, making it quiet enough that one could hear the scuff of a shoe in the far corner. "You know this will taint her more than you, and even when this is proven false, there will always be those who assume something untoward occurred, and the burden of that guilt will fall on her shoulders." Heart sinking, Eddie knew he spoke the truth. Yet should they both be forced to bear the brunt of something that neither of them had a hand in? A slightly tarnished reputation was better than a forced marriage, and Eddie couldn't deny that was precisely what Mr. Crosby was alluding to. "I will be very sorry if it comes to that, sir, but it is not my fault if people speculate. Beyond treating her kindly, like every gentleman should, I have done nothing to raise expectations or lay this burden upon her. It is not my duty to right this wrong." Mr. Crosby's eyes narrowed at him before the gentleman spun on his heel and marched out the door, slamming it behind him. The coffee-house remained trapped in that silent spell for several heartbeats before the Gawkers pretended to be very concerned with their conversations and drinks. Eddie slipped into his chair, leaning heavily on the table as his three friends watched him with varying degrees of horror and amusement. "Trouble, Eddie?" asked Harris, covering a laugh by sipping his coffee. "Don't fret," added Morty. "It will all be forgotten in a trice." "That may be, but I cannot comprehend why someone did this to us," muttered Eddie. "Who is behind it, and what do they hope to gain?" Morty smirked. "No doubt Miss Crosby is hoping to snag herself her beloved Dr. Vaughn by any means necessary. Her dear old father was quick to arrive and demand you step up to the marriage altar. After all, it does list her name first, which may not be out of the ordinary, but certainly reads as though it is she who is announcing it to the world. The thought of snagging you is likely making her little heart pitter-patter." "Leave her alone," said Eddie, shoving his cup and saucer aside. "She is an odd creature, but she doesn't deserve your scorn." Doyle shifted in his seat, his gaze fixed on his cup, his brows pulled low as his foot bounced in place. Morty nudged the fellow, and Doyle stilled, though he did not look at the others in the group. "Don't give it a second thought, Eddie," said Harris. "This isn't your mess. If you had done anything to raise expectations, that would be one thing, but a few dances over the years is hardly noteworthy." "Absolutely," said Morty, lifting his cup once again. Ignore it. A clink of china, and Doyle's cup dumped over, spilling the dark liquid across the table's surface. Those in its path leapt from their seats to protect their trousers, but the gentleman remained where he was, staring at the droplets, now colouring his lap. "What is it?" asked Eddie. "Ignore him," said Morty. "He's just out of sorts today." Harris nodded. "Had a rough night at the gaming tables." But Doyle's eyes darted up to meet Eddie's for the briefest of moments, and a flash of guilt in the fellow's gaze drew Eddie to the edge of his seat. "What has happened?" he demanded. "It wasn't my idea," said Doyle. Morty shoved him. "You don't know what you're saying." "I think he does," said Eddie with a scowl before turning it on his friends. The sinking in his stomach bore witness that he already knew the answer to his question before he asked it. "What did you do?" "It wasn't supposed to be a wedding announcement," said Doyle. Harris huffed, slumping back into his seat as he muttered, "You are a coward to the core." But that made his friend's expression harden in a manner the quiet fellow rarely employed. Scowling at the others, Doyle said, "I was a coward for not speaking up when Morty wrote the blasted thing, or when you mailed it." "It was only a jest," said Harris. Eddie shot to his feet, leaning on the table as he glowered at the pair. "A jest? Don't be so serious," said Morty with a laugh. "It isn't as though anyone would believe you two were engaged." "It was a wedding announcement," Eddie nearly shouted, but managed a touch more decorum than Mr. Crosby. Surely there must be a way to salvage this if he didn't make a bigger mess of it than his friends already had. Holding up his hands in placation, Morty grimaced. "In our defence, Eddie, it was only meant to be an engagement announcement, and those are broken often enough that no one would think twice when it failed to bring about a marriage. But we'd made ourselves a little too merry with my father's whiskey, and I must have worded it poorly." "I told you not to do it," muttered Doyle, his brows pulled tight together. "I knew no good would come from it." "But really, Eddie," continued Harris, "it's not like anyone will believe such a silly jest. We meant no harm." "Do you have any idea what damage this could do to her?" demanded Eddie, forcing himself to speak in a low voice so all those eavesdropping ears couldn't hear him. "This may be a joke aimed at me, but this is a wedding announcement, and there will be people who believe it. This could irreparably damage her reputation." Harris chuffed, laughing into his cup as he slanted a wry smile at the group. "She must be nearly 30 by now, so it's unlikely she'll ever marry," added Morty with a grimace. "Do you know a single gentleman who would tolerate her even with a sterling reputation? We haven't harmed her chances." Slumping into his chair, Eddie stared at his cup and saucer as his brows pulled tight together. Blast it! Rubbing his forehead, he squeezed his eyes shut as his mind raced with what had happened and what was to come. Whether or not his friends were correct in their assessment of Miss Crosby's marriage prospects, the lady was as sweet as she was awkward, and she didn't deserve to suffer at the hands of his friends simply because she cared for him. Eddie rose from his seat, shoving away from the table as the others protested, calling for him to stay and enjoy himself a bit more, but he ignored them and strode to the door. Snatching his hat and umbrella from the stand, he brought it up as he stepped into the torrent. Feet pounding against the pavement, he strode down the street. With the rain still falling heavily, most had taken refuge, leaving the streets empty and allowing him to ignore the world around him. Curses! The devil take them! A silly jest? Even if the announcement had been worded as intended, the prank would have still been more harmful than amusing, and Miss Crosby didn't deserve to be mocked. Rubbing his forehead with his free hand, Eddie unleashed a torrent of curses on his head. Morty and Harris were mostly harmless, but their humour had a hard edge that often made him uneasy. Yet still, he had fostered the relationship. And now, Miss Crosby was made to pay for that lapse in judgment. Though his feet seemed to move aimlessly around the city, Eddie knew there was purpose in his path. Every part of him longed to ignore the discovery and allow the Crosbys to live in ignorance, rather than admit his unintentional tie to the blasted announcement. But his conscience wriggled and squirmed within him. At the very least, they deserved an explanation and an apology. Visions of Mr. Crosby's hard eyes glaring at him forced Eddie's feet in a different direction as he considered just how the gentleman would react if he knew the truth. Mr. Crosby was already demanding satisfaction. What would he do if he knew Eddie's connection? It was ridiculous to expect Eddie to sacrifice his future simply because a prank might damage his daughter's reputation. There must be some other manner in which to smooth the whole debacle over. This was just a misunderstanding, that was all. Those thoughts swirled about his head as his feet traversed the city, and Eddie rehearsed what he might say to the Crosbys. A properly worded apology did wonders when a mistake had been made, and there was no reason that he mightn't simply explain, and together they could arrive at a course of action that would save the pair from a forced marriage or social disgrace. Confound those wretched friends of his. Chapter 6. Though Eddie yearned to settle on a course of action before arriving at Crosby House, the lady in question deserved to have her say in the solution. So when he arrived on the doorstep, he hesitated only a moment before pulling the doorbell. And the door swung open before his hand released it. "I am here to see Mr. Crosby and Miss Crosby," said Eddie, presenting his calling card to the footman. It was taken, and in a blink he was ushered in and divested of his umbrella. Eddie's mind swirled with what to say and how to explain himself, giving no thought as to where he was being led until Mrs. Patricia Osgood appeared in the corridor, her hands held primly before her as she levelled a narrowed look down her nose at him. "Have you finally decided to pay a call to discuss the damage done to my niece's reputation?" asked Mrs. Osgood. "I wish to speak directly to Miss Crosby, if you please, and her father. I saw him not long ago and hoped he'd returned." "He is not at home, but he has given me authority over such matters." Eddie shifted in place, his fingers tapping against his thigh as he considered that. "I have come to see if we can come to an understanding." Mrs. Osgood's brows rose, her stern expression melting into a smile. "What wonderful news!" Holding up his hands, Eddie rushed to add, "I came to explain what has happened and sort out a manner in which we can mitigate the disaster my friends levelled upon me and Miss Crosby." In quick order, he relayed his meeting with Mr. Crosby and the revelations that followed. While much of it was entirely unnecessary as far as this lady was concerned, the worry that Mr. Crosby might think Eddie had lied pushed him to divulge every detail. "While I admit that this is bound to cause some discomfort, I am certain we can sort out a solution to this ill-conceived prank," he said. "Prank?" said Mrs. Osgood, her spine stiffening. "You think raising my niece's expectations is naught but some jest that can be swept aside? Regardless of the motives, the fact is that your name is bound to hers, and she is already the subject of mockery. Would you compound it by breaking with her, to make her the laughingstock of London?" Pain sparked in his stomach, and though Eddie yearned to argue the fact, one truth had become clear as it wandered the city. Though the jest had been directed at him, it was more fully aimed at Miss Crosby. Of all the ladies in London, they'd selected the one infatuated with him, and though Eddie had never spoken a word against her, his friend knew all too well that he did not reciprocate those feelings. They had been laughing at her, and wouldn't be the last to do so. "Please, may I speak with Miss Crosby?" Eddie's throat struggled to swallow as his mouth dried. "We need to discuss this matter." Mrs. Osgood's eyes narrowed on him, but she nudged her chin toward a door, and when she opened it, Eddie found a whole gathering of ladies jabbering away. Only a few noticed him standing there at first, but their expressions were a mixture of shock and glee. Dash it all! This was Mrs. Osgood's at-home day. Having never paid a call on the lady, Eddie had only one chance in 7 of this visit aligning with it, but what little luck he'd ever boasted, which was not much to be certain, was turned against him. The parlour was packed with people, and though Eddie wanted to dismiss it as nothing out of the ordinary, he knew it was a likely byproduct of the announcement. As much as he longed to turn heel and deny these harpies their entertainment, his eyes fell on Miss Crosby in the far corner, encircled by her friends. At the very least, he ought to speak with her. As he wove through the gathering, little titters and whispers followed him, but the object of his attention and her friends didn't notice. Their entire focus was on Miss Crosby, who looked strung taut, her expression pulled into a broad grin that was more panicked than pleased. The lady was usually in a flustered state, but for all that he'd thought he'd seen her at her worst, Miss Crosby looked ready to shake apart like a poorly made locomotive. Seeing her so overwrought struck Eddie's heart, sending a flash of pain through him. Miss Crosby may be odd and more than a little awkward, but she was a sweet creature, and the thought that he had had a hand in her current agitation weighed heavily on his soul. The prank hadn't been his doing, but she was more its victim than he. One of the young ladies spied him first, drawing the rest of the group's attention to him, and Eddie gave as warm a smile as he could manage, given the circumstances. Miss Crosby's eyes widened to the size of saucers, her gaze pleading, though he didn't know what she was asking for. Miss Buckley recovered first, a smirk on her lips as she glanced between Miss Crosby and Eddie. "I see your time of reckoning has arrived, Joanna." The lady in question pinkened, and though her expression remained mostly calm, it was those eyes and her cheeks that always gave her away. As her complexion deepened red, she averted her gaze. "Lilith, please, you cannot believe I had anything to do with it." Eddie glanced between the pair with a furrowed brow as Miss Buckley laughed, patting the lady who was supposed to be her friend on the arm, with a hint of something sharp in her smile. "Come now, Joanna, it was quite the gamble you took with that little announcement in the paper," she said. "I admire your courage, though the execution was quite flawed. Did you think it would press Dr. Vaughn to act after so many years of nothing?" The others around her tittered, before adding their own commentary about the situation. Each was voiced in a manner that was sunshine and honey, but like bees, stingers lay hidden amongst the sweetness. Clearly, they believed her to be the mastermind behind the prank. Eddie had an escape. His cousin had posed that very same theory just a few hours ago, and even Miss Crosby's friends thought her the culprit. No doubt gossip would spread from there. All Eddie had to do was nothing, and he would be free of any blame or responsibility. Simple. This wasn't his fault, after all. Miss Crosby's eyes rose from her toes, and the pleading he saw there was as obvious as if the lady had spoken, begging him not to believe them. Despite everything else going on around her, what worried her most at the moment was that he might think poorly of her, and that realization struck him to the core. With her face flaming red, her embarrassment was on display for all who bothered to look at her, though all eyes were on him, and seeing her squirm like a worm on a hook chased away any thoughts of escape. Heat sparked in his chest as he considered the vultures surrounding them, ready to feast upon Miss Crosby's dignity. Even those who were supposedly her friends seemed more keen to pick at the carcass than to bind up her wounds and support her through this trying time. How dare they? She certainly did not deserve this treatment, and his throat tightened as he considered how readily he'd wanted to leave her in their clutches. To act would be to seal his fate, but watching the poor lady crumble was too much for even his sense of self-preservation to withstand. Her salvation was within his power, and Eddie couldn't withhold it. Tremors seized control of Joanna, threatening to make an even greater fool of her this afternoon, but, locking her knees, she forced herself to remain upright. Do not cry. Do not fall to pieces. Yet whatever strength Joanna possessed fled as the others teased and twitted her, while Dr. Vaughn stood witness to it all. The door was so close. Only a few steps, and she would be free, though there was no fleeing the memories of this moment, which would torment her for years to come. And Dr. Vaughn heard it all. Would he, too, believe the worst of her? Was this conversation the death knell for their future together? Even if he didn't believe her capable of such subterfuge, no doubt he would be embarrassed to associate with her. To be the object of such derision. No matter what she said, the others waved her assurances away and winked at her as though enjoying the joke alongside her, though only they laughed. Joanna opened her mouth once more, but Dr. Vaughan's voice broke through the gaggle of giggles. "My dear Miss Crosby," he said, reaching for her hand. Every muscle in her body constricted, straining as he lifted it to his lips, pressing a kiss to the knuckles. "Dear?" echoed Lilith, her wide eyes bouncing between the gentleman and lady. Dr. Vaughn winced as his thumb caressed her skin, sending sparks shooting down her arm. "I am here to discuss the announcement in the newspapers." Sparing only a glance at the others, he held Joanna's gaze. His brown eyes were always so enchanting. Their richness and the spark of tenderness that burned there drew her in, helping to relax her straining muscles, though her pulse quickened. With that impish smile of his and the curls that draped across his forehead in that dashing manner, Dr. Vaughn looked divine, and Joanna lost herself for the briefest moment as he turned the full power of his attention on her. Dr. Vaughn lowered his voice as though speaking only to her, though it carried to the others. "I apologize for my crude attempt to curry your favor in such a public manner." "You placed the announcement?" gasped Lilith, her brows rising high. "In truth, it was my friends. They've long known my feelings for you, though I've never been brave enough to admit them aloud," he said, his eyes never drifting away from Joanna. Warmth seeped into his gaze and flowed into her, settling into her chest like a bonfire. "They meant it as a jest." "They said you are married," said Miss Jolly. Dr. Vaughn nodded, though his attention still never wavered from Joanna. "An error of judgment on their part. A well-meaning mistake to nudge me into action, but it is just what I needed to come today, though I had hoped for a more private setting." A rueful smile graced his lips, but Joanna could barely think with his thumb caressing her hand. "I just hope that Miss Crosby will forgive that impulsivity and agree to be my wife in earnest," he whispered. "After so many years, I cannot wait another moment." Tingles raced across her skin, setting every nerve aflame as she stared into his eyes. Dr. Vaughn gave her a covert wink, and Joanna stared at him. Did he truly mean it? Despite having dreamt of that very thing just the night before, the sudden change in her circumstances held her tongue captive. Pulse racing, Joanna was certain her heart would never calm again as Dr. Vaughn awaited her answer, his eyes silently prodding her to accept. "Oh, such wonderful news," cried Aunt Patricia, slipping in to wrap Joanna in her arms. Leaning close to press a kiss to her niece's cheek, she whispered, "I told you a gentleman would recognize your value one day." The others circled round her, doling out congratulations as she was passed about the room, but Dr. Vaughn cleared his throat, drawing the ladies' attention back. Nodding at Joanna, he said, "She hasn't answered." "Of course she accepts," said Mrs. Meade, waving her hand at the fellow with a huffing laugh. "Why wouldn't she?" Dr. Vaughan's expression shifted ever so slightly, the warmth in his smile straining as though holding back a silent sigh, but it vanished when he approached Joanna once more, offering his hand to her. Nonetheless, I want to hear it from her lips. Will you marry me, Miss Crosby?" "You want to marry me?" Though it was little more than a whisper, the question slipped out. As much as her foolish little heart longed to snatch him up in an instant, Joanna's rational side, however weak it was, couldn't help wondering at the shift. Did he truly wish to be her husband? But those thoughts vanished as the gentleman lifted her hand to his lips again, his expression softening as though that touch was the dearest thing in the world to him. "More than anything," he whispered. Unable to speak, Joanna nodded, her face splitting into a grin that filled the whole of her. She longed to throw her arms around his neck or make some other grand display, but with so many eyes on them, she contented herself with taking his arm, snuggling up close to him as the room erupted in applause. Chapter 7. St. David's was a fine old building, though many of the churches in this section of London ascribed to the modern sensibilities of the past century, with their neoclassical facades and great colonnades. This far less imposing structure had remained unchanged for hundreds of years. Timber beams stretched overhead, sweeping upward, and whilst the walls were mostly plastered over, grey stone peeked out from the archways and windows. The pews gleamed, their polished wood sparkling in the sunlight that filtered through the slitted windows, and the massive stained glass at the altar glowed with rainbow hues as the saints and holy figures stared down at the victim of the matrimonial noose. Leaning his elbows on his knees, Eddie rested his head against his palm as he stared at the tiles at his feet and the intricate pattern of black, brown and cream that spiralled throughout the nave. Yes, the church would suit for the business to be done this morning. A quiet cough shattered the silence, though Eddie didn't bother looking at the family seated on the pew beside him. Mustering as much of his strength as he could, he forced his expression into a semblance of calm, but he couldn't look at them. He felt his family's attention on him as they waited, and he struggled to maintain anything approximating what a happy groom ought to feel at such a moment, all while he sent out a silent prayer for a swift execution. Aunt Christiana and Uncle Franklin knew the truth, but the rest needn't discover his folly. All the times that Mother and Father had lectured him about keeping good company surged to his thoughts, and though they weren't ones to rub a man's nose in his mistakes, Mother would wring her hands with the anguished expression of one seeing her greatest fears manifested, whilst Father remained silently stoic as his eyes filled with disappointment. Fighting the instinct to groan, Eddie forced himself upright. Blast Harris and Morty, and Doyle for that matter. He'd known they were doing something wrong and did nothing to stop it. None of this was of Eddie's own making, but he was made to bear the brunt of it. But another thought whispered from the back corners of his mind. You knew what sort of men they were when you chose to associate with them. It wasn't as though they were terrible sorts, just thoughtless. Eddie hadn't anticipated getting swept up in their antics, yet he couldn't deny that he'd known trouble was within the realm of possibility. Turning his thoughts to Miss Crosby, he tried to focus on her. This was for her sake, to protect her. The circumstances of this marriage were less than ideal, but something good was coming from it, and that knowledge allowed his heart to settle. A little. It wasn't as though he disliked her. Perhaps not his first choice of companion, but when Miss Crosby's nerves calmed, she was rather enjoyable. She wasn't a shrew or a spendthrift. Everything he'd seen of her suggested an agreeable personality, when she wasn't working herself into a dither or licking his boots. "Eddie!" He jerked at the sound, his head lifting to see Morty standing off to the side, his hands in his pockets as he rocked on his heels. "I wanted to speak to you about this nonsense," said Morty, waving a hand at the altar. Even speaking quietly, the sound carried through the nave, drawing his family's attention, and Eddie shot to his feet, yanking Morty toward the transept and ducking around the corner. "What do you want?" asked Eddie in a low but furious whisper. "Why are we sneaking about?" asked Morty, though he had the good sense to match his friend's hushed tone. As far as the world is concerned, Miss Crosby and I are a love match, finally brought together because of the well-meaning antics of my friends. I will not allow you or anyone else to besmirch her good name. Drawing in a sharp breath, Eddie added, Now, why are you here? My bride-to-be will arrive any moment. Morty held up his hands in placation. I came to rescue you. I've been thinking about my behaviour and my part in this debacle. The gentleman's expression darkened, his brows pulling low as he frowned at himself. We truly didn't mean any harm, but it's clear we did quite a bit of damage. That you did. A flinch twitched through Morty as his gaze dropped to the ground. I haven't been able to sleep since I heard you offered to marry her. If I hadn't written the blasted announcement in the first place, none of this would have happened, and it isn't fair that you are made to bear the brunt of my actions. Drawing in a deep breath, Morty straightened, pulling his shoulders back as he met his friend's gaze with steely determination. Harris and I can't both marry her, so we flipped a coin, and I'm here to take your place. The words rang through Eddie like the church bells in the tower, sweeping through him with a jolt of heat and vitality that made him feel as though he had finally awakened from the dream that had taken hold of him 3 days ago. Morty continued, We can delay the wedding for a few days while I secure a new licence, and meanwhile you can return to Yorkshire. People will find the changing groom odd, but we will simply tell people that I was the one with the tondra for Miss Crosby. Possibilities clanged in Eddie's head, bringing with them a plan. He would have to remain in town a few extra days to ensure that Morty did his duty, but then he would be free to return home, unshackled. The possibility thrummed in his blood, making him want to shout and dance about. With a decent story to explain the sudden switch, Morty's proposition would fulfill any duty on Eddie's part. An escape, a way to protect Miss Crosby. Eddie's muscles tightened as that thought sank into his head. The entire purpose of this farce was to protect that young lady, and though marrying Morty would do so against the gossiping tongues, there were far more ways for Miss Crosby to fall prey to this wretched arrangement. Could he honestly say Morty would be a good husband to her, provide for her, respect her? Love may not be a possibility at this juncture, but at the very least she deserved a husband who respected her and valued the family they would build together. Was Morty capable of such a thing? The very fact that he was standing here admitting his guilt spoke well of the fellow. But was that enough? The moment he posed that question, Eddie's insides roiled and churned, bringing with it such a definitive no that he couldn't pretend his instincts were telling him anything else. The thought of handing her into Morty's safekeeping made everything inside Eddie rebel, his conscience roaring to life as it scowled and cursed at him for even suggesting such a thing. Mortimer Bell wasn't a terrible person, but that was a far cry from being a good one. Edward Vaughn may have his flaws, but he knew he could fulfill the role of husband and father far better, and realizing that made him wonder anew why he had allowed such a friendship to blossom in his life. Surely it was better to remain alone than to foster such a defective relationship. Turning his thoughts back to the impending marriage, Eddie considered the question before him. Morty had presented an option, but not a solution, saving her from becoming a laughingstock, only to condemn her to a likely miserable marriage. Could Eddie bear a lifetime of regret, knowing he had abandoned her to that? And would leaving make him the irresponsible man his parents feared him to be? That is good of you, Morty, but I must decline, said Eddie, his brows rising at his own admission. We could cobble together an explanation for the changing grooms, but it is just as likely that no one will believe it, which will leave Miss Crosby trapped in an unwanted marriage for nothing. I am going to make this right. The heaviness in his chest shifted at those words, changing into something that felt as though it propped him up rather than bearing him down. Gone was the helplessness that had haunted him for days, replaced with a strength and rightness that he'd never felt before. It was certainty, pure and simple, and he knew this decision was the most correct he'd ever made in his life. Miss Crosby needed him. Eddie didn't know if there was anyone else in the world who could say such a thing. Of course, his family adored him, but none of them required his assistance. Even with his degree and experience, Eddie could do nothing for his father that the gentleman couldn't do better himself, and though eventually he would be handed the medical well-being of the residents of Thornsby, for now he was little more than an apprentice. His elder brother certainly required nothing of Eddie. Having taken after their mother, Gregory thrived as the skilled hands behind the family apothecary shop, keeping the shelves stocked with all the medicines they required. And his younger sister, Sadie, was quite capable of managing her affairs. But Miss Crosby couldn't free herself from this mess without Eddie, and that knowledge settled deep inside him, drawing his shoulders up and straightening his spine. "Dr. Vaughn?" Ducking out from their hiding place, Eddie found the vicar standing at the front of the chapel, his hand motioning toward the altar. "Your bride has arrived," said Mr. Poole, and Eddie nodded, taking his place before the gentleman. A true smile graced his lips as he considered what was to come. This was his decision, and Eddie embraced it, vowing to himself that he would do his best to ensure this marriage was a success. Joanna Crosby didn't believe in signs. Such manifestations, whether good or bad, were easily fabricated and twisted to mean whatever one's heart yearned to see. However, she couldn't help but feel that there must be something providential in the clear skies on the morning of her wedding. With rain soaking the world for the past several days, the blue expanse and gold sunlight couldn't help but lighten her spirits. At the very least, it protected her from the damage such foul weather would have caused. With trembling hands, she smoothed her skirts as the party stepped into the church porch, and Joanna drew in a deep breath that still held hints of the rain that had saturated the world. Her wedding day. Her stomach gurgled, but despite foregoing breakfast that morning, she felt not the slightest bit hungry. Just the thought of eating had it souring. But heavens, she could use something to drink. Her tongue felt as though she'd been licking a beach, all rough and dry. This was the right choice. It must be. Yet she felt swept up in a whirlwind that tossed her to and fro until she wasn't certain where she was or what she was doing. Just a few days ago, Dr. Vaughn had declared his intentions, and now they were about to be man and wife. Between the announcement in the paper and his need to return to Yorkshire, the speed of their engagement was understandable. But her husband-to-be stood on the other side of that door. This was what she wanted. He was what she wanted. Heat blossomed beneath the layers of her sturdy jacket. When she'd put the thing on, there'd been a bite of cold in the air, but as the sunshine grew, a sheen of moisture gathered on her skin. No doubt she would appreciate the thick covering when they began their journey to Yorkshire, but for now her face was a deep crimson, and not for her usual reasons. Papa opened the door, leading them into the vestibule, and Joanna began unbuttoning the wretched thing, but Aunt Patricia batted her hands away. "They are waiting for us," she whispered as she ushered her niece forward. "I am overheated." Joanna offered the only excuse she was willing to admit, as there was no need to acknowledge that her vanity demanded she cast off the brown wool obscuring her favourite gown. Aunt Patricia nodded and quickly removed the item, draping it over her own arm, before motioning for Joanna to step into the nave. "May I not have a moment with Dr. Vaughn before the ceremony?" she whispered with a frown. "You've kept me so busy preparing for the wedding that I haven't seen him since our engagement, and surely we ought to be allowed a moment to speak." Patting her niece's cheek, the lady beamed. "What need is there to delay? This is everything you wanted, kitten. He is such a good man, and I know you will be happy together." But with a sigh, the lady gazed down at Joanna's gown. "I wish we'd had time to have a proper wedding dress made. A lady ought to have a special dress for such a special day." "This suits me far better," said Joanna, her nose wrinkling. "I know most brides favour white nowadays, but it doesn't suit my complexion at all, and it is so impractical, and it is impossible to keep clean. I will be able to wear this gown for years to come, and whenever I wear it, I will be reminded of this day." "But why blue?" asked Aunt Patricia with a frown. "I wish you'd worn your pink silk. It is so lovely on you, and a bride should look her best." Smile stiffening, Joanna glanced down at the rich blue fabric that, though simple, suited her far better than the flowery confection her aunt preferred. If this was to be her wedding, she wasn't going to wear anyone's favourite but her own. And Dr. Vaughan's. She hid a smile as she considered why this particular shade had quickly become her preferred colour. But in truth, this simple shape suited her to perfection. One needn't adorn and ruffle so much when a gown was made so beautifully, though Joanna did love the simple band of scrollwork embroidered along the hem. With it being the same colour as the fabric, the ornamentation wasn't ostentatious, but gave a hint of texture and interest to an otherwise plain dress. "I like this gown better," whispered Joanna. "Of course, whatever makes you happy, kitten," said Aunt Patricia with a smile, though a flash of disappointment had Joanna rethinking the choice she had made. Turning to her father, she found him staring at the painting that adorned the wall, his hands tucked behind him. "Papa?" she prodded. He straightened as he turned to face her, though his gaze never rested fully on her. Joanna's heart constricted as his eyes drifted past, turning instead to the direction in which they ought to go. But Joanna didn't move at the silent nudge. Standing there and fluffing her skirts, she pleaded for him to say something. Surely she ought to hear a compliment from her father on her wedding day. But Aunt Patricia grabbed Joanna's hands, drawing her attention away as the lady's gaze grew misty. "I only wish your mother was here to witness this." Papa cleared his throat and shifted from foot to foot before deigning to speak. "Come now. We do not want to be late." Chapter 8. Joanna's heart sank and her hands grew cold as her father drew an arm around her and ushered her forward without another word. Holding fast to her composure, Joanna let her eyes rest on the tiles at her feet, following the spiralling patterns that filled the nave and ended at the altar. Mr. Poole spoke the opening words, expanding on the importance of this moment and asking them each to pledge their troth. Joanna echoed Dr. Vaughn, reciting without thinking, but when her father lifted her hand to place it into her soon-to-be husband's, she was turned toward the gentleman to whom she was binding herself, body and soul. His dark brows pulled tight together as he watched her, his brown eyes burning with such worry that Joanna's own began to prickle. Blinking, she forced back the threatening tears and lost herself in the sight of so much consideration directed at her. Dr. Vaughn studied her as no one ever had before, without criticism or dismissal, just genuine concern, on her behalf. Everything else faded from view, leaving only her and him. For all that ladies fretted and fussed over flowers and wedding breakfasts, Joanna couldn't imagine a more perfect moment. The pair of them, taking this solemn and irrevocable step together, husband and wife. She drew in a shaky breath, and her lips trembled as they pulled into a smile. His furrowed brow relaxed in turn, and they stood hand in hand as Mr. Poole moved through the vows. Pausing only a moment before she recited her own, Joanna embraced the words and the meaning beneath them. Though she still felt dizzy at the thought that this was truly happening, she didn't question it any longer. The long-awaited day had arrived, and she stood at the marriage altar with a gentleman who was everything she'd ever hoped for in a husband, her Edward. Even thinking his given name sent a shiver down her spine that settled into her stomach, though she had every right to use it. Lifting her hand, Edward slid a ring onto her finger, and her breath caught at the sight. The golden band was thin, though it widened at the top, growing large enough to encapsulate the inset gem. Little lines of gold reached over the jewel, almost like tiny petals framing the stone. The yellow contrasted beautifully with the pale blue, and the piece was lovely in its simplicity. When Joanna's eyes rose to meet Edward's, she found him watching her with just a touch of apprehension, as though he was uncertain as to whether or not she liked the token. But she couldn't think of anything better. She beamed, and the gentleman let out a breath, his shoulders relaxing as their hands entwined. And now, Joanna struggled doubly hard to keep from weeping. With the final words spoken and the prayers given, the ceremony ended, though Joanna couldn't help but feel as though something so momentous required a grand display to mark the end. Granted, she couldn't imagine what that would be. Applause in a sacred place was hardly befitting. A kiss felt apropos, given the circumstances, but the thought of such a public display set her cheeks blazing. But before she could think what to do, Mr. Poole ushered them around to the vestry, which was little more than a cupboard that was filled to the brim with records. Stacks of papers sat in neat rows along some shelves, whilst books lined the rest. Everything seemed in its proper place, and the smell of tallow blended with that of the incense and paper stored there. A pedestal sat in the middle, and the registry was already open to the proper page. Edward's uncle and papa came forward to sign as the witnesses, before Joanna and her new husband added their signatures, though she could hardly focus on the actions with Edward's hand still holding hers. Despite their gloves, the touch set her pulse racing. Though she had grasped many a hand during a dance or chivalrous moment when assistance was required, she had never properly held a man's hand before, and Edward's fingers remained entwined with hers. The others continued discussing some nuance of the ceremony, license or certificate, whilst Joanna found herself ensconced in a corner with her new husband, looking at one another as though entirely uncertain what to do with themselves. Whatever it was that kept the others so occupied, the trio left to see to it, leaving the couple in the vestry. And for the first time in her life, Joanna Crosby was alone with Edward Vaughn. That thought shocked her, leaving her stupefied and blinking as she considered her new self. Joanna Vaughn. That was her name now, and as much as she had spent a fair bit of time over the years pretending the moniker was hers, it would take time for it to feel real. Standing there with his attention fully on her, Joanna longed to know every thought that was bouncing about his head. For all that he looked like a carefree society gentleman, she'd always sensed so much more beneath the smiling surface, and she grinned as she considered that she would have a lifetime to uncover it all. Joanna turned her bright expression to him, holding his gaze as her heart burned within her. She'd never imagined such joy before, and it pulsed in her veins, filling her with such strength and contentment. For all that she had entered the church with apprehension and a tinge of sorrow, Joanna Vaughn was the most elated of ladies now. "You are happy, aren't you, Edward?" The question burst out of her, determined to know for certain that it wasn't just she who felt such unabashed bliss. And, though something inside her shivered at the thought that he might not, she couldn't stop herself from asking. Never had Eddie heard his name said with such excitement and trepidation. Miss Crosby spoke as though expecting someone to burst in and take umbrage with that liberty. But then, she wasn't Miss Crosby any longer. She was Joanna Vaughn, his wife, one of the few people in the world who had the right to use his given name whenever she wished. That thought was enough to send Eddie's thoughts into a dizzying spiral. No matter that he had witnessed the ceremony himself and had, indeed, spoken the words, the terms husband and wife felt like strange things, unconnected to him. Yet they were married. Once he moved beyond that initial shock, Eddie didn't know which issue to address first, that she had called him Edward, or the question itself. But he dismissed the first offhand. There was such trepidation in her voice that it was best not to press the issue. Better to allow her to call him whatever pleased her. even if it was Edward. In time, Joanna would grow comfortable with his more appropriate moniker. Quickly moving on to the grander issue, Eddie considered the question as a whole. Was he happy? What an odd and overwhelming thing to consider. What was happy? Was he pleased to be forced into a marriage not of his choosing? Certainly not. Yet, comparing the lady before him now with the agitated and cowering creature that had stepped into the nave just minutes ago, Eddie's heart pained him anew. Though he understood the trepidation well, there was a desperation to Joanna's kowtowing that made his skin itch and his muscles tense. Eddie didn't know what had happened to fluster her so, and had nearly stopped the ceremony to address it, but all it had taken was one small smile from him to erase it all. Like the sun breaking through the clouds, her sorrow had faded, leaving her glowing. As much as her hero worship unnerved him in so many ways, there was incredible power in knowing he could make her so content with something so little. To know that someone's heart was so fully in his control was heady and terrifying at the same time. So, was he happy? This may not be the marriage he wanted, but being able to give Joanna such joy despite all the difficulties that had brought them to this moment was wonderful in its own right. No one else cared so greatly about his opinion, and with naught but a few words, he had the power to make her spirits soar. "Yes, I am happy," he said, surprising himself. Perhaps it was not happy in the manner Eddie had hoped for, but that didn't negate the fact that he was content, and that sentiment grew as Joanna's smile broadened further. Bright eyes sparkled at him, watching him with such expectation. Eddie didn't know what it was she anticipated, though an epiphany came quickly on its heels. They were alone, for the first time. With so much hubbub in the past few days, Eddie hadn't had the opportunity to spend any time with his sweetheart, and now they were married. Irrevocably. And his wife was gazing at him with her heart in her eyes. Eddie stood so close to Joanna that her skirts wrapped around his legs, and though they weren't touching, beyond his holding her hand, it felt as though they were flush together. Pulse quickening, he tried to swallow, though his throat refused to cooperate. Despite having known that theirs would be a marriage in all aspects, hypotheticals were a far cry from reality. They would be expected to kiss, and so much more. Unless he didn't wish to have a proper marriage or a family of his own, neither of which were appealing in the least. So, there was no avoiding the fact that he was going to have to touch more than his bride's hand. Drawing near, Eddie tried to steady his heartbeat, but it was impossible to calm that or the itching along his skin. This was Joanna, but she was his wife. Until this week, Eddie had never thought to pair those words together, yet this was the situation in which they found themselves, and there was no point in delaying. Though it would be preferable if his palms weren't sweating so profusely. Joanna mirrored him, leaning close, her eyes watching him carefully as anticipation and trepidation continued to play in those blue depths. The sharp scent of lemon and orange blossoms filled his nose, and though Eddie had never noticed her perfume previously, the bright citrus fragrance seemed utterly perfect for her. Stilling, she froze in place as his lips brushed hers. The vestry door opened, and Joanna jerked away, drawing in her breath sharply as her cheeks went from pale to red between one heartbeat and the next. Mr. Poole strode in with an arched brow. "I have your certificate, but I can return later if I am interrupting." Joanna gave a brittle laugh. "Oh, no." "Yes, you are," said Eddie. Lips pursing, though the vicar's eyes gleamed with a silent laugh, Mr. Poole nodded and turned on his heel, the door closing on him as he announced to the awaiting people, "They require a moment." Joanna's hands shot to her cheeks, her muscles tightening as laughter echoed through the wood, but Eddie ignored them. When one married, one expected more than a few innuendos and jests about private matters that would otherwise be impolite to address. Turning to his bride, Eddie caught her as she tried to step around him to escape the vestry. "Let it be, and allow ourselves a moment before we face the horde," he said, and when she sent him an exasperated look, he added, "We will be the subject of teasing whether we leave now or later, and I want to kiss my wife." That he managed to say the words without stumbling was a bit of a miracle, for though they were entirely correct, Eddie still could not believe them to be true. Neither the desire, nor the fact that he had a wife. Settling his hands on her waist, Eddie drew her closer, and Joanna's breath caught in her lungs as her hands hovered above his lapels, nearly resting on his chest but drawing back before she dared to do so. Her muscles were taut beneath his hands, straining as he leaned into her. Even without those little signs of nerves, Eddie felt them radiating off her, which would have given him pause if her gaze wasn't begging him to continue. His eyes slid closed, and he pressed his lips to hers, but the lady remained as stiff and still as a statue. No doubt if he were to look, he would find Joanna staring at him, and the image almost made him chuckle. Drawing his arms more fully around her, he caressed her back, urging her to relax. Her hands finally rested upon his chest, though only for a minute before she inched them up around his neck as she accepted the kiss. Each movement was timid and uncertain. Eddie doubted she had any experience with embraces, and he forced himself to move at her tempo, allowing her to ease into the new sensation. With a sigh, Joanna gave him her weight, muscles slackening as she relaxed in his hold, and though her touches remained tentative, Eddie felt the shift within her as she embraced the moment, her movements growing bolder with each heartbeat. His focus fractured as her fingers brushed along the edge of his collar, tangling with the curls at his neck. A shiver ran down his spine, dragging him into the sensation. Pulse pounding, his skin felt every brush of her hands, and he revelled in the softness and sweetness of her lips. The sensation sank deep into his bones, drawing forth a heat that swept through him as he lost himself in Joanna's touch. Chapter 9. In the back recesses of her mind, Joanna questioned each movement. No doubt a man like Edward Vaughn had already experienced a few embraces in his life, and she couldn't stop herself from wondering if hers was as pleasing as those other mysterious women's. Heavens knew that few people excelled at things on the first attempt, and Joanna yearned to please him. Or at the very least, not make a fool of herself. The feel of his lips and hands on her amplified those fears. Yet conscious thought drifted farther into the background as she relaxed into his hold. Soon, Joanna couldn't entirely consider anything beyond the sensations flooding her and the eagerness of Edward's movements. Embracing them, she threw herself into the moment, refusing to allow herself to question it any longer or do anything beyond enjoy her first kiss with her Edward. Her chest felt too small for her heart, and her breathing quickened as the sensations consumed her. His passion met hers, and Joanna felt tears gathering in her eyes as the feel of his desire clung to them. It was unlike anything she'd ever felt before, and no amount of dreaming had allowed her to experience even a fraction of the sentiment brewing between her and her husband. Joanna couldn't say if they remained there a minute or an hour, and she didn't care in the slightest. Edward's arms remained locked around her as their lips parted, their lungs heaving as they stared at one another, though Joanna couldn't help smiling at the dazed expression on his face. "Goodness," she whispered, bringing with it another blush at the inanity of that single word. But Edward nodded, his head jerking in agreement as he blinked at her, and Joanna's face heated for an entirely new and more pleasant reason. Edward's eyes fell to her lips, his own so close that his breath tickled her skin, but when he leaned in, a knock at the door jerked him to a halt. With a frown, he glanced at the interruption and back at her, and Joanna leaned in to hide her face in the crook of his neck. They were in a church, with their family standing on the other side of that door. Joanna was certain she would never live down the embarrassment, and when Edward moved to release her, she shook her head. "No, please. I cannot face them now. Not like when we've... and they..." Joanna stumbled over her words until he graced her with a gentle smile, which stole away her ability to speak. "As I said, all brides and grooms have to suffer this sort of embarrassment," he whispered, untangling his limbs from hers. "It's as much a tradition as the rest of the ceremony." Then, giving her a wink, Edward straightened his jacket and threaded her arm through his. If not for his strength, Joanna would have climbed through the window and escaped. And when the door opened to show those knowing looks and wry smiles, she held fast to her husband. Stepping forward, his aunt bussed Joanna's cheek with a word of congratulations as each family member took turns greeting the couple, though her father was nowhere to be seen. Mr. Poole handed the marriage certificate to Joanna, and she stared at the elaborate script that legally bound the pair as husband and wife in the eyes of the church and the world. Edward led them through the nave, and when they stepped past the front doors, she spied her father standing in front of the church, his hands tucked behind him as he studied the carriage standing at the ready. As Edward's time in London had only been a visit, his single trunk and portmanteau were lost amongst her mountain of baggage piled atop and along the back, and for the briefest moment, Joanna worried about the effort it would take to deliver it all to Yorkshire. The couple strode to the carriage as their well-wishers cheered them on, and a servant waited at the ready with the door open, whilst Papa merely stood there, not looking at his daughter or son-in-law. Edward paused a moment before guiding them past, but Joanna pulled him to a stop. "Goodbye, Papa," she said. The gentleman nodded as he rocked on his heels, his gaze darting around the churchyard and street. "Goodbye, Joanna." And with that, he turned away, and her heart clenched. Was that all the farewell she was to expect from her own father? She felt Edward's attention on her as he glanced between his wife and father-in-law, but Joanna couldn't spare a thought for what he must be thinking, whilst her heart squeezed in her chest. Papa stopped, keeping his back to them for a long moment. Then, turning on his heel, he marched back to her, his gaze on the ground, and pressed a kiss to her cheek. "Congratulations. I wish you the best." The last word quivered as though struggling to come out, and Joanna stared at her father, though he didn't meet her gaze. Giving Edward a sharp nod, the gentleman strode away, his footsteps never wavering, nor did he spare a backward glance, though Joanna watched until he was well out of sight. Forcing a smile, Joanna glanced at her husband and found him watching her with a furrowed brow, but she had no explanation for Papa's behaviour. She couldn't label that a tender farewell, any more than she could definitively claim the gentleman would miss her now that she was gone. Papa's feelings were his own. Joanna squeezed Edward's arm to reassure him and prayed he wouldn't ask any further questions as he helped her into the carriage. The discomfort heaped upon the couple when they'd emerged from the vestry had been great indeed. Matters weren't helped that Joanna's complexion made it appear as though they'd been up to something more shocking than a kiss, or that her blush deepened with each jest, which only encouraged his cousins to twit them more. Yet all that unease paled in comparison to the farewell Eddie had just witnessed. His aunt and uncle had displayed more affection for Joanna during their farewell than her father, and now she perched on the carriage seat, holding on to that bright expression she so often showed to the world, the smile that was a touch too sharp as her eyes pled for everyone to ignore the strain in her posture. "Are you comfortable?" he asked, climbing in after her. A jerky nod and she turned her gaze to the window, but Eddie didn't call for the carriage to move. Even if he disregarded the scene he had just witnessed, It was impossible to ignore that her skirts were twisted about and pulling awkwardly at her. "Here, allow me," he said, reaching over to help her up again. "Your skirts are tangled." "I am well enough. No need to worry." Such a cheery tone, but like her expression, it had too much bite to be genuine. "It will just take a moment. All is well," she insisted. Eddie frowned, but Joanna didn't see it because her attention was fixed on the window, her hands held primly in her lap. With a sigh, he decided to ignore it as the journey to the train station wasn't far. Calling to the driver, he settled in beside his wife and waved at their families whilst the carriage trundled down the road. What to do? At this juncture, he supposed anything would be an improvement after that rushed wedding. Eddie had thought it best to keep to his original return date, since his parents were likely brimming with questions concerning their son's mysterious marriage. But now, all he could think was how much that decision had cost Joanna. There'd been no engagement festivities, no putting the finishing touches on her trousseau, no wedding breakfast, not that there'd been many in attendance to partake in the celebration. Joanna didn't even have a proper wedding gown. The only thing about the marriage ceremony that had been remotely acceptable was the ring he'd placed on her finger, and it was a miracle Eddie had thought to purchase one. It wasn't as though weddings were grand occasions, but surely a bride wished for something more than a hurried exchange of vows before being whisked away from the only home she'd ever known. What harm would it have done to postpone his departure by a few days, a fortnight? Would that have been such a great burden? Yet he had charged forward with the plan he'd had in his mind, leaving Joanna to simply accept her lot. Could one fail at being a husband within the first hour of marriage? Eddie certainly seemed determined to do so. But then, how was he to change what had already happened? Before he could think what to say, Joanna turned and glanced at him. "We are married," she said in a startled whisper. "Everything has changed, yet I feel precisely the same." Eddie chuckled and gave her a wry smile. "Isn't that the truth? After so much anticipation, I had expected to feel something—" "More," she supplied, her expression matching his own. Turning her gaze back to the window, she asked, "How long will it take for us to arrive in Thornsby?" "We'll take a train to Leeds and spend the night in an inn, and then I'll hire a carriage to take us home from there. By tomorrow afternoon, we should be settled at Hawthorne House." In truth, Eddie wasn't entirely certain how to hire a private carriage, though his uncle had assured him it was a simple thing. In other circumstances, the cost would have been far too restrictive, but one's wedding trip home was the precise time to indulge in such a luxury. At least he could make the journey physically comfortable. "I have only been on a train a few times in my life," she said, perking up. "But isn't your country house in Richmond?" he asked. "It is, but we rarely visit. Papa doesn't like it because it reminds him too much of Mamma." But before Eddie could consider that statement or how to react to it, she twisted in her seat to look at him, casting him a broad smile. "But I cannot wait to see your home and meet your family. You've spoken so much about them that I feel as though I already know them." Thankfully, Eddie had the good sense to conceal the surprise that shot through him as he realized he couldn't say the same of his wife. Casting his thoughts back to their conversations, or what he could recall of them, he couldn't draw forth a single thing he knew about her family, beyond the fact that they had a country house in Richmond and that her mother had passed away, which necessitated her aunt coming into town to play chaperone. How did one move forward in such an awkward situation? Certainly, they were more than acquaintances, even friends of a sort. But as Eddie considered the lady at his side, he realized how little he knew her. It wasn't as though one discussed the nuances of family politics during a polka. The marriage may not be of their choosing, but that didn't mean it was guaranteed to fail. If Eddie wished for it to succeed, he needed to befriend his bride and stop being a poor excuse for a husband at the very least. Chapter 10. It was at that moment Eddie realized he had made a critical and unforgivable mistake. "You look fetching. I think that gown is my favourite of yours." Joanna's cheeks flushed red, and though she managed to reply, she stumbled over her words. "You said blue is my best colour." "And I was entirely correct. You look lovely." Straightening, Joanna stared at him for a long moment before a hint of colour entered her cheeks. Hands smoothing her skirts, or attempting it as her skirts were still terribly twisted, she smiled. "You think so?" "Most assuredly. More than just the colour. That gown suits you. I like it." And that was not a truth that required sugar-coating. Joanna often preferred flouncy confections with too many ruffles and lace, which didn't suit her in the slightest. But this gown was simpler, favouring quality over frippery. It was elegant. Joanna huffed a laugh and shook her head. "I fear most of our interactions have occurred when my Aunt Patricia is staying with us in town, and she prefers more eye-catching clothing." Eddie frowned. "You are a grown woman capable of choosing your gowns." "Yes, but it is a little thing that makes her happy, so I usually oblige when she is around. Poor Aunt Patricia had no daughters to dress up, and I am quite willing to be her doll if it makes her happy." Grinning down at herself, she added, "But this is my travelling dress, which she never sees and had no hand in purchasing. Believe me when I say she tried her hardest to get me into one of her choosing, but she couldn't deny the impracticality of wearing a frilly gown when we are going straight from the church to the train station." With that, Joanna settled into the squabs, a smile on her lips as though dressing herself as she wished was a great pleasure. Not wanting to make it obvious just how little he knew about her, Eddie hazarded to ask something he was certain she hadn't spoken of before. "So, your aunt only stays with you part of the year? During the season, I am guessing." Joanna smiled as though to herself. "As my father doesn't socialise much, it didn't cross his mind that I might require a lady to guide me through society until I was nearly 20. When he did, he asked my aunt to undertake my introduction as he was not up to the task and hadn't the slightest notion of how to marry off a daughter." "It would be so much easier if we managed courting like we do the hiring of servants," said Eddie, forcing a considering frown. "I've heard tell of matchmakers, though I've never seen any true efforts to establish them as a viable profession. We have registry offices that sift through viable candidates and assist one in selecting the proper housekeeper or footman. Why not one for husbands and wives?" Joanna's expression brightened, her eyes sparkling with a laugh. "I do believe there are some prospective brides and grooms who advertise in newspapers." Eddie chuckled, though he squirmed in his seat as he wondered if she was merely continuing with a jest or teasing him about the unfortunate newspaper that had brought them together. "Ah, but that requires effort on one's part. Better to hand it over to professionals who make it their job to find the proper candidate." Laughing alongside him, Joanna shook her head. "I am certain my aunt would agree with you. Papa bribed her to assist me in finding a husband, and with 3 sons establishing themselves in professions, and her husband too poor and unconnected to do much, Aunt Patricia was quite willing to take on the position of chaperone in exchange for educations and positions. But then she didn't anticipate it taking so very long to fulfill her side of the bargain." Eddie stared at her, though Joanna didn't notice. They swayed with the carriage whilst he struggled for something to say. She spoke as though such goings-on were commonplace in families, but he couldn't imagine any of his siblings approaching their relationships with a quid pro quo expectation. For goodness sake, his aunt and uncle had willingly housed both their nephews when they'd come to London to study medicine. If Sadie had required a chaperone, Aunt Christiana would have done so eagerly and without expectations. Even his mother's notorious brother, Uncle Isaac, wouldn't have been so careless. Granted, he wouldn't have the means to do much, but that wouldn't preclude him from trying. Forcing a light air, he asked, So, you are saying your family was desperate to foist you off on me? Had I known, I would have negotiated harder during the marriage settlements. Joanna's brows rose as she glanced at him, and Eddie felt her uncertainty concerning his intention. So, curling his lips in extreme dissatisfaction, he added with a put-upon air, "To think your father offered his sister so much to play the chaperone for a few years, but I am to do so for the rest of my life for a pittance. How aggravating." Slowly, the lightness in Joanna's eyes returned, her smile stretching once more. "Is that so?" Eddie lifted his nose and scoffed as he filled his tone with so much mock offence that it couldn't be mistaken for anything serious. "I have an education and a profession, so that would have done me no good. We can afford to let a house with my income, so I have no need for property. But just imagine what I could have gotten from the fellow if I'd been more determined." "Such as?" she asked with a challenging raise of the brow. "An elephant." Joanna laughed and shook her head at him, but Eddie gaped at her. "Do not laugh at me, woman. I have wanted an elephant since I was a boy. I'm certain your father could have procured one from a menagerie if I had pressed the issue." "And where would we keep this pet elephant?" she asked. "In the elephant stables, of course," he replied with a tone of disbelief, as though even a fool ought to have known that. "I would have asked for a massive stable to keep the beast as well, and perhaps a few monkeys." Joanna mirrored his snooty expression and said in a prim tone, "Then you would finally have friends who match your intellect." Gasping like an actress in a melodrama, Eddie held a hand to his chest. But before he could think how to tease her further, he spied the grand entrance of the train station looming ahead of them, the massive Euston Arch reaching to the skies like a Grecian temple of old. In short order, they came to a stop in the carriage yard, and the grooms helped them out. Leaving the servants to manage the luggage, Eddie offered his arm to Joanna and led her under the grand arch that served as the entry to the station. Though their wedding had been organised in haste, he had procured tickets ahead of time, making it unnecessary for them to stop by the booking hall, and though Joanna was eagerly examining all the Grecian architecture and grand columns of the building, he guided her through to the platforms. Sunshine filled the open yard as though fighting to make up for the days of rain that had preceded today. Steam billowed from the engine as soot-covered engineers scurried about the machinery, checking the gears. Though the weather was clear for now, Eddie didn't envy the fellows overseeing its running, or the unfortunate people in the third class, which was little more than open carts. Rain was likely to descend before the day was out. Yet he supposed it was no different than so many who travelled on top of stagecoaches, though with more soot and cinders. With their tickets checked, they were directed toward their carriage, and Eddie was pleased to see it was empty. For now, at least, he sent out a silent prayer that they would be granted this little blessing today. Though the trains were fashioned after the horse-drawn carriages, there was a vast deal of difference between this and the conveyance they'd just exited. With space enough for 6 to sit comfortably, the interior felt far more open, and the seat was far more plush. And if they could avoid taking on other passengers in their carriage, it would be quite perfect indeed. After so much anxiety and action during the past few days, he felt his strength ebbing, and he longed for a quiet few hours to himself. Or rather, themselves, as Joanna would be there too. Helping her up the carriage steps, Eddie paid extra attention to her skirts, ensuring they weren't twisted this time before settling her into the seat. "So, husband of mine," said Joanna with a faint smirk, "what other compensation would you have demanded to shoulder the irksome burden of being my lifelong chaperone?" Drawing in a deep breath, Eddie considered that. "Boxed seats at the Royal Opera House." "You do not live in London," she said, cocking her head to the side with a puzzled frown. "Yes, but I would know that they are mine nonetheless." Joanna gave that a considering hum. "In truth, that may be too little a price. I am quite vexing at times. You ought to have a title. If one knows the right people and has enough money, anyone can achieve a knighthood at the very least. Scoffing, Eddie sneered. I wouldn't settle for anything less than a barony. Not a viscountcy or perhaps an earldom? She asked, her expression pulled into a perfect similitude of seriousness, though her laughing eyes gave the jest away. Giving that all due consideration, Eddie shook his head. As I consider it now, a baronetcy would be preferable to a barony. It may not be as high-ranking as the aristocracy, but one achieves a title and prestige without the aggravation of the House of Lords. And in our isolated corner of Yorkshire, a baronet is as good as a duke. I do rather like the sound of Lady Vaughn, replied Joanna. But would you prefer doctor or sir? With another scoff, Eddie shook his head. My dear lady, why would I choose? I would be Sir Dr. Vaughn, of course. Joanna nodded. Of course. I don't know what I was thinking. But it is a moot point now, Dr. Vaughn. Your opportunity to gouge my father is gone, and you are stuck without a title, box seats, or elephants. Probably for the best, said Eddie with a sigh. I doubt an elephant would cope with Yorkshire winters. Is it very cold? There was an edge of worry to her tone, and he reached for the hand that sat on the armrest between them, curling his own around it. Joanna's gaze fell to their joined limbs, and then travelled up his arm to meet his eyes. There was such contentment in that single look, and Eddie's heart lightened at the sight. Compared to some places, not very, he hedged. What is the coldest place you've visited? Joanna shook her head. I've rarely stepped foot out of London, other than a few trips to Richmond, of course. Eddie held back a grimace and made a note to speak to his mother and sister about getting Joanna to a seamstress to start on a proper winter wardrobe. It is not as cold as it was in my youth, but there will be proper snow on the ground come winter. More than flurries that melt away in a few days. Can we go skating? She asked. If you wish. For all that they'd jested about grand things a moment ago, Joanna seemed utterly content at the thought of such a simple pastime, and Eddie promised himself to take her out as often as she wished when the rivers and lakes froze over. Grinding noises rattled through the carriage, followed quickly by sharp blasts of the train's whistle. Outside, the conductors and porters ushered onlookers back from the edge of the platform as the world began to shuffle past and the train inched forward. The carriage jerked back and forth, jolting forward with each pull from the engine, and though they were moving at a walking pace, Joanna perked up, her gaze swinging to the window. With a quick tug of her ribbons, she pulled off her bonnet and tossed it on the seat opposite, and Eddie took advantage to deposit his hat and gloves as well. No sense in remaining formally attired when there was no one about, and there were several hours of travel to come. Nose fairly pressed against the glass, Joanna watched as they passed out of the train station and along the edge of town. Trees hung over the tracks, and a blast of steam from the chimney knocked several leaves loose, causing them to flutter in the train's wake as the billowing white vapour dissipated into nothing. Joanna's hand squeezed his tight as they approached the edge of town and took to their top speed. The countryside sped by, and though the carriage continued to rock and jerk at times, Eddie couldn't help but appreciate how much smoother it was than the bone-rattling bounce of a carriage. Reaching for their hand luggage, he pulled out the luncheon basket Aunt Christiana had packed them. Are you hungry? Famished, said Joanna, though she didn't turn away from the scenery. I was so anxious this morning that I couldn't eat a bite. Is that why you looked ready to flee when you arrived at the church? Teased Eddie. But Joanna didn't smile at that. With her free hand, she smoothed her skirts, her gaze falling to the swath of blue covering her knees, and Eddie guessed her poor mood had something to do with the only two people who would have been on hand before she arrived at the church. It is a good thing you didn't, he said in a light tone. Else I would have had to chase you down and drag you there like some villain in a Gothic tale. It would have raised eyebrows. Ever so slightly, Joanna straightened as she peeked at him from the corner of her eye. "Is that so?" Pulling back the linen covering the hamper, he nodded. "Would have been terribly embarrassing for me. People would be speculating for months about what I did to make you flee." Try as she might, the lady couldn't fight her smile, and something inside Eddie preened once more at having lightened her spirits, despite the trying day she'd had. The more he learned about her family, the less he liked them. "I doubt that greatly, Edward," she said with a self-deprecating chuckle. Straightening, she turned her attention to him. "But I want you to tell me everything about your family. I am going to meet them tomorrow, and I am desperate to make a good impression." "There is no need to worry," he said, though it was as close to a lie as anything he'd ever said. Not that Eddie anticipated his parents or siblings treating her cruelly. It wasn't in their nature. But the suddenness of their marriage was bound to make them fret more than they usually did when it came to their middle child. "I am not good at winning people over," said Joanna with a frown. "I feel I should tell you that I have travelled many times from London to Yorkshire, yet Aunt Christiana has never given me a basket of food to tide me over," he said, handing her one of the napkins tucked into the side of the feast. "That is not for my benefit, so she must adore you." Joanna levelled an exasperated look at him, which made Eddie smile. The lady had far more fire in her than she was wont to display. "As I met her briefly at the wedding, after she had the hamper prepared, it has nothing to do with me." "Nonsense. The family will be glad that someone has agreed to take me on. No doubt they were all afraid I would be their responsibility for the rest of their days." Turning his attention to the food, Eddie motioned toward it. "What would you like?" Brows rising, Joanna grinned down at the sweets. "Are those Chelsea buns?" The glee with which she spoke answered Eddie's question readily enough, and he offered one to her, though it took some cajoling to get her to accept dessert before a proper luncheon. Before long, they tucked into their food whilst Eddie began to learn all he could about his wife. Chapter 11. London had been Joanna's home for so long that even their country estate in Richmond was a strange and exotic place. It was the site of her birth and her mother's death, but beyond that, she knew little of the place. London held everything and everyone she knew, her friends, her family, and with a few words spoken at the appropriate time and place, she had surrendered it all to follow Edward into places unknown. One might think that abandoning everything one knew and venturing into an unknown corner of the world would be harrowing, terrible even. Yet when she had stepped onto the train that bore her away from everything familiar, she hadn't felt anything more than her usual anxiety. With Edward at her side, she could weather it all. Unfortunately, she didn't know how to manage when he wasn't. The newlyweds had been granted a reprieve in which they were allowed to ignore everything but each other, but that month had sped by like a bird on the wing, and now it was expected that he would return to his work. Entirely understandable. Yet as she peered out at the others seated at the table, her pulse quickened. Sitting to Mrs. Vaughn's right, Joanna stared at Edward's awaiting plate, praying he would arrive soon. She supposed she ought to think of the lady in more familial terms, but mother still felt odd. Regardless, the lady in question was deep in discussion with her eldest son about the finer points of chemistry, and even if Joanna had been inclined to join them, she understood only one word in 3. Meanwhile, her new father sat opposite his wife, his attention fixed on his daughter to his left, and their discussion was far more comprehensible. Though Joanna knew nothing of the people they spoke of, she paid strict attention, hoping to glean something useful for the upcoming party. If only Edward would arrive home. He was always so good at easing her into their conversations, forging a path for her to take. When left to her own devices, Joanna only stumbled and tripped about, which was not the impression she wished to make on his family. Forcing herself not to droop, Joanna tried to remain firm. This was her family now, after all. Yet it had been nearly a month, and she felt no closer to understanding them. Sadie was kind, though she hardly spoke more than a few words at a time to Joanna, but the others were neither unkind nor welcoming. Mother glanced in her direction, and Joanna tried to smile while studying the lady's expression for any sign that the scrutiny now pointed at her was complimentary and not condemning. It was so difficult to say. Holding her knife and fork, Joanna stared at her plate, cutting the ham with precision before adding several broad beans atop it. She lifted it to her mouth, careful not to make a face as she forced the legume in, mashing it together with the ham. No matter how quickly she chewed or how much she drank afterward, Joanna couldn't erase the wretched texture or flavour from her tongue. "Is something amiss?" asked Mother as her eyes, which were the match of Edward's, turned to her daughter-in-law. Joanna's fork slipped from her hold, clattering against the china, and she straightened as that telltale redness crept across her skin. Telling the truth was not a bad thing, was it? Yet how could she admit that legumes of any sort were amongst the foulest things in creation? Since they had come into season, the family had included them in most meals, so clearly it was a favourite of theirs. Adopting a smile, she said, "Not at all. Mrs. Thomas has a way with ham. Very delicious." "That she does," said Father, taking a bite of his own before reaching for his drink. But his hand bumped the glass, sending the contents flying as it clattered to the table. Dabbing the mess with his napkin, he muttered, "Apologies." "Peace, dearest," said Mother as she came to his side to help. "Tablecloths are meant to be stained, do not fret." Letting out a heavy sigh, the gentleman attacked the stain with determination and set Sadie's glass tipping precariously. Father threw down his napkin and sank into his seat with a scowl, though it faded away when he turned his gaze to his daughter. "Did it get you?" "No, Papa," she said, helping her mother as they mopped up the mess. "No harm done." Then his eyes landed on Joanna, and she shook her head as well. Between the napkins and the tablecloth, the drink was mopped up in a trice, though a great brown stain marred the white linen. Father's expression shifted, the anger pulling at his lips eased, and his gaze saddened as he stared at the mess. Mother squeezed his shoulder, and his hand rose to hold it fast before she drifted back to her seat and meal. Settling her hands in her lap, the lady leaned forward and asked her daughter-in-law, "Do you know when Eddie will return home? I know he is always late, but I had thought he intended to join us for the May Day ball." Frowning to herself, Joanna wondered at that. "I know he paid a call on a few people this afternoon. He likely got caught up in some business, else he would be here." "His father could have used his assistance this afternoon," said Mother with a sigh. Father set down his cutlery and frowned at his wife, though the expression was more exasperated than angry. "I managed fine. Only you thought I required assistance." Joanna's breath caught as she glanced between the pair, the tension in her muscles coming without thinking. In all the time she had spent with the Vaughns, she had never heard either husband or wife speak unkindly to the other. Yet there was a first time for everything. Mother's shoulders loosened, her eyes holding fast to her husband's as the pair held a silent conversation, and the faint teasing turned into something far more meaningful. Then every one of Joanna's muscles tightened as Mother returned her attention to her daughter-in-law. "I love my son dearly, but he has a bit too much of his uncle's lackadaisical attitude," she said with another sigh. "No doubt he has lost all track of time." Joanna fought back a frown, as that did not sound at all like the Edward she knew. The gentleman certainly enjoyed a jest and would go to his grave teasing the Grim Reaper, but she had seen nothing to indicate that he shirked his responsibilities or treated his duties flippantly. Her conscience needled her, demanding she speak out in his defence. But what if that caused a fracture between her and her mother-in-law? It had been clear from the beginning that Violet Vaughn was a confident, commanding sort of person. From her impressive height, which exceeded that of many gentlemen, to her determined nature, Mother was not the sort of lady who demurred to others' opinions, and Joanna knew all too well how little such people appreciated being contradicted. If Joanna hoped for better relations than she boasted with her own kin, she ought to do better at holding her tongue. Mother's brows furrowed, and she seemed to be waiting for some sort of response, though the lady's words had been a statement and not a question, and Joanna had no idea what helpful thing she could say. But Mother accepted the silence and returned her attention to her son as they discussed the goings-on of the apothecary shop. And Joanna was able to breathe again. This wouldn't do. How was she to ever find her place amongst these people if she never deigned to speak? There must be something she could ask or say that might encourage the others to include her. It wasn't as though they were ignoring her on purpose. Joanna simply didn't have a place in the conversations. Clearing her throat, she scoured her thoughts for anything she might say. Cobbling together several possible statements, she weighed each, considering how it was likely to be received and what conversations it may spark. Something that showed she was intelligent but would not throw her into a discussion in which she couldn't carry her part. When Mother and Gregory paused long enough to allow an interruption, she leapt into the fray. The dining room door swung open and Edward swept into the room, leaving Joanna to let out a silent, "Thank heavens." "My apologies," he said, rushing over to his seat at the table. "Mr. Parsons was feeling poorly and asked that I call on him. His gout is acting up." Mother huffed. "That man doesn't have a lick of gout, and you know that." "He thinks he does, which is all that matters," replied Edward. But at that, his mother stiffened, her eyes widening as she stared at her middle child. "Eddie," she began, but Father spoke over her, nodding toward the door. "You'd best go get dressed for the evening, else we'll depart with your bride and leave you here alone." Snatching a bread roll from the pile, Edward sent Joanna a wink and scurried out of the dining room, and Mother turned worried eyes to her husband. "He is paying professional visits to people who are not sick, Arthur." "I know, my love," he said before motioning to the others, "but we should discuss this in private." The lady nodded, and silence descended as Joanna shifted in her seat and picked at her food. Chapter 12. Life was an odd thing. It carried on in the same fashion for months and years on end, yet when that path altered, the change was never a mere deviation but a complete redirection, leaving little of the former life intact. And as startling as such shifts could be, it was remarkable how quickly one adapted to a new state of being. 4 weeks ago, entering a gathering with a lady on his arm would have been a startling occurrence. Yet now, Eddie strode into the market hall with Joanna at his side, feeling entirely at ease. Great wooden beams crisscrossed the ceiling like a grand cathedral of wood, and each was festooned with flowers and the trappings of spring. Through the great windows on the far side, the maypole was on display, all wrapped in ribbons and bedecked with blossoms, and just inside the great expanse of glass sat the May Queen upon a throne of woven willow branches, a wreath of blossoms atop her head. Lanterns swayed gently from iron hooks, casting a soft golden light across the stone floor of the market hall, which had been swept clean for the night's revelry. Shadows flickered in the corners where the lanterns didn't reach, but the centre of the hall was alight with motion and warmth. The air smelled of fresh greenery, its sweet, sharp fragrance mingling with the faint, earthy scent of the market that had filled the space earlier in the day. Laughter and conversation echoed off the walls, filling the hall with a joyous energy that made the very air hum with life. The band struck up a lively tune, the sound of fiddles and flutes sharp and crisp, punctuated by the rhythmic thud of heels on stone as dancers twirled in the makeshift ballroom. The great wooden door stood open, allowing the crisp spring air to cool the gathering. "This is lovely," said Joanna, glancing around him to see Mother and Father. "Positively delightful. I haven't been to many May Day celebrations, and the whole day has been magnificent. I cannot imagine a better day or a better dance. I simply love to dance, don't you?" But she didn't pause long enough to allow the others to answer before adding, "I do hope they will have a polka or two. I absolutely adore the polka. And the gallopade, of course. But then, I enjoy any dancing to be had." Eddie held back a wince and prayed Joanna would stop, but her lips continued to babble about the gathering and the evening's entertainments, speaking so fast that it was a miracle her tongue didn't tangle. He tried to squeeze her arm to reassure her, but Joanna was already clinging so tight that she was practically fused to him and couldn't feel the difference. Father's brows rose the slightest bit as Mother glanced at Eddie from the corner of her eye, but dear Sadie seemed genuinely interested, nodding at all the appropriate times. When Joanna paused long enough for anyone else to speak, they gave their farewells, dispersing into the various corners of the gathering and leaving Eddie and his wife to themselves. "I cannot feel my fingers, Joanna," he whispered. With an apologetic wince, she released his arm, but Eddie tucked it right back into place. "I only meant you needn't squeeze it so. They shan't eat you alive." "This is our first public appearance as husband and wife," she whispered back, her brows twisting together. "This will establish our place in Thornsby for some time to come." "It isn't as though we've been hiding," he chuckled. "We've attended church and met most of the parish." "That is not the same." Pausing just inside the door, Eddie turned to face her. "Do not work yourself into a dither, Joanna. You are quite charming, and I am certain you will win them over." Joanna let out a sigh, her shoulders falling. "Like I have won over your family. Gregory has hardly said a word to me. Gregory is a grump, and he hardly speaks to anyone but Mother. Speaking of which, she looks at me like I am a particularly odd specimen of insect, and your father is kind but quiet. Sadie seems to enjoy my company, though it is difficult to tell." Joanna's brows furrowed as she laid bare all she had tried to do and all she wished to do to win their approval, and though her fretting was entirely unnecessary, Eddie couldn't help smiling to himself because of her determination. This wasn't some whim, but a bone-deep desire to bind herself to the people he loved most in the world. And having seen others marry and the family clashes that often ensued, it warmed his heart that Joanna yearned to gain their good opinion. "Firstly," he said, jumping in when granted the opportunity, "my family are all quiet sorts. I am the aberration." "Where did you come from?" she said with an exasperated huff. Eddie chuckled. "You haven't met Uncle Isaac. Mother often says he and I are more like siblings than the two of them. But my point is that my family isn't unkind or cold. They are simply soft-spoken, unless you wish to talk about medicine. Otherwise, they keep mostly to themselves." Drawing in a deep breath, Joanna calmed. A little. "And secondly," he continued, "they like you well enough. You are just trying too hard to please them." "Is this where you tell me that being true to myself will gain me their admiration and affection?" she mumbled. Eddie shrugged. "I had intended to say it in a much more dashing manner that was bound to make you swoon, but that was the general meaning of my message." Levelling a hard look at him, she sighed. "I am nearly 28, Edward. I have a wealth of experience ingratiating myself, or attempting to at any rate, and I can say without fail that my skills are abysmal. I had hoped by now that your family and I would be great friends, but I feel I am forever misstepping. It is difficult enough to face Thornsby without that worry lingering over my head. I am fretting enough about tonight." "What about tonight?" he asked with a frown. "I grant you that settling in a strange place and making new friends and acquaintances can be harrowing, but what is the worst that can happen?" Joanna's expression slackened. her eyes widening as she stared at him as though he were the greatest of dunces to even think such a thing, let alone voice such a question. "I could call a lady by the wrong name and offend her," she said, "or tread on my dress and tear a hem, or spill a drink on my bodice and be stained for the rest of the evening. Then everyone will just think of me as that dishevelled and unkempt lady from the May Day party." Drawing in a deep breath, Joanna rattled off a dozen more ways in which she could ruin the evening, and Eddie's eyes widened as the words came faster, spilling forth like water from a broken dam. He didn't know how she managed to say so much in a single breath, but those fears flowed out of her. "I could make a fool of myself and be labelled the odd wife of Dr. Vaughn, which would reflect poorly on you, which would damage your reputation and make people think twice before engaging your services, which would impact our income and threaten our livelihood. Everything you've built would crumble, and I would be the cause of it." One more sharp breath, and she added, "And if that isn't enough, I haven't a friend here, and I may be relegated to standing on the side of the gathering all alone. And I know everyone else is going to be asked to dance, and I will be left without a partner, because you are the only gentleman who ever asked me of his own free will, and you cannot do so now because it isn't polite for a husband and wife to dance together, which is just the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard." Heaving, Joanna paused, her eyes finally focusing on him as though just realising how much she had said. Cheeks colouring crimson, she swallowed. "And now I have frightened you, haven't I?" Eddie tried to soften his expression, but there was no point denying the truth at this juncture. Joanna had seen the terror in his eyes, and placating her would only bruise her trust. Humming to himself, he considered how to answer. "I will admit that I hadn't anticipated such a thorough and creative answer," he said slowly. Shaking free of that surprise, Eddie winced. "You do realise that even if all that were to happen, you wouldn't be destroying what I built? Thornsby has only one family who sees to their medical needs, and even if all your dire predictions came true, it wouldn't impact my profession in the slightest." "I know most of my fears are irrational, so rationalising them away doesn't help a bit," she said, her shoulders falling. "I do not want to cause you or the family trouble, and though I hope that my life will be different here than it was in London, I know too well how—" She swallowed. "How rarely people enjoy me. I try so hard to ingratiate myself, but it never seems to work." Eddie's brows rose of their own accord. He recognised the opportunity before him, yet that awareness offered no clear solution for broaching such a delicate subject. For a long moment, he pondered it before tiptoeing into dangerous waters. "Perhaps that is the trouble. You try so hard to make yourself agreeable, and you are charming when you are more composed. I like you far better when you are comfortable and being your true self." Joanna stiffened. "You do not like me at times?" "That isn't what I said." "No, you said that I am off-putting when I am discomposed." Eddie scoffed. He couldn't help it. The great leaps in her thoughts and the ability she had to connect the unconnected through twisted words was incomprehensible. But when she visibly bristled at the sound, he rushed to salvage the situation before it spun out of control. As Joanna had proven a moment ago, her mind was quite quick at taking a difficult situation and making it far worse. Hang it all. "Do not put words in my mouth, Joanna. That isn't what I said, nor what I meant." Placing his hands on her arms, Eddie held her gaze, though he didn't know what to say that mightn't be interpreted poorly. In the past few weeks, he'd learned to be cautious when she was in such a mood, and the thought of managing her once more bore down on him. It wasn't unbearable as much as it was fatiguing. It was as though Joanna viewed the world through a warped lens, giving her a skewed vision of reality, and any effort to correct her sight was batted away. But as quickly as that thought came, Eddie swept it away. Was it any wonder that she was out of sorts? Entering into a forced marriage would be unsettling enough, but she was trapped in a new home and family, far from anyone who called her friend. And as it was Eddie's fault, it was his duty to help her through it. He had chosen this after all, and moping wasn't going to help matters. Something in Edward's expression shifted. It was a faint little twitch at the corner of his lips that always accompanied a jest. It was an old friend of Joanna's, and though she wasn't entirely in the mood for teasing, a happy little flutter in her chest testified that she eagerly awaited what was to come. Edward always knew how to pull her from her doldrums, and she needed that so very much. "I don't know if I will ever forgive you for that affront on my honour," he said, lifting his nose with a prim little sniff. "And what affront is that?" she dutifully asked. "That you claim not to have a single friend in the company." Placing a dramatic hand to his chest, Edward gazed at her plaintively, looking as though genuine tears might spring forth. "My dear lady, surely you count me amongst your friends. As such, do you think I could abandon you to the hordes when you are so certain they will tear you to shreds? I couldn't bear it." Lips pinching together, Joanna tried not to laugh. "And risk looking like a lovesick fool who lives in his wife's pocket?" "Is there any better place to be?" he asked with a waggle of his brows. "And though I am certain there are others who would enjoy standing up with you, I promise we shall dance every set if you wish." Joanna's brows jerked upward in earnest. "We cannot do that. What will people say?" The jester dropped from his expression, and Edward dismissed the question with a wave of the hand. "What does it matter if they think us rude for ignoring the other guests and keeping our own company? Besides, people expect a little lovesick ridiculousness from the newly married, so why not use that to our advantage? If nothing else, it ought to be compensation for the litany of innuendos we've suffered. Every word of congratulations is followed by at least one." Cheeks heating, Joanna looked around at the gathering as though they had overheard Edward's heresy. One did not spend the evening with a spouse. One was expected to mingle with others. To do otherwise was the height of rudeness. Yet before she could mount any protest, Edward had her by the hand, dragging her toward the dancers. Chapter 13. A polka was well underway, but Edward leapt into the fray without hesitation. Snaking his arm around her waist, he spun her into the dancers, taking the hopping steps with abandon. Unlike some of the simpler versions, the choreography shifted frequently. Joanna knew it well and followed as was required, but Edward cast several glances at the other gentlemen, trying to match their steps. "You don't know this one?" she breathed. But rather than look chagrined, the fellow merely shrugged and carried on, appearing as though afflicted by St. Vitus's dance. Joanna tried to whisper the steps to him, but they were intricate enough that it was a challenge to do so whilst completing her part. And matters weren't helped when the gentleman in question kept winking at her like a scoundrel. With overdone movements, he guided her across the floor, and when her cheeks started to heat, Edward leaned close as they turned. "Let go, Joanna. Enjoy yourself." With that, he spun her about, and when his hand landed at her waist, his fingers reached for the ticklish spot beneath her ribs. Between his evening gloves and her corset protecting her, Joanna was in no real danger of him catching that tender spot, but just the thought of his hands there was enough to make her sputter a laugh. "Don't you dare!" she hissed when he was close enough to scold. But Edward merely winked again and spent more time attempting to touch her weak spot than heeding his steps. And when Joanna turned to spin away, his fingertips brushed at the base of her neck, sending a skittering of gooseflesh across her skin. The rascal! But the more he teased and twitted her, the less attention she had to give the others, and soon she was attempting to retaliate. Unfortunately for her, Edward knew no shame and was not so easily unsettled, but that was simply part of the game. Joanna didn't understand how he managed it, but that carefree spirit seeped into her, loosening her muscles and banishing the blush of embarrassment from her cheeks, though the one born of exertion and laughter remained. And before she knew it, she embraced the ridiculousness of the moment. When the music finally faded and the dancers applauded, she noticed several pairs of eyes fixed on them, yet she hadn't the space in her heart to wonder whether they were laughing at her or alongside her. Despite having spent so much time with him of late, Joanna had never imagined just how delightful a party could be with Edward by her side. With such a hurried engagement and no proper courtship to speak of, they had never been granted this opportunity before, and it was perfect. Edward didn't hesitate to lead her into another dance, introducing her to the couples around them, but otherwise keeping the whole of her attention for himself, as though he couldn't bear to see it stray. Joanna's steps grew lighter with each passing minute, and though her lungs and legs longed for a moment's reprieve, she followed him about the floor with all the vigour she could muster, losing herself in the light and laughter he exuded. Clapping with the others as the music ended, Joanna quickly took Edward's arm, leaning into him and sharing a smile as they savoured the brief respite. "Enough," she said with heaving breaths. "You are going to dance me into an early grave." "Not the worst of deaths," he added with another rascally waggle of his brows. But before Joanna could think of a witty reply, though she was certain to fall short of the high bar her husband set, a timid touch to her shoulder had her turning around to find Sadie standing there. The young lady's gaze darted around as she tugged and smoothed her evening gloves. With a beaming grin, Edward greeted his sister as though they'd been apart for weeks and not hours. "And how are you enjoying yourself, dear sister of mine?" Sadie's shoulders loosened at her brother's warm greeting, though there was a stiffness to her movements that remained as she cleared her throat. "I wondered—" Sadie's words were so quiet that Joanna struggled to hear them over the noise of the party. Drawing herself up, the young lady gathered her strength before forcing the words free. "I was thinking I might introduce you to my friends." Joanna's heart lightened, and it brightened her expression as she nodded. "That would be wonderful, Sadie. I would love to meet them." "If my lady wills it, so shall it be," said Edward with a solemn tone. "Let us see these friends of whom you speak." That stripped away the last of Sadie's reserves, and sighing, as only a sister can, at her brother's antics, she scowled at him. "Not you, you goose! You have already monopolized all her time, and we do not want you hanging about when the ladies are trying to talk." But Edward refused to leave, even when his sister shoved at him, and remained where he was as he met Joanna's eyes. His brows rose in question, asking what she wished without speaking. Joanna didn't think it was possible for her to feel more for this man, but her heart burned at that kindness. Giving him a reassuring nod, she allowed Sadie to drag her away. But not before he leaned close to whisper in her ear, "If you require rescue, just look at me and scratch your nose. I'll take that as a sign and come post-haste." Sighing to herself, Joanna felt her smile fill her face as she floated alongside Sadie. Nerves tried to surge to the forefront again, but she clung to the contentment Edward had granted her, holding fast with both hands as Sadie led her along. For all that Dr. Eddie Vaughn had 29 years to his credit, he felt like a young mother hen watching her chick venture from the nest as he tracked Joanna's progress across the market hall. Holding fast to hope, he prayed his efforts had calmed her enough to manage, though he wasn't certain that was possible, considering the massive tangle of fears she'd laid at his feet earlier. Watching for the slightest sign of an itchy nose, Eddie wandered the gathering, nodding and smiling as he greeted the others. As he had said, this wasn't their first true foray into society, so most had already given their congratulations, leaving him free to lurk if he wished to. And though he preferred to wade back into the merriment, his eyes followed Joanna closely as she engaged with Sadie's friends. A silent petition turned heavenward as he watched, begging her to remain at ease. Eddie may have worded it poorly, But he'd spoken the truth before. Joanna was thoroughly enjoyable when she relaxed enough to be her genuine self, but in the grip of her nerves and fears, she was exhausting. Joanna's smile broadened, and Eddie hid a wince at the sharp edge to it. Despite her calm just a moment ago, that over-eager expression returned to her face, displaying desperation in every inch. And though he couldn't overhear them from this distance, with all the music and noise hanging in the air around him, he recognized the signs of the brittle laugh she always employed when pretending something was amusing. Confound it, the lady was such a fretful creature. "Are we interrupting?" asked Father, a hint of a laugh to his tone. Glancing toward the gentleman, Eddie sighed. "Not at all." "How was Mr. Parsons?" "As well as ever," replied Eddie with a half-smile. "Convinced his gout has returned, and his kidneys are diseased, though I think that is merely another bout of stones." Father gave that a considering hum as his eyes travelled the gathering. "Your mother is concerned about how much time you are spending on him." "As she has told me," replied Eddie, tucking his hands behind him. Drawing in a deep breath, he steeled himself and hurried to add, "It isn't as though I suffer a shortage of time." "If you need more work to do, I'm certain Gregory would welcome the assistance," replied Father. "He has clerks managing most of the apothecary shop, and you know how much Mother enjoys producing medicines when they require more hands. I don't want to take that away from her." With the subject already broached, there was no reason not to venture further, so Eddie hurried to add, "I would love the opportunity to take on more patients. Heaven knows you've worked hard for so many years, and you've earned a rest." "I am not old," said Father with a hardness to his tone that had Eddie's brows rising. "I wasn't suggesting anything of the sort. I am still capable," he added. Eddie nodded, glancing at the lined face that was still far younger looking than his 65 years. "I didn't say you weren't." "There you are," called Mother, striding over with 2 cups of punch and handing one to her husband before giving her son a buss on the cheek. "Eddie, I feel as though we haven't seen you properly since you returned from London." "We live under the same roof, Mother. I see you almost daily." "And soon we will not even have that," replied Mother with a sigh. "Do you not want Joanna and me to leave?" asked Eddie with a frown. "You were the ones to press the issue." "Yes, yes," she said, waving his question away. "It's good for you and your wife to have a home of your own, and I am eager to see you two establish yourselves, but I am sad to see you go." Your wife. Despite having heard people say such things for the past month, it still felt odd in his ears. Casting a glance at his parents, he furrowed his brow. "Why aren't you at the card tables? You were looking forward to playing." Mother slid her free arm through Father's and patted it. "We wanted to walk about." Yet that provided no more answer to the mystery. Arthur and Violet Vaughn were as close as any 2 hearts could be, but as much as he had assured Joanna, it would be remarked upon if a married pair chose each other's company over the other guests, and Mother and Father weren't ones to insist on remaining together when they had all other days to enjoy each other's company. Father huffed, his eyes turning toward the crowd, lids narrowing as his gaze pointed in the same direction as Eddie, and Mother whispered something in Father's ear. "What was that?" asked Eddie, but the gentleman waved it away. "And what were you two discussing?" asked Mother, glancing between the pair. It looked very serious. "Mr. Parsons," said Father. Mother sighed, levelling a pleading look at her son. "You shouldn't indulge his fantasies. It isn't good practice to make people believe they are sicker than they are, Eddie." "That is not what I am doing, Mother. He fancies himself ill, and it brings him and his wife comfort to have me examine him. I charge them a fraction of what I ought, so what does it matter? And when he insists on medicines, isn't it better to give him sugar pills than allow him to dose himself with whatever herbs and crackpot cure-alls he gets his hands on?" A hesitant part of him longed to point out that the simplest solution to their concerns would be for Father to relinquish more responsibilities, leaving Eddie no time to indulge Mr. Parsons' fantasies. But he wouldn't risk provoking Father's ire again. Clearly, the gentleman had no intention of surrendering control of his practice, and pressing the issue would only invite trouble. "I suppose you are right," she replied with a frown, her lips pinching together in that familiar manner she always employed when studying her middle-born child. Eddie could practically hear the worries whirling about her head. Tugging at his cuffs, he shifted in place. In a distracted tone, Mother said, "Your Joanna is a sweet girl." "That she is," replied Eddie with a smile. "I am so proud of how good a husband you are to her," she added. "So attentive and kind." Eddie straightened. "Thank you." Turning her gaze back to the lady in question, she added with a furrowed brow, "Though she is a bit tightly wound." Huffing, Eddie nodded. "That she is. She is desperate to secure your good opinion." "I don't know why she is so anxious," said Mother with raised brows. "Am I that terrifying? Whenever I speak to her, I fear I only fluster her further. She speaks either little or volumes." Eddie considered what he knew of his wife, weighing what was private, and thus not to be disclosed, against what might help his mother forge a stronger bond with her. "Joanna tends to fear the worst," he said, choosing his words carefully. "But with time and encouragement, she calms. She is simply skittish." Father gave that a considering hum, and Mother studied her daughter-in-law from afar. "She certainly isn't who I imagined you marrying," she said. "Is that terrible?" asked Eddie with a frown. Mother shook her head, turning her gaze to her son. "Not at all. I suppose you just remind me so much of Isaac, especially with this secret courtship and all, that I anticipated you finding someone like Lilibet." Blinking, Eddie swiftly dismissed the thought of marrying anyone remotely like Aunt Lilibet, who, though sweet enough, was rather a silly creature, and a chill settled in his stomach. Uncle Franklin had been true to his word and hadn't written to Father about what had prompted Eddie's marriage, leaving him the choice of what to reveal. When they'd first returned home, the path had seemed clear. For both his and Joanna's sake, deception had appeared the best course. Yet every time his parents unwittingly tiptoed near the truth, his chest tightened. If he admitted the marriage had come about by mistake, it would only confirm Mother's belief that he was nothing more than a careless Uncle Isaac. His parents would neither disown nor despise him for it, yet to see another flash of disappointment in his mother's gaze, the very thought weighed upon him like a great boulder. Besides, the truth might alter their opinion of Joanna, who was still struggling to find her footing amongst his family. Maintaining the lie was the wiser course. That furrow of her brow deepened as Mother continued. "All those months, Isaac was sneaking away to court Lilibet and then surprised us by announcing he was engaged. Ours wasn't a secret courtship," Eddie blurted, his throat tightening whilst he dragged out the excuse they'd used since the moment they'd decided on this course of action. "As I have told you, it was simply speedy as we already knew one another, and we didn't wish to be separated for a long engagement." "Yes, but you never mentioned her before," said Mother with a frown. But Father saved him from answering by saying with a smirk, "And we all know that young men always tell their mothers about their sweethearts." Sighing, Mother nodded. "I suppose so. This is my first child to marry, and the whole thing was such a surprise." Nodding, Eddie tucked his hands behind him. "Yes, it was a bit surprising for us all. But will you please excuse me? I may be an old married man, but I am still expected to stand up a few times with the ladies of Thornsby." Then, gesturing toward the dancing, he asked his father, "Care to join me?" Father shifted, and Mother's hold on his arm tightened, making Eddie's brows furrow as the gentleman cleared his throat. "I fear I am not up to it tonight. Do double duty for me." Eddie stared at the man. "Are you certain?" Of course," said Father with a strained smile that did nothing to ease Eddie's confusion. But before he could question Father further, Mother bundled the fellow off. Chapter 14. "I would love to see London one day," said Miss Norman with a grand sigh. Turning to her sister, she took the lady by the arm. "You must help me convince Mother and Father to allow me a visit, and I will help you convince your husband as well, and we shall all go together and make a merry party of it." "There will be no need to convince my husband," said Mrs. Selkirk with a triumphant smile. "He will grant me anything I wish, and if Mrs. Vaughn accompanies us, then none of them has any reason to deny us." Miss Norman nodded vigorously, turning her gaze to Joanna. "I'm certain your father will allow us to stay with him." Hardly able to keep up with the conversation's rapid pace, it took Joanna a moment to realize what they were asking. They wanted to travel with her. "Of course," she finally said. "I could take you to the theatre and the parks, and visit the ground markets as well." Miss Norman clapped her hands as Mrs. Selkirk sidled up to Joanna, casting a look at Sadie. "You were right. I adore your sister-in-law." That made them all smile, and Joanna forced herself not to grin like a maniac. The ladies were all so welcoming that she felt like pinching herself. "But enough of that. We can discuss our grand plans for the future later," said Miss Norman, snapping open her fan to bat at her face. "We have much more important things that require our attention. I do not know what I am to wear for my outing tomorrow with a certain gentleman." Sadie's eyes widened and she gasped. "Mr. Oliver?" Miss Norman paused, waving her fan about as she hemmed. "No, I fear it is time for me to abandon those hopes, and he is nothing compared with Mr. Rawson." "Tell us all," said Joanna, but her attention was split between Miss Norman's answer and Sadie's expression. Something inside the latter lady seemed to shrink before Joanna's very eyes. Miss Norman babbled on, and a flash of something dark and painful sparked in Sadie's gaze before she locked it away tight. When Miss Norman paused, she glanced in Sadie's direction and gave her friend a playful poke of her fan. Lowering her voice, she whispered, "The gentleman was very insistent, and I would have said no for your sake, but I know you wouldn't begrudge me my good fortune." "Of course not," said Sadie, her shoulders rigid as she turned a kind smile on her friend. "I want nothing but your happiness, and I cannot take it to heart that he—" Shaking that off, Sadie drew in a deep breath and waved it away. "I am happy for you, Betsy. Of course I am." Mrs. Selkirk straightened with a gasp and turned to her sister. "You should wear your green gown, and you know what would look perfect with it, Sadie's coral necklace." That statement was met with yet another gasp, and Miss Norman turned to their friend. "Oh, please, will you lend it to me? The length and colour are perfect, and I haven't anything that will suit the occasion." Sadie's mouth opened as she glanced between the sisters, hesitating just long enough to make her feelings known. "It is my favourite. My father gave it to me on my 16th birthday." "Are you afraid she will lose it?" asked Mrs. Selkirk, gaping. "I assure you, Betsy will take good care of your bauble." "Absolutely," said Miss Norman with a vigorous nod. "I promise." "Yes, of course," said Sadie, though the tremulous tone in her voice made Joanna wish to step between the trio. Perhaps this was simply their way. Joanna didn't know any of the ladies well enough to insert herself into the situation, but she couldn't shake the feeling that Sadie needed rescuing. From her friends? The sisters seemed kind enough, and it was clear from their conversation that they prized their relationship with Sadie, yet Joanna found herself watching her sister-in-law carefully, searching for signs of distress. "It must be lovely to be married," said Miss Norman with a sigh. "I hope Mr. Rawson doesn't drag his feet. I will simply die if I am not married soon." Mrs. Selkirk nodded, a delicate shudder running through her. Mr. Selkirk wanted a longer courtship, but I couldn't bear the thought of being unmarried at 26. I would have died of embarrassment." Glancing towards Sadie and Joanna, the lady rushed to add, "Not that you two have any reason to feel that way. I know I am far too caught up in what people think of me, and you two simply do as you wish, devil may care." "Nonsense, Valerie," said Sadie with a shake of her head. "You are not vain, and I won't allow you to speak of yourself in such a manner." Joanna rushed to add, "You both are dears." Mrs. Selkirk nodded in acceptance, and then turned her gaze to the new Mrs. Vaughn studying her. "Your coiffure is lovely. I haven't seen a hairstyle like that in a very long time." Reaching for it, Joanna brushed a gentle touch to the swept-back locks. "I fear modern styles don't suit my hair and face shape." "I think it suits you beautifully," said Sadie. "Oh, certainly," added Miss Norman with a nod. "What does it matter if others think it old-fashioned? Dress to please yourself." Though the young lady spoke in a manner that was both gracious and complimentary, there was a hint of something beneath the sweet exterior that Joanna recognized all too readily, and she couldn't fight the heat creeping across her skin, though it was not enough to make her look an utter fright. Before she could think what to say or do, the two sisters locked arms with Sadie and Joanna, and the four wove their way through the crowd, nodding at others and introducing the newcomer to Thornsby. Brushing off the previous discomfort, Joanna embraced the obvious welcome into their social circle, her heart settling as they navigated the crowd. Then she spied Edward dancing. Although ignoring her companions was the height of rudeness, Joanna couldn't help watching her husband move about the mazurka. It was clear he knew the steps better than their polka, though she preferred the latter to the former. There was more to a perfect partner than simply knowing the proper steps, and Joanna treasured the joyful moment they'd shared. It was perhaps the first and only time she hadn't felt uneasy whilst on display. Giving her companions enough attention to keep from being unutterably boorish, Joanna watched him flitting through the lively steps and appreciated far more than his mere prowess on the dance floor. Edward was a combination of strength and grace, moving around the other dancers with a confidence that she longed to capture for herself. Her husband. The partners parted, with the ladies moving in one direction as the gentlemen spun them down the line, and when Edward's companion drifted away, Joanna saw his eyes lingering on the lady's figure, perusing the length of her as a smile lifted the corner of his lips. For a long moment, Joanna clung to the lies swirling through her mind, refusing to accept what her eyes so plainly beheld. Edward was merely being attentive, nothing more. Or perhaps he was simply admiring the cut of the lady's gown, for it truly was splendid. But the action, however subtle, dragged out as he leered. Joanna had seen such expressions before and knew their meaning well enough, and no matter how she tried to trick herself, she couldn't dismiss the unadulterated appreciation and desire in that quick rake of his eyes. And it pierced her heart. With a few quick steps, Eddie moved back to his place in the dance, arriving before his partner as he took her into his arms. Together they spun in a circle, the slight hop-skip of the steps adding a liveliness to the slow rotation, and when Miss Longville turned a saucy smile on him, Eddie returned it in kind. "I forgot how fine a dancer you are, Dr. Vaughn," she said. "You speak as though we haven't danced in an age," he replied with a laugh. "You've been gone for weeks, and the last dance we both attended was a long while before that," she replied with an arched brow. "I think that qualifies as an age." Miss Longville glanced at the passing dancers, which lengthened her neck in a lovely sweep of a line, and when they parted once more, Eddie's eyes lingered on the line of her waist. With skirts growing fuller each year, it was impossible to see a lady's figure properly, but Miss Longville displayed what she could to perfection. Eddie's head turned to look at the ladies pirouetting in a line as the gentleman helped them along, and he spied Joanna's blue eyes staring at him, her light brows twisting as a flash of pain sparked in her eyes before she jerked her gaze away. The devil take him! The cloth around his neck tightened, and though his hands were encased in gloves, he wiped them on his trousers as the blasted things grew clammy. One of the gentlemen nudged him, and Eddie hurried to return to his place in the dance, taking hold of Miss Longville once more and giving her a cursory smile as his eyes darted back to where his wife stood. But Joanna refused to meet his gaze. "Is something amiss?" asked his partner, and Eddie forced a smile and shook his head, babbling apologies to her whilst holding her stiffly apart from him. Forcing blinders upon his eyes, he looked at Miss Longville enough that she wouldn't feel slighted, but he refused to allow his gaze to linger. For goodness sake, what had he just done? In all honesty, Eddie could hardly believe he'd been ogling a lady at all, let alone so publicly. His hands squirmed in the lady's hold, feeling as though he needed to take off the gloves and rub them down with a bit of linen. Surely he wouldn't sweat through the fabric. "What is the matter, Dr. Vaughn?" prodded Miss Longville. "I apologize. I am just a little discomposed. It is not your fault in the slightest," he said, and though the young lady seemed to accept it, Eddie felt the weight of another bruised heart resting on his conscience. The only saving grace was knowing that the leering had been entirely unintentional and merely a byproduct of old habits. Yet knowing that his marriage had slipped his mind only compounded his guilt. How had he forgotten about Joanna? One could argue that the marriage was so new that it was an easy mistake to make, but that didn't ease his conscience, especially when his wife's pain was so obvious and raw. As soon as the dance was over, Eddie did his duty by his partner, depositing her with her friends before bidding her farewell, though he was certain the parting was more rushed and cold than the lady deserved. Weaving through the crowd, he arrived at Joanna's side, though he didn't know what to say or do. "Good evening," he said, adopting a light tone and a smile, one she did not return. Or rather, her lips lifted mechanically, but her eyes remained pained. The other ladies offered their greetings, and while he spared a moment to acknowledge them, primarily his sister, his focus remained on Joanna. What apology could he offer? Ought he to admit that he had been flirting with another woman? Even an inexperienced husband recognized that was a terrible idea, yet Eddie felt he ought to apologize in some fashion, and he didn't know how to do so without admitting to the offense. "I was thinking of standing up again," he said, nodding toward the gathering dancers. Turning his gaze on his wife, he added in a quiet voice, "I would love nothing more than to dance with you." "My thanks, but I do not feel equal to the exertion," she murmured, her gaze never lifting to meet his. Glancing at the other ladies, though he didn't know what he was searching for, Eddie wondered how to salvage the situation, but Joanna offered no clues. He supposed the least he could do was avoid adding to his sins. "Would you mind if I joined you?" he asked. "Do as you wish," was the only reply he received, and, poor though it may be, Eddie accepted it, offering his arm to Joanna, who hesitated a moment before taking it. Chapter 15. Hawthorne House was by far the smallest place Joanna had ever called home, and though Papa would deem the parlour cramped, she thought it was delightfully cosy. An intimate space that was warmed by the glow of the morning light, which filtered through the windows and danced over the beams that crossed overhead. The wood bore signs of its age, darkened and weathered by the years, though the plaster covering the stone walls was pristine, making the room feel all the lighter. Outside, the wind stirred the trees, barely audible over the soft hum of female voices and the steady tick of the grandfather clock in the corner. Gathered together, she sat with her new mother and sister as their fingers carefully guided their needles through the linen. Turning her embroidery hoop over, Joanna tied off the stitch and cut the thread with a snip of her scissors before taking up the next colour and rethreading her needle. The evening was perfect, said Sadie, her fingers moving quickly along. Betsy and Valerie adore you, Joanna. You were kind to introduce me. I was certain no one would wish to talk to me, began Joanna, glancing at the others. Mother gazed back, and Joanna tried to discern any sign of distaste or encouragement in the placid expression. The old familiar fear bubbled up, taking hold of her tongue as she began to babble. Not that I expected Thornsby to be unfriendly, she added, but it is just so frightening to start a new life in a new place. I was determined to be brave, but I fear I was quivering like a jelly when we arrived. I do hope I made a good impression. You did beautifully, said Mother. Joanna straightened, her breath catching for a brief moment. I did. Several of the matrons asked me if you might wish to assist with the various fairs and charity events the church organises during the summer months. I assured them you have quite an eye for organisation and decoration. I do. Joanna fought not to blush, but the question slipped out before she could think better of it, both because she hadn't considered it a talent of hers and because her mother-in-law had noticed it. Of course, said Mother with a nod. I was afraid Eddie's bedchamber would be far too small for the pair of you, but you've done wonders with rearranging the furniture, and he certainly wasn't the one to put in those little touches that have made it far more inviting. It was just a few pictures and a vase of flowers. Mother sent Joanna a censorious look that had her snapping her mouth shut. Do not dismiss your gifts, young lady. Glancing over at the other's work, Joanna raised her brows at Sadie's embroidered bouquet. If anyone has a gift, it is you. That is beautiful. I fear I haven't the eye for detail or the patience required to do it justice. Sadie ducked her face away with a smile but shook her head. You are too kind. Before the lady could offer more protests, Joanna held up her scraggly work, and though Sadie was kind enough to remain silent, her eyes widened at the uneven stitches. Mother glanced between the pair, a spark of pleasure in her eyes, and Joanna nearly preened at the clear sign of approval. With a little prodding, Sadie continued to talk about the splendours of the evening, but as much as Joanna yearned to take part, she struggled to see past the look Edward had given Miss Longville. Seeing it firsthand was difficult enough to bear, but the more she considered it, the more she realised why the pain was so acute. Edward never looked at her in that manner. Yes, he was affectionate, and their marriage boasted all the intimacies one expected, yet something was lacking. Something Joanna hadn't realised until she saw it in his face last night. Desire? Passion? Though present in their private moments, those sentiments rarely made themselves known outside their bedchamber, and Edward certainly never looked at her in that fashion, with appreciation, hunger. Not that she expected him to make a spectacle of himself, but all those little touches and tokens common amongst the newly married were conspicuously absent between her and her husband. Joanna? Jerking her from her thoughts, she turned to find Mother now seated beside her on the sofa, her brows pulled tight together as Sadie pretended to be occupied with her work. Though she cast several covert glances in their direction, and it was then that Joanna realised tears were gathering in her eyes. Batting them away, she fixed a smile on her face. Yes? Mother silently placed an arm around her shoulders, and Joanna leaned into her. Forcing herself to remain calm, she didn't cry, but between Edward's behaviour and his mother's kindness, it was a near thing. Sadie continued to work, though the sly looks Joanna caught were steeped in the same worry emanating from the lady at Joanna's side, and she revelled in the feeling of having so much concern surrounding her. Joanna didn't know why her mother-in-law decided to comfort her, but she wasn't going to cast aside the gift now given. In Joanna Crosby's world, embraces and affection had been in short supply, and no matter how her life had altered, Joanna Vaughn wouldn't allow herself to grow complacent. "Thank you," she whispered, and Mother merely held her tighter, her hand rubbing along Joanna's arm. The parlour door swung open and Joanna jerked, turning to hide her face from the invader, doubly so when she heard Edward's greeting. Drawing in a deep breath, she steadied herself before facing her husband, who swept into a low bow and offered up a bouquet of wildflowers. Joanna didn't know what to say. That which would have made her giddy yesterday left her feeling hollow today. But her confusion only grew when neither Mother nor Sadie greeted Edward's appearance with their usual eagerness. Both ladies looked at their kin with suspicion, and when he straightened and glanced about, the gentleman shifted in place and cleared his throat. "I am here to invite you on a picnic," he said, offering the flowers once more. "A picnic?" asked Mother. Edward shifted from foot to foot. "We've explored a bit of Thornsby, but I wanted to show her Tortwick Abbey now that the weather has decided to cooperate." Joanna didn't know what to say. Having heard much about the ruins, she longed to see them, but the thought of being trapped with Edward for hours as they travelled to and from the site was more than she could bear. Nodding away from the others, he lowered his voice. "May I speak with you in private?" With a fortifying breath, Joanna nodded and followed him into the corridor before Edward shut the parlour door. "I know you're upset with me, and you have every reason to be," he whispered, his throat bobbing as he swallowed. With a heavy sigh, Edward shook his head. "In my foolishness, I thought I might avoid addressing it directly, but you deserve a proper apology." Handing her the bouquet, he took her free hand in his. "I wish I had some better explanation, but I swear to you that my behaviour last night was not indicative of my faithfulness. I simply fell into old patterns and—" Edward drew in a deep breath and winced. "This marriage is still so new, and being in old familiar places makes it easy to forget that my life has changed and I am no longer a bachelor. I would never wish you to feel as though you are not enough for me, or that I possess a wandering eye. Unfortunately, my eye simply forgot it was attached to a married man." As he clung to her hand, Edward's expression filled with pleading. "Please forgive me. I would never want to hurt you." Joanna supposed that was something. Better to know that the slight hadn't been intentional, nor his actions purposeful. And certainly, she appreciated an earnest apology. However, she couldn't forget how he gazed at the lovely Miss Longville, or the stark difference in the way he looked upon his wife. And a new pain struck as she wondered how a new husband could simply forget his wife. Yes, their marriage came about quickly, but surely love ought to erase all others from one's mind. Joanna certainly didn't have space in her thoughts and heart for another man, as Edward had secured the whole of it. Yet weren't there degrees of love? Clearly, he felt something for her, else his friends wouldn't have teased him so. But did that mean he loved her as completely as she loved him? And if Edward had come thus far, couldn't a touch more effort on her part secure the rest of his affection? Edward awaited her answer, his eyes begging her to accept, and Joanna stole a moment by leaning into the flowers to smell them, though the scraggly blossoms had no fragrance to offer. When she straightened once more, she took the pain and packed it away, hiding it deep in the dark recesses of her heart. "I understand, and I forgive you, Edward." Leaning back, he stared at her. "Just like that?" "Of course," she said with a bright smile, clinging to the bouquet. "It was a mistake. You didn't mean it." Edward's brows furrowed. "You aren't going to take me to task?" "Not at all," she said, hurrying up the stairs to their bedchamber. "But I should get these into water and fetch my cloak." In most circumstances, a picnic was an uplifting activity. Nature was invigorating, especially with a delectable selection of foods at the ready, and the fact that May had decided to shake off April's gloom and embrace summer early only added to the joy. To say nothing of the inherent excitement that came from introducing a friend to a place that one loved dearly. Yet, as Eddie followed Joanna about the crumbling ruins of the old abbey, he struggled to maintain an affable expression. Only 2 words, yet with Mother's tone, she had conveyed far more than a simple question. A picnic? Was it such a sin to take time for his wife? The family didn't require his assistance. He had no patients to see, and Eddie could think of no better use of his time than mending things with Joanna, assuming he didn't make a bigger muck of things. It seemed Dr. Fegan's prediction during medical school was more accurate and widespread than a mere profession. Eddie was a failure as a doctor, husband, and everything else. Hands tucked behind him, he wandered after Joanna as she stared up at the crumbling walls. The ceiling had been lost in the great fire that had ravaged the building, leaving an expanse of bright blue above them. Enough of the structure remained to reveal where each of the grand stained glass windows must have stood, though the frames were now empty, allowing tree branches to stretch through. Mouth agape, Joanna gazed so far upward that Eddie feared she might topple backward, her eyes taking in each moss-covered crevice of the stone. "When you said a ruined abbey, I didn't expect something to rival Westminster," she said in an awed tone as she stepped through the sweeping archway that led into the tower. The stonework was preserved enough to imagine what it had looked like at its best, but Eddie preferred its current appearance with the crumbling facade coated in thick layers of ivy and moss. Despite the distraction, Eddie found himself wondering if he was blind to some obvious failing within himself. Clearly, others recognized and judged his frailties, yet he didn't feel he warranted Mother's hand-wringing or the dire predictions his lecturers had heaped upon him at medical school. Yet his own father didn't trust him to treat their patients. Surely that was evidence enough. To say nothing of the fact that Joanna was now trapped in a marriage not of her choosing, bound to a man who publicly embarrassed her by leering at other ladies. Though she claimed all was forgiven, Eddie was not so foolish as to believe her words when her eyes still brimmed with disappointment and anguish. Her forgiveness, it seemed, had been naught but lip service, intended to tell him precisely what he wished to hear. Weaving deeper into the ruins, Eddie shadowed Joanna as she explored every nook and cranny, ready to be of assistance if she required it, though he didn't know why he bothered thinking he might do anything of value for her. "What is the matter?" Joanna's question jerked his attention back to her, and Eddie managed a light expression. "Pardon?" he asked, but she drew up before him with a furrowed brow. "You look quite—" She frowned as she studied his features. "Agitated." The concern in her gaze felt like an ice pick in his heart. This was supposed to be his apology to her, not a time for Eddie to splash about in a sea of self-pity. "I apologize. I was wool-gathering," he said with a smile, but Joanna continued to study him with knowing eyes. "That seemed far more unpleasant than mere wool-gathering," she said. Drawing in a deep breath, he shook his head. "Do not mind me. I was merely deep in thought and wasting this perfect afternoon. Race you to the picnic." Hardly waiting for her to answer, he took off like a shot. Joanna gasped, grabbing up her skirts enough to give chase, and Eddie kept an eye behind him, allowing her to catch up. When close enough, she freed one hand and shoved at him, and Eddie teetered, though the movement threw her off balance more than him, and with a whooping laugh she put on a burst of speed, though there was no way for her to catch him, so he slowed, allowing her to come abreast of him as they rounded the corner into the chapel. With her head turned to him as he allowed her to pass, Joanna didn't see the intruders until she was nearly atop them. Chapter 16. "You let me win!" cried Joanna as she struggled to breathe. When she spied the interlopers, she gave a start and dropped her skirts. "Miss Norman?" "Was that your basket?" asked the young lady, pointing to where Eddie's hamper lay, abandoned, with the blanket he'd laid out crumpled up beside it. "Yes. So why did you move it?" asked Eddie with a hard look at Mr. Rawson, who was studiously ignoring him as he laid out the dishes as Miss Norman directed. "This was such a perfect spot, and there wasn't anyone here. We thought it was abandoned," she said with a dismissive wave of her hand. "You believed that a fresh picnic, all laid out and ready to be enjoyed, was abandoned?" asked Eddie, crossing his arms. "Regardless, the ruins aren't so large that you couldn't have heard us exploring. We weren't being quiet about it, and we do not appreciate you touching our things." But Joanna laid a hand on his arm, forestalling any further argument. Her gaze was locked on Miss Norman's, who gave several silent prods with her eyes with that pleading quality she always employed when exploiting another's kindness. Eddie had seen Sadie receive such expressions so many times that he could fairly hear Miss Norman giving the usual excuses that began with false claims of, "just this once." She and her wretched sister always deserved more than they had and were quite willing to pry it from the hands of others. "There is so much space around," said Joanna. "There's no reason we cannot find a new situation, especially when our things are packed and theirs are laid out." But Eddie knew that this particular section was the finest, as it provided the best view of the ruins, whilst also affording the perfect balance of sunshine and shadow to keep them from becoming either overheated or chilled. However, before he could mount a proper protest, Joanna snatched up the blanket and basket. "My apologies," she said with a simpering smile. "We didn't mean to disturb you." Eddie scowled. "We didn't disturb them." "There are plenty of other places to sit," she insisted, turning her back on the courting couple as she strode away, leaving Eddie to glare daggers at Mr. Rawson, who, though the fellow managed to wince an apology, didn't bother to contradict his sweetheart or vacate the stolen spot. But when Joanna struggled to hold the balled-up blanket and the basket, Eddie ignored the frustrating pair and hurried after his wife, seizing hold of the burdens as she led them through the labyrinth of crumbling walls. "Why did you do that? They stole our space," he demanded, not bothering to moderate his tone, earning him a frantic "hush" from his wife. "What does it matter?" she asked as they reached the farthest corner from the other pair. "There is plenty of room for us both." "Precisely, which is why they ought not to have set up their picnic directly atop ours." "They are courting Edward," she said, taking the blanket from him to fan it out. "They wish to make a good impression, and it costs us nothing to leave them to it." "If their definition of making a good impression includes thieving, then they are perfect for each other," grumbled Eddie as he took the hamper from Joanna. Setting it down, he faced her. "But why did you surrender so easily to her?" Joanna straightened her skirts, her fingers fiddling with the folds of blue muslin. "A good friend is always quick to be of assistance." "But when are those ladies ever of assistance to you?" asked Eddie, crossing his arms. "I saw the same thing in London again and again. You surround yourself with people who think nothing of using you for their own benefit, and when they are done, they mock and ignore you until they have need of you again. Yet you eagerly forgive and welcome them back every time." Gaping, she shook her head. "That is not true. For goodness' sake, you apologized to her as though our being in our place was a great burden to Miss Norman." Straightening, Joanna wished she hadn't laid the blanket yet, as she longed to pull the soft fibres to her chest. Her fingers fiddled with the folds of her skirt as her thoughts flailed about. Twisting her fingers together, she began, "I apologize if I upset you." "No," said Edward with a shake of his head. "I am not looking for apologies, but explanations. Why do you tolerate such terrible behaviour from those who ought to be your friends?" "Everyone has flaws, and we must tolerate them in others, else no one would have friends." Throwing his arms wide, he gestured back the way they'd come. "Those aren't minor flaws, Joanna. I saw the same behaviour from your friends in London. They treat you like a servant or a lesser person, one that exists solely to do their bidding, and it is disgusting." Eyes widening, Joanna clutched her middle. "You think I am disgusting?" Edward huffed. "That is not what I said. Their behaviour is disgusting. Yours is confusing and a little infuriating, because I do not know why you tolerate such ill treatment. You deserve better, and I wish you would see that." Standing there with his words ringing in her ears, Joanna felt stripped bare before him, though she didn't understand why that should be the case. Edward simply didn't understand. He was twisting her friendships into something they weren't. Even in their short acquaintance, it was clear that Miss Norman and her sister were a bit demanding, but they were also very accepting. They had quickly embraced a stranger in their midst, welcoming her as one of their own without a second thought. And yes, Lilith had been difficult at times and a touch demanding at others. But where others had ignored and dismissed Joanna, Lilith had always been quick to welcome her, except when it was inconvenient. That thought popped into Joanna's mind so suddenly that she couldn't dismiss it offhand, just as she couldn't deny that some part of her knew Lilith had never been a good friend, and that her infuriating qualities were the same ones that plagued Miss Norman and Mrs. Selkirk. Joanna longed to ignore Edward's accusations, but instincts she worked hard to bury clawed their way into her thoughts, demanding she acknowledge how miserable those ladies made her. With a sigh, Edward turned away from her, snatching up the picnic basket and unpacking the foods, spreading them out with sharper movements than the first time, and Joanna could only watch as he did so. "I am not dim-witted," she whispered. Straightening, her husband turned to her with raised brows. "I never said you were." "Just because I ignore the frustrating aspects of those friendships doesn't mean I do not recognize how terrible they can be." Edward remained squatting, his elbows resting on his knees. "Those aren't friendships any more than I am friends with the maid or cook. Some masters and mistresses may pretend otherwise, but being friendly does not mean we are friends." Joanna's gaze jerked away, looking at the walls encircling this patch of grass. The stones were pockmarked and covered in lichen and moss, the green providing a perfect complement to the grey. A hand came into her periphery, and Joanna didn't bother looking at it, simply accepting the assistance as Edward helped her down. Glancing at the sandwiches and pies that bore the clear marks of someone who hadn't bothered to take care when packing them up, Joanna felt her heart sink at the poignant sight. It wasn't enough for Miss Norman to steal their place. She hadn't given a second thought about damaging her friends' food. Edward handed her several items, and Joanna laid them on the blanket beside her, though she couldn't bring herself to taste them yet. "I know they do not treat me well," she said, studying her hands as they lay clasped in her lap. "Just as I know Lilith did only enough to keep me on her hook so that she could use my carriage, or gain an invitation her father didn't warrant. And I am certain Miss Norman and her sister are the same. Then why allow it?" Her throat clamped tight as her heart burned in her chest, the pressure of so many unspoken thoughts and feelings pressing against her ribs, begging to be let out. "Because even a bad friend is better than none at all." "Is it?" asked Edward with a challenging raise of the brows. Anger flared in her chest, but she tamped the flames and turned her attention to the food. "What is it that you want to say?" asked Edward. "Nothing of importance," she murmured. "I'm certain that isn't true." But Joanna picked at the pork pie, breaking off a bit of the crust before placing the morsel in her mouth, which sat like ash on her tongue, and only Edward's sigh broke through the silence that lay heavy around them. "How in the world do you expect us to thrive in this marriage if you won't tell me what is bothering you?" he said, shoving aside his food. Joanna's brows rose at that. "Do you think our marriage is failing?" Eyes flashing with a spark of mischief, he leaned closer. "Then you do admit something is bothering you. Speak to me, Joanna. I want to know what you are thinking." With a huff, she turned her attention to the pie, though she had no more desire to eat it than a moment ago. "See there," he said, pointing at her. "You are piqued. Tell me what is the matter." As the fellow clearly wasn't going to let the matter drop, Joanna shifted in her seat and drew in a breath. "Perhaps I do not mean to imply you aren't, but there is a tendency. Often people struggle." Edward's eyes narrowed playfully. "Out with it. No prevaricating. If you wish to know what is bothering me, I will tell you. I do not like the fact that you often say what you think I wish to hear rather than your own thoughts, and that you care too much about pleasing those who treat you poorly." Then, motioning to her to continue, Edward waited as she stared at him. She began, though the words wouldn't come as her thoughts filled with all the likely outcomes of being entirely truthful. It wasn't as though she was going to criticize him greatly, just bring to his attention that people like him often thought it inconsequential to cast off friends because they had no trouble finding new ones. But what if it offended him? What if it caused a fracture between them? There must be a way to answer without causing trouble. Drawing in a deep breath, she reached for another truth. "I have spent most of my life alone, Edward. I have a father who rarely looks at me, let alone wishes for my company. He and what little family we have aren't cruel, but neither do they show genuine interest in me. I haven't easy manners and the ability to draw people to me, and despite my best efforts, I've never been able to endear myself to others. Whether or not people like Lilith are my friends for selfish reasons, they do wish to be my friends." She picked away at the pie, making a mess of Mrs. Thomas's beautiful pastry. "You do not know what it is like to stand in a crowded room, praying someone will notice you. Not even a conversation or a dance, or something so significant as all that, but just a nod and a smile as they pass. For someone to look pleased that I am there, rather than not seeing me at all." An arm slid around her shoulders, and Edward drew her close as they leaned back to rest against the wall. Though her cheeks blazed red at the confession, Joanna allowed her head to fall to his shoulder as her hand rose to his chest, taking a position that was all too familiar at night. "I am sorry," he whispered. "It isn't your fault." "True, but I am sorry all the same." Joanna rocked with every breath he took, and though it still felt too forward, she ignored the fear and allowed her fingers to trace the edge of his lapels. "Please do not fly off the handle," he began, and Joanna lifted her head to look at him. "Do I often fly off the handle?" Edward's expression flattened, his eyes watching her with amused exasperation. "Are you going to always infer more from my words than I intend?" Lowering herself once more, Joanna adopted a prim tone. "You are the one who asked me not to fly off the handle, Edward. I don't know how else to interpret that than to assume you are afraid I'm going to do so." A chuckle reverberated through his chest, making Joanna smile as well. "Shall I reword my hastily cobbled sentence?" he asked, pausing a moment before he said in a very gentle tone, "Please do not assume the worst of me, O wife of mine. But do you not think that perhaps surrounding yourself with distasteful people only encourages others to avoid you?" Joanna stilled, considering that statement and the possibilities that lay within it, but his chest expanded with another deep breath, and she waited as he continued. "And that perhaps your desperation to make friends can have the opposite effect?" he asked. Rising to look at him, she drew her brows tight together as she studied his eyes that held hers with gentle firmness. "You may find it difficult to believe, my dear, but you are thoroughly enjoyable when you are simply you, rather than the twisted version you present to ingratiate yourself. I far prefer the Joanna who isn't afraid to speak plainly with me to the one who hems and stammers as she tries to sort out what will please me best." Hearing such sweet words was as near to heaven as one could get, even without the endearment Edward tossed out so casually, and Joanna's eyes widened as she stared at him. Truly? She whispered, hardly daring to believe it. Truly, he replied. Chapter 17. Wouldn't this just be lovely for curtains? Sadie held up a length of yellow wool with cream fleur-de-lis embroidered in a repeating pattern. It would bring some much-needed lightness to your parlour when they are closed, said Mother with a nod. Brushing a gloved hand across the bolt, Joanna tried not to worry her lip as she considered it. The cost wasn't so very dear that she needed to agonise over the decision, and they could always be replaced if she decided they didn't suit, but the thought of wasting the funds made her insides twist together. So many choices. Whilst Joanna had a trousseau of sorts, it was shabby compared to that of most brides, as she hadn't been allotted a proper engagement during which to place the finishing touches. Granted, it was difficult to prepare for one's future household when one didn't know what the building looked like, and even the most thorough of preparations couldn't grant every linen, decoration and dish required to meet the needs of the new family. You needn't decide this very moment, said Mother, glancing at Joanna from the corner of her eye. But we require curtains, and pillows, dishes, furniture, wall hangings, rugs. Breathe, Joanna, said Mother with a little laugh, shifting so she stood in front of her daughter-in-law. Your new home includes most of the important furnishings you'll require. Anything else can be purchased at your leisure. The shop smelled of freshly pressed cotton, mingled with wool and the subtle scent of the lavender sachets tucked among the bolts to ward off moths. Shelves reached to the ceiling, stacked with sturdy serges and broadcloths, satins so lustrous they glowed in the dim light, and linens in crisp whites and soft pastels. An expansive window faced the narrow high street, showcasing Mr. Arlo's many wares, and at the heart of the display was a full skirt of crimson wool, carefully arranged on a dressmaker's dummy with matching braid trim, which was entirely impractical in the roiling heat of summer, but displayed the rich colour to its best advantage. A large wooden counter stretched across the room, its surface covered with shears, measuring tapes and spools of thread, along with the myriad of bolts they'd chosen. Gesturing to the selection, Mother said in a calm tone, as though worried she'd spook Joanna further, "Which of these do you like the least?" Eyes darting over the different colours, Joanna bit her lip. "The pink. There is already far too much of it in the room." Mother waved for the clerk to remove those, and Sadie pointed to the fabric she had chosen. "Yellow goes with almost any colour." Tugging at the corner, the young lady draped it over the leftover bolts of blue and green. "The buttery hue is divine, and the embroidery is understated, which suits your style but gives it an eye-catching texture. And it's a nice heavy wool that will help keep the room warm in the winter," said Mother with a nod. Glancing between the options, Joanna forced herself to stop hedging and pointed to the yellow. "It is perfect, Sadie." Her sister-in-law beamed, and in a trice the ladies had the length ordered, along with matching braid and cording. Before Joanna knew what she was about, Mother had the trio ushered out of the draper's store with orders for their purchases to be delivered post-haste. "Are you afraid I'll change my mind?" asked Joanna with a chuckle. "We've been there for over an hour," said Mother, her eyes widening. Clutching her reticule, she snuck a glance at the lady. "I am sorry for being so indecisive." "Nonsense," said Mother, shaking her head. "When we settled in Thornsby, I had to arrange the entire household, and Arthur suffered through weeks of my fretting about each purchase and decision. That helped to ease the fluttery feelings plaguing Joanna's insides, though as they meandered down the streets, she couldn't release the unease that had taken hold of her since the moment it had been suggested that she and Edward ought to set up their own home. For all that this was Thornsby's High Street, it felt nothing like the thoroughfares Joanna was familiar with. Sunlight poured down, casting a golden sheen on the slate roofs and bringing out the warm, weathered tones in the stone buildings. Cottages and shops lined the road so closely that they provided a bit of a shield from the sun, and a faint breeze teased the signs that hung from the shop. The distant boom of the church bell marked the hour, and if Joanna strained her ears, she swore she heard the faint bleating of the sheep in the fields surrounding the village. For all that London prized itself as the heart of civilization, Joanna couldn't help but note that though far smaller, the streets were cleaner without the hordes of people and animals streaming through them every hour. As the others enjoyed some time examining the offerings in the haberdashery's windows, Joanna's gaze drifted to the tailor's shop just 3 doors down. The rooms above awaited their new master and mistress, and though a shiver of anticipation had her imagining what it would be like when they entered their first home tomorrow, Joanna couldn't help but wonder how this change would alter matters. Mother turned her gaze in Joanna's direction before noticing where her daughter-in-law's attention was fixed. Leaning close so that Sadie wouldn't hear, she said, "This is the right decision." Nodding as expected, Joanna did not voice the worries that had her shoulders tensing. Of course, this was the proper thing to do, and it was certainly good for Edward to strike off on his own. Yet, it is a tad small, but it is a good size for a newly married couple, added Mother. Arthur and I spent the first several months of our marriage under his father's roof, and it is difficult to be on the cusp of being your own people, yet still living with your parents. We couldn't afford to do otherwise, but with Eddie's income and your dowry, there is money aplenty for a set of modest rooms. Another nod, and Joanna feigned a smile for the lady, who studied her very carefully. With furrowed brows, Mother waited a long moment before adding, "And of course, we will visit regularly, every day if you wish." And with that, Joanna felt as though she could breathe again. Shoulders lowering, she nodded. "That does sound lovely." "My girl, we are not tossing you out," she whispered. Blinking quickly, Joanna nodded, turning her gaze to the store window as heat flickered to life in her chest. Mother stepped closer, slipping her arm through Joanna's without a word and holding it fast. Sadie pointed out a length of crimson ribbon, and somehow Joanna managed to answer the question before the trio continued on their way. Their journey home took far longer than necessary, as they couldn't go past any window without one of the party pointing out something of interest. But it wasn't long before Joanna spied Hawthorne House in the distance. Being set back from the street, the building stood out from among its neighbours, and though a wall firmly divided the public thoroughfare from the private grounds, the gate always stood open, welcoming any who required the village physicians. The plaster gleamed white, providing a striking contrast to the timber beams and the thick ivy that crawled along the corners. Flowers sprang from the planting beds, sparkling with pinks, purples, yellows and oranges, and climbing roses arched over the doorway, filling the world with their heavenly scent. Even if it hadn't been so very warm this spring, Joanna would have kept her bedchamber windows open all day and night so that she could bask in that sweetness. Depositing their things beside the front door, the ladies took to the parlour to discuss the progress made and await the deliveries that were soon to appear on their doorstep. Just as they were settling into their respective seats, Martha entered with a bob. "Post has arrived," she said, sweeping into the room and offering the salver to Mother, who took the pile and handed over a single missive to Joanna. "Is that from friends or family?" asked Sadie. Studying the penmanship, she shook her head. "I don't recognise the hand." Joanna slid the edge of her nail beneath the seal and carefully pried the wax away so as not to rip and ruin the contents. Unfolding it, she glanced at the signature before immediately flipping the page over to ensure that it was her name written above the address and not Edward's. Why was Mortimer Bell writing to her? "My dearest Mrs. Vaughn, I find myself compelled to put pen to paper, as the burden upon my conscience grows heavier with each passing day, and it is with profound regret that I write, seeking to apologise for the grievous wrong that was done to you. What began as a jest among friends, a foolish prank meant to rattle Eddie, spiralled beyond our intentions, leaving you and my dear friend to bear the consequence, and I shudder to think how carelessly we toyed with your life." Straightening, Joanna stared at the words, her eyes darting back to the beginning to read them once more. A prank? Her strength drained away, seeping into the cushions beneath her, and she stared at the words, her head growing lighter as she struggled to comprehend them. There was only one prank of note that had occurred in her life, but Joanna knew that couldn't be the one he meant, because Mr. Bell spoke as though it was a bad thing. Awareness broke through the numbing fog that had stolen away the feeling in her limbs, picking at her as she tried to cling to the lie she had so willingly accepted, spoken from the lips of a lady desperate to be free of her chaperone duties. No, there must be some mistake. I should have recognized the potential ramifications of our actions, yet I allowed mirth and folly to cloud my judgment, and as I pen this letter, I feel the sharp sting of guilt gnawing at my very soul. The knowledge that my foolishness contributed to your distress is a burden I shall carry with me for the rest of my life. I am sorry for my part in your ill-fated marriage. Cold fingers ran down Joanna's spine, making every inch of her skin break out in gooseflesh, and her ears rang as though the church bell was clanging right beside her. Edward hadn't wanted to marry her. The announcement hadn't been some silly misunderstanding, but a cruel joke that, no matter what Mr. Bell claimed, had been directed at her as much as it had been at Edward. They could have chosen any lady, but they'd chosen Joanna Crosby. And who better to unsettle their friend but the most discomforting option for his false bride, the silly girl who fawned over him at every opportunity, whose unwanted attentions embarrassed Edward the most. "Good heavens, what is the matter?" asked Sadie, leaning closer. "I am well enough," said Joanna, not caring in the slightest that it was a bald-faced lie. Forcing her legs to move, she rose from her seat, though they threatened to dump her on the ground. Unable to meet either lady's gaze, she struggled to squeeze words past her throat. "I just need a few minutes to myself." Mother's brows crinkled as Joanna stumbled over excuses and apologies, but Sadie rose alongside her sister-in-law. "You look liable to fall over," she said, hurrying to Joanna's side. "Should I send for some tea?" The letter crinkled in her fist, and Joanna forced her fingers to relax as she gave a sharp shake of her head. "No, I need—" Joanna didn't know what to say, but she mumbled something as she tried to extricate herself from the well-meaning lady. Despite being unable to look at either, she felt their gazes boring into her skin, making the heat pulse within her. Had they known? The only explanation she had heard Edward give was the ludicrous tale she had believed for so long. But had he kept the truth even from his family? "Clearly something is wrong. Leave it be, Sadie!" The words snapped from Joanna's lips before she could regulate her tone or meaning, and Sadie jerked away, her eyes falling to the floor. Joanna's conscience pricked at her, prodding her to say something, but she didn't trust herself to speak while Mr. Bell's words rang through her mind, serving as the death knell for her marriage. Spinning away, Joanna hurried up the stairs and didn't stop until she was safely locked in her bedchamber. The paper crumpled in her hands as she fell upon the pillows, and tears blurred her vision as they wetted the fabric. With her free hand, she covered her mouth, stifling the heaving breaths that threatened to alert the entire household. Thoughts spinning free of her control, Joanna's mind filled with the past 2 months, replaying each moment anew without the fog of affection clouding her vision. In all that time, Edward had been kind and tender, behaving in ways that supported the lie she had believed, lending weight to her denial that longed to cast aside Mr. Bell's assertion. Yet in all those moments, the intimacies, the tokens, and the heartfelt discussions, Joanna couldn't recall a single time Edward had said he loved her. Not once. Perhaps it had been some unconscious sense of self-preservation, but she'd never allowed herself to give more than he had given her. Edward was always the instigator, and Joanna knew she'd never said the words to him, and now the absence she had ignored felt like a gaping wound throbbing in her chest. There was more to read, and though her heart cracked open, She couldn't look away from the words scrawled across the page. In truth, I am not writing to ask for your forgiveness, as I know I do not deserve it. But I am certain Eddie has never admitted the truth about why I attended your wedding, and you deserve to know how honourable and good your husband is. In my misguided attempts to rectify my blunder and right my wrong, I offered to take his place at the church altar, but Eddie patently refused. Though he claimed it was to protect you from further speculation and embarrassment, I saw the truth beneath the polite dismissal. He knew I would be a terrible husband to you. Protecting your reputation wasn't enough for Eddie, and his honour refused to allow him to abandon you into the care of a man who would make your life a misery. And how right he was. The very thought of my unworthiness fills me with shame, forcing me to re-evaluate not only my actions, but my very character. Though I fear I may never be absolved of this sin, I take solace in the knowledge that Eddie is a man of great character and integrity, and will be as good a husband as any woman could wish. And I hope that by my sharing this secret, you will find greater happiness in your marriage. Please accept my humble apologies. With deepest regrets, Mortimer Bell. Heat chased away the chill, making Joanna's cheeks blaze. It felt as though flames were licking at her skin, threatening to consume her. In a flash, she pictured the moments before their wedding. 2 men bickering in the nave, arguing over which of them would be shackled to such an undesirable creature. Perhaps the knowledge that Edward had been kind enough to take on the dreaded Miss Crosby ought to ease some of the pain pulsing through her, but Joanna's whole being throbbed anew as tears wetted her pillows. Clutching a spare one to her mouth, she stifled the sobs that shook her. Chapter 18. The sunlight shifted in the window, drawing across the room as Joanna lay on her bed. In time, the tears eased, but only because she hadn't any more to spare, and her itching eyes stared at the fireplace, unblinking. What was she to do? What could she do? They were married, and she hadn't the power to undo that action, any more than she had the power to make her husband love her. That thought rang through her, silencing everything else as her gaze unfocused, leaving her empty and listless on the bed. Their bed. That thought proved she had some tears left as they gathered in the corners, though not enough to fall. Sounds of movement echoed through the house, though the emptiness that had taken hold of her didn't allow Joanna to understand what was happening below. And still, the sunlight drifted across the floor, dimming as the hours wore on. A knock at the door broke through her numbness, but not enough for her to speak. Joanna's eyes turned to the wood as the latch lifted, though the lock barred it from opening. "Joanna?" called Edward. Everything inside her tensed, and she curled in on herself. She couldn't see him. What would she say? What would she do? What little strength she had sparked within her, dredging up the memories of everything she had said and done whilst believing their marriage was a love match, and heat swept through her anew, burning her as her heart couldn't decide whether to stop beating altogether or break through her ribs. "Open the door," he pleaded. "I heard you received some upsetting news. What happened?" Joanna couldn't speak, but she shifted her legs to the side of the bed, her skirts and limbs hanging limply as she considered what to do. The concern in his tone had her insides twisting until she felt liable to be sick. Pressing a hand to her stomach, she crumpled the letter. How could he have led her to believe they were in love? How could he raise her expectations like that? Yet even as flames crackled within her, reality settled like a fine mist, helping to keep the fire in check with the small grain of happy truth that Mr. Bell had given her. Edward had been protecting her and making the best of a bad situation. Could she fault him for such a thing? Never once had he explicitly led her to believe his feelings were anything more. Aunt Patricia had done the bulk of that damage, leaving Edward to suffer the consequences when the truth came to light. This wasn't his fault. He was merely the victim of a prank and a fatigued chaperone's machinations, and he had done the honourable thing at a high personal cost. Edward was an incredible man, burdened with a wife he didn't love, but was doing his best to treat her well regardless. He knocked again, and the thought of admitting her mistake to him made her body clench and her innards squirm. It was bad enough that she knew her shame. She didn't need Edward to know just how great a fool she had been. Yet he was her husband. Honesty was required of any good marriage, and regardless of how theirs began, it was clear that Edward was trying to make a go of it. Bile rose in her throat as she considered that. He was making a go of it. Rubbing at her forehead, she winced against the phrase that was tacked on to every miserable pairing. Casting aside her conscience, she bound up her bruised and aching pride. She had been the laughingstock for long enough, and if Edward wanted to pretend, she would gladly accept that. Forcing her throat to swallow, Joanna rose unsteadily to her feet as Edward continued to call for her. Quietly, she moved to the wardrobe on the far side of the room. Pulling open the polished panel, she flattened Mr. Bell's letter and retrieved a different missive to replace it. "Coming," she said, though her voice was so quiet she could hardly hear it herself. But Edward's knocking subsided as she closed the wardrobe and walked to the door. Throwing back the bolt and turning away in one fluid movement, Joanna stepped to the bed before sitting heavily on the edge, the false letter in her hand. Edward opened the door and came to where she sat, crouching before her, and her eyes moved to his of their own accord. Though she had no tears to give, her expression crumpled at the concern shining bright in his gaze. "What happened? Mother said you received some terrible news." Joanna held up the decoy letter, and Edward took it from her and unfolded it, his eyes quickly scanning down the page. With a furrowed brow, he peeked at her. "This is from your father." Nodding, Joanna forced herself to swallow again. It required no acting for her to draw in a shuddering breath and turn away from Edward's prying eyes. "It sounds as though he is doing well." Edward turned his attention to the letter, his brow pulled low as he studied it. "I was genuinely pleased to receive his missive, at first, but it's not so much what he said as what he didn't say," she whispered. Dryness took hold of her mouth, and she had just a moment of apprehension before she leapt into the explanation. "I have never been apart from my father before, and yet he waited weeks before writing. And when he deigned to do so, it was naught but a sterile recitation of details about his life." Edward nodded toward the bottom. "He asks after you." "But he never said that he misses me." Pointing toward the short paragraph at the end, he read, "The house feels empty with only me here." Joanna forced the letter aside, shaking her head. "It doesn't say he misses me. It doesn't say he wishes I were there, just that any company would alleviate the emptiness of the house." Pausing, she forced herself to speak the next words. "He never says he loves me. It's as if he were writing to an acquaintance or distant relative, not his only child." For all that this had begun as a distraction, Joanna had hidden the letter away because she hadn't wanted to address these feelings, and with her heart in such a delicate state already, she couldn't brace herself against the revelation that had arrived in that missive several days ago. "I always knew he didn't love me like other fathers loved their children, but this—" Her voice cracked, and she struggled to speak. "This makes it clear how little he cares about me." Frowning at the letter, Edward set it aside and settled onto the bed beside her, wrapping her in his arms. For all that she wished to keep her distance at present, Joanna couldn't help leaning into him and burying her face in his chest. Breathing deeply, she revelled in the medicinal scent that was synonymous with the Vaughn family. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his hands caressing her back. "But I think his feelings are far more complicated than loving or not loving you." If he cared nothing for you, wouldn't he have simply sent you to live with your aunt, rather than keeping you at home with him? He doesn't strike me as someone to tolerate having an unwanted person underfoot." That ought to comfort her. That sign alone ought to mean something. Yet her final day with her father surfaced in her memory, reminding her how determinedly he refused to look at her. But then, had he known the truth of her marriage? Was Papa mortified that his daughter had been forced into matrimony? That thought brought all new pains and unanswerable questions, and she forced them away. "And he gave you a healthy dowry," added Edward. "Money doesn't equate to love, but if he cared little for you, I doubt he would have bothered. I know of a few fathers who wouldn't stir themselves to worry about such things." Yet he refused to name her as his heir. No law or restrictions bound the Crosby money in a manner that required him to choose a male, yet he would rather hand his family's money to a distant cousin, as long as he bore the Crosby name. However, Joanna didn't bother arguing that point, as many patriarchs in the country believed it was their duty to keep inheritances in the family name. Edward sighed and held fast to her, his voice low as he added, "I won't say he is a prime example of fatherly affection, but I don't think his feelings are so clearly defined." Drawing in a shaky breath, Joanna swallowed past her tight throat. "Perhaps, but I think he always blamed me for my mother's death and resented that I survived instead of her." Edward's hold pulled her closer, though she couldn't burrow any deeper into him. "Then he is a fool. You are a treasure, Joanna." Such tender words spoken in an earnest tone. Had she heard them a few hours earlier, they might have bound the bits of her heart that had broken the first time Joanna recognized Papa's apathy for what it was. But Edward spoke not as a sweetheart, but as yet another person who cared for her but didn't love her, and it crushed those remnants to dust. She let out a shuddering breath, and her tears seized her anew as her husband held her close, never realizing he was the source of her sorrow. Awareness broke through the haze of dreams, forcing Joanna to release her hold on the fantasy world that existed only in sleep. Sunlight peeked through the curtains and warned that the morning was well under way, but she couldn't bring herself to open her eyes. Not yet. Not when it meant embracing the first day of her new marriage. Edward surrounded her as he always did, and she forced herself to remain still, as their legs and feet were hopelessly tangled together, and his arm lay heavily on her hip. The bed was not so large that they could sleep apart, yet it wasn't so small as to require her to be plastered to his chest as she was. The neck of his nightshirt gaped open, and her nose brushed against the bare patch of skin. Peeking at him, Joanna longed to reach into the curly mop of hair and lose her fingers in the soft locks. In sleep, that infectious smile was safely tucked away, and seizing the opportunity, she studied his face, her eyes tracing every feature, none of which would be considered overtly handsome on their own, but when paired with the kind soul beneath them, were quite eye-catching indeed. Her eyes tingled anew, and Joanna forced the whispers of tears away, but her heart pushed against her ribs, reaching for him with abandon. Her breathing quickened, and her eyes bored into his eyelids, wishing they would open. To see his lips pull into a pleased smile, to see some sign that perhaps, just perhaps, his feelings had altered in the past 2 months. It was possible. And if not, Edward might return her affection eventually. "Please." The word barely formed on her lips. It was hardly a sound, but Joanna couldn't keep that hope buried entirely. It pressed against her chest, begging to be heard, and she couldn't stop herself from whispering, "Please love me." 3 little words, yet the whole of her heart was laid bare in that plea. Countless other moments rang with the same hope that Joanna had harboured through so much of her life. for someone to feel for her what she felt for them. For once, to have her affection returned in equal measure. Taking hold of that hope with both hands, she clutched it tight to her as the plea echoed in her thoughts. Joanna lifted a hand, her fingertips hovering above his cheek, and he shifted, letting out a heaving breath as he burrowed his head into the pillow. Jerking back, she stared at his still form, searching for any sign that Edward was awake, but his chest rose and fell in the same steady rhythm. Heat spread through her, bringing her shame to light as she considered the manner in which she was plastered to him, which brought forth all the memories in which she had gladly lapped up the pretense. How readily she had believed such a ridiculous lie. For goodness' sake, she had seen the man the night before the wedding announcement, and Edward hadn't treated her any differently than he had on every other occasion their paths had crossed. Yet, with the barest of prodding from Aunt Patricia, Joanna had tossed aside what little sense she possessed and leapt head first into believing that all her patient waiting had paid off. Carefully, she pulled her legs free of him and turned away, curling on the edge of the mattress. What a fool she was! But her thoughts stuttered to a halt when Edward's arm came around her once more, draping across her hip, his fingers caressing her stomach before stilling again. Joanna froze in place, listening for the telltale signs that he was awake, but Edward remained asleep. Shifting slowly, she inched further away, though she couldn't get out of arm's reach, which he proved when the hand anchored her in place. Face aflame, she swallowed against the tightness in her throat. With each display of naivety flashing through her memories, she couldn't bear his touch, yet with every shift, he moved alongside her. Joanna's precarious position on the edge of the mattress gave way to gravity, and with a startled squeal, she slid over the side and landed in a heap on the floor. The movement ripped the bedclothes off, dumping them atop her as she rested her head on the floorboards with a grunt. A rustle was all the warning she received before Edward peeked over the edge, his curls pulling every which way as he stared at her through sleep-crusted eyes. "What are you doing there?" he asked, rubbing his face. Joanna sighed and mumbled, "Just making a fool of myself, but that is nothing out of the ordinary." "Pardon?" Forcing a smile, she gave him a partial truth. "Someone was invading my side of the bed." Edward straightened, shaking off the remnants of his sleep as he rose and crouched beside her to help her up. When she was on her feet, his brows came together as he studied her expression. "How are you feeling today?" he asked. Oh, that was not the question she wished to answer. For all that the container was cracked and broken, her heart held too much inside it to manage another conversation about her father or her husband. Gathering it all together, Joanna stuffed those thoughts and everything attached to them deep down until they were lost to the light of day. "Better," she said with a nod. "It is difficult to be dismal with such an important day ahead of us. I cannot wait to get the keys from Mr. Sweet and see our new home. Aren't you eager to settle there?" "Yes." He dragged the word out as though uncertain of his answer, and he watched her with a puzzled frown, studying her far too closely for her liking. So Joanna spun around and hurried to the wardrobe. If one was occupied with work, one didn't have time for unpleasant conversations or thoughts. Chapter 19. With the parlour windows thrown wide, the noise of the street poured into the space, but Joanna hardly noticed it. Even at its worst, Thornsby could never compete with London's raucousness. Standing with her hands on her hips, she tilted her head to the side as she gazed at her efforts. Sunshine poured through the window, glinting off the arms and legs of the furniture. Peggy was a miracle worker with beeswax, bringing the dinged and aged wood to a polished shine. The armchair's upholstery was faded, but a throw pillow covered the worst of it. Giving it a few fluffs, Joanna stood back and examined the alteration. and switched it with the one on the sofa. The dingy white walls had been repainted a pale blue, which suited the room far better than the green she had nearly chosen. Mrs. Sweet's taste in upholstery tended toward florals, and adding more of that colour to the room would have proven too much. And Sadie had been correct. The yellow curtains paired nicely with it. However, as Joanna considered the progress she had made, she realised she had highlighted the garden aesthetic rather than muting it. What with the blue above, the yellow surrounding the sunlight, and all the florals sitting at the height of planting beds. And matters weren't helped by the dried flowers and greenery she'd framed and hung on the wall. Joanna had thought they would complement the space, but it was too much. Sighing to herself, she strode to the wall and pulled them down, setting them beside a stack of other options. Turning to the mantelpiece, she considered the figurine sitting there. The shepherdess was far too on the nose, and frowning to herself, she took it and exchanged it with the vase on the windowsill. Some heather would do nicely there, bringing a different colour to the focal point in the room. But it wasn't in bloom yet, so she would simply have to gather and dry some this autumn. Perhaps if the other decorations weren't floral, then a little bouquet wouldn't feel overwhelming. "What do you think?" she asked, turning to Edward, who sat on the sofa. "Lovely," he mumbled, not taking his eyes from his book. Joanna huffed. "You did not look." But that was met by a huff of his own. "Everything you have shown me so far has been lovely. Do as you see fit." She frowned, glancing at the mantelpiece again. "But I want you to be happy with our home." "Every iteration has been lovely in its own right, so you cannot go amiss. And as long as I have a comfortable bed and a roof over my head, I am content." Though Edward tried to hide it, Joanna recognised the strain in his voice and cursed herself for being bothersome. What man wanted to be hounded about decorations, especially when he was trying to read? "I apologise for pestering you," she said, turning to the mantelpiece. "I shan't bother you again." "You aren't a bother, Joanna." But his tone revealed the kindly meant lie in his words. "As you said, I am being silly, that is all," she said with a brittle laugh. Pausing, she considered the decorations, her gaze darting between her husband and the room. "But you are happy with what I've done so far, aren't you?" Setting his book on his lap, Edward levelled a frown at her. "What is the matter, Joanna?" "Why do you think anything is amiss?" She stood there, clinging to her smile as his shoulders drooped. Maintaining that composure was a Herculean feat, aided by the memory of what he had said at Tortwick Abbey. Edward disliked her babbling, and she wouldn't allow those frustrating parts of her personality to destroy an opportunity to gain his approval. Drawing in a breath, she tried to relax her arms, but the muscles strained against her efforts, refusing to cooperate. So she focused on not wilting beneath Edward's scrutiny. All was well. Rising to his feet, he mumbled something about an appointment. The door shut quietly behind him, but Joanna felt it vibrate through her bones, bringing with it all the incriminating thoughts that had so often plagued her. In truth, she hadn't realised just how much her fears had eased of late until they came rushing back to fray the last of her nerves. She was making a muck of this. Moving to the sofa, she dropped onto his vacated seat, her eyes taking in the room. Though it was by no means worthy of note amongst the former circles in which she had travelled, Joanna liked the cosy space. The furniture was worn, to be sure, but she appreciated the weight of history that the pieces bore with each mark. This wasn't a museum, but a place to live, especially with the sunshine bathing everything in gold. Yet her eyes couldn't help but pick apart each detail. Edward said he had no opinion, but that didn't mean he was apathetic. Papa had expressed similar opinions, or lack thereof, and with each passing year he had spent more and more of his time in the study or at his club, though that was likely more to do with her company than the furniture. That poisonous thought seeped into her. Despite recognizing what was happening, Joanna couldn't stop it. What balm was there to find when one was utterly alone in the world? It was easy enough to lay the blame on others, yet she was the common element in each failed relationship. There must be some truth in it. Had home been more inviting, perhaps Papa would have enjoyed it more. After all, he had written that the house was too quiet for him now, which implied he was spending significant time there, unlike when she had been in residence. If Joanna were more appealing, then Edward wouldn't treat her like a duty. If she weren't irritating, she would have friends who valued her. But she was utterly alone. Drawing in a sharp breath, she scowled at herself and shot up from the sofa. She paced the parlour, her glare burning holes in the rug at her feet as she considered what a useless ninny she was. The other self-recriminations might only be crude distortions of reality, but it was impossible to deny that she truly was a useless ninny. Was there any other way to describe someone who sat about, whinging about her lot in life, when so much of it was a blessing in anyone else's eyes? Joanna was married to a man who treated her with kindness and respect, providing for her comfort and doing his best to improve this undesirable situation. Many a love match couldn't claim as much. And how many mothers-in-law undermined their son's relationship, or ostracized their new daughter-in-law? Too many, by Joanna's reckoning, yet her new family were welcoming and enjoyable. Would she dismiss those beautiful things because of a single flaw, or accept the gifts she'd been granted and look forward to all the many delightful things to come? Did she truly wish to define her happiness by what she lacked rather than her abundance? Pausing in her pacing, Joanna forced in a breath and wiped away the questions and concerns as she studied the room with new eyes. What did she want it to look like? Shoulders falling, she realized the whole of it had been designed with that obsequious eye of hers, as though placing the armchair in the perfect place would somehow make Edward love her. Joanna straightened and brushed off her skirts. It had to be done, and she was going to do it. And with that, she began shuffling the sofa away from the window. Without Gregory and Edward on hand to assist, she couldn't lift it properly, but it was a simple matter of moving slowly as she tugged and shoved it about. Before long, she had space enough to shift the armchairs out of the way, and when sweat was well and truly dripping down her neck and back, Joanna gave one final heave, setting the sofa to face the fireplace. Stepping back, she wiped her forehead with her forearm and studied the new arrangement. With each iteration, there were benefits and drawbacks, and this one leaned more toward the former and not the latter in her estimation, though there was still something not quite right. The home was small enough that when the doorbell rang, Joanna heard it readily enough, but she ignored it as she studied the room, making a list of all that needed doing whilst Peggy saw to the guest. A moment later, the maid-of-all-work arrived with a bob. "Miss Vaughn is here to see you, madam." Joanna kept her composure, hiding her surprise as she considered what to do. It wasn't as though she hadn't seen her sister-in-law in the time since Mr. Bell's letter, but with all the commotion of late, it had been easy enough to ignore the massive apology the lady deserved after Joanna snapped at her kindly meant concern. Cursing her complexion, Joanna was pleased that her exertions left her with an excuse for cherry cheeks when she told Peggy to show Sadie up. With a few brushes of her skirts, Joanna was afforded only a moment to compose herself before her sister-in-law strode into the parlour. The lady was family, so greeting her with a curtsy seemed a bit much, yet at present Joanna didn't know if an embrace or a buss would be welcome. And as Sadie was silently fidgeting with her skirts as well, Joanna suspected she felt the same. "Do come in," said Joanna, motioning toward the sofa, but her guest waved it off. "I must speak my piece, or I fear I will lose my nerve," she said in a rush. Joanna's brows rose at that, but before she could say anything, Sadie continued, I must apologize for prying into your business the other day. The only excuse I can offer is that I was concerned about you, but I should have respected your request for privacy." Shoulders dropping, Joanna twisted her brows together. "But I owe you an apology for snapping at you. That was mean-spirited of me." "Nonsense," she said with a shake of her head. "Though I have come to think of you as a friend, we've only known each other a few weeks, and I ought not to have pressed the issue. I can tell something is amiss, but it isn't my right to demand answers you aren't ready to give." Drawing herself up, Sadie added, "I only wished to come over and offer you a bit of assistance as penance." "There is no need." "Then consider it a friendly overture," she amended. "I am not always—" Sadie took a deep breath as she shifted in place, her hands twisting together. "I often find myself ill at ease around people, and I struggle to express myself." Pausing, she hurried to add, "Or rather, I find it unbearably uncomfortable to be entirely honest with others." "Lest you offend them and ruin any chance at gaining their approval," said Joanna. The stiffness in Sadie's shoulders eased as she grinned. "I knew you would understand. I think you are a kindred spirit, Joanna, which is another reason I wanted to make amends. Not only am I trying to be more honest with my feelings, but I do not want us to be at odds. I am glad you are part of our family, and I wish us to be friends." Despite sensing where the conversation was flowing, Joanna couldn't quite comprehend the words. She was certain she must have dreamt them. "You do?" Her face flamed with the desperation in those two words, and doubly so when her heart leapt in her chest, hoping beyond hope that the answer was a yes. "If you wish to be mine," replied Sadie with equal trepidation. It made Joanna think of the old adage, "the blind leading the blind," because, despite being fully grown ladies, the pair sounded like children, tentatively confessing their desires whilst hoping for the other to reciprocate. Joanna couldn't speak. She nodded and threw her arms around Sadie like the fool she was, but she beamed ear to ear when her new friend returned the embrace with equal fervour. And to make her juvenile moment complete, Joanna felt like parading Sadie about town, introducing her as her new friend. "You mustn't tell Eddie, but I like you better than him," said Sadie as they parted. "I adore my brother, but he is better now that he is married. You've helped to settle him." "I doubt that," said Joanna, "but it is kind of you to say so." Sadie shook her head. "Not at all. Eddie has always been a good man, but something is shifting in him, and I would wager you are the impetus behind it." Those words dug into Joanna's heart, ripping open the wounds that had been weeping for the past se'night, and she tried to blink away the tingling tears that were threatening to make themselves known. "Have I upset you?" asked Sadie with an audible wince, and Joanna shook her head. "Not you." "What?" Sadie's question ground to a halt, though her expression displayed the war waging inside her as she fought against desires and fears. "I will not press the issue, but please know that I am here if you wish to talk." Then in a rush she blurted, "Even if it is my brother who is troubling you, I will gladly take up arms on your behalf. As I said, I like you better." Joanna's chin trembled, and she gave a halting chuckle. "That is kind of you, but what I want most is to forget my troubles for an afternoon. I have been trapped in my head too often of late, and it isn't good for me to wallow." With a sharp nod, Sadie ushered Joanna to the sofa and sat down beside her, taking in the room before tossing out an obvious conversational shift. "You are rearranging the place," said Sadie, glancing about the parlour. Drawing in a deep breath, Joanna glanced at the arrangement as she wiped at her cheeks. "It is a shame you weren't here a half-hour ago. You might have saved me the effort of doing it all myself. I thought I was content, but I had a significant epiphany not long before you arrived, and I am determined to change it all. But Peggy is busy with her chores, and I haven't any assistants." Sadie perked at that. "Then put me to work, Joanna. Between the two of us, I know we can make this perfect." Chapter 20. One of the beautiful things about summer in Yorkshire was the length of day. For all that people complained about the long nights of winter, the opposite was true in summer. To Eddie's thinking, there was nothing wrong with the darkness that descended upon the world, when gripped in the cold embrace of winter and with ice and snow coating the ground. The expansive blanket of night was comforting. In the warm months, the sun strolled leisurely across the sky, only surrendering to the horizon when it was good and ready to do so. It was invigorating to step outside to find the world still illuminated, allowing one more time to enjoy the beauty of summer. But when Eddie finally bade farewell to his patient, he found himself shrouded in darkness, without a hint of yellow or orange distorting the unending black. Not a single cloud marred the perfection stretching above him. Even with the full moon blazing brightly, there were still stars aplenty to see, and it felt as though he were staring into the deepest parts of the universe. A sharp breeze tugged at his clothes, and though it was a blessed relief from the blazing heat of this summer, Eddie drew his jacket closer and forced his feet to move, or tried. For all that his mind was made up, his limbs knew better and kept him planted in place. Having spent most of the day sitting at Mr. Parsons' bedside, Eddie's legs were well up to the effort of standing, though he longed for his home and bed. Yet Joanna would be there. His ribs constricted, squeezing him tight, and it felt as though he had stepped in an ant-hill, their little bodies skittering up and down his skin. A wave of self-reproof flooded his mind as he mentally flogged himself for such an unfeeling thought. Joanna was a sweet lady, one that had proved far more enjoyable than he had originally believed, and moving houses were stressful for all parties involved, so it was entirely uncharitable to condemn her for being out of sorts. However, Eddie couldn't help feeling that Joanna's behaviour had been especially odd over the past se'night, something more than the usual stresses of life. Pleasing others was a hallmark of her personality, but as their time as husband and wife continued, he had thought she was learning to relax her tight grip on that characteristic. Seeing Joanna return to her servile nature left a sour taste in his mouth, especially when, time after time, she insisted nothing was amiss, as though he couldn't recognize the lie for what it was. Forcing his feet forward, Eddie trudged down the road, his mind filling with thoughts of his wife. Though he hated being one of those husbands who avoided his home, he couldn't help but wonder if he might shadow his father tomorrow to give himself something more to do than sit at home, constantly reassuring her. What did it matter if the pillow was on the chair or the sofa, or the vase or figurine adorned the mantelpiece? It all looked the same, yet Joanna fretted over every detail and insisted on deferring to him at every turn, whilst never accepting his answer. This couldn't last forever. Surely it couldn't. The house would soon be settled, he hoped, and Joanna could return to her usual quiet self. But was this to be his future? It wasn't as though life was peaceful. Upsets and changes were constants, and Eddie couldn't bear the thought of having to weather each, whilst also having to manage a fretful wife who flapped her hands and insisted he shoulder the entirety of the decision. What man wanted a dependent rather than a partner? The rucksack on his shoulder bumped his thigh with each step, but Eddie ignored it as his eyes fixed on the ground ahead of him. The houses along the road were all dark, their shutters closed tight, with nothing moving but him. Only the sound of the shop signs swinging in the breeze broke the silence as he stepped onto the main thoroughfare through Thornsby, though he hardly noticed any of it as he contemplated his situation. Arriving at their home, he slipped through the door set to the side of the shop entrance. A lamp hung just inside, burning bright and ready for his use, and Eddie took hold of it, allowing its light to guide him up the still unfamiliar staircase. Stepping through the front door, he set the rucksack on the sofa, and paused. With only the light of the lamp to illuminate the space, it was difficult to see much, but even in that dim light, Eddie marvelled at the change rendered in the parlour. The room looked fully settled, with wall hangings, cushions, and decorations scattered throughout. But everything had been shifted about to the point that it bore little resemblance to the place he'd left that morning. Joanna had been busy. Shrugging off his jacket and depositing it on the sofa beside the bag, Eddie shuffled to the stairs that led to the bedchambers above. The boards squeaked beneath his shoes, and he stepped carefully, but each movement sounded as though he were trodding on mice. When he arrived at the landing, his shoulders dropped as he spied candlelight leaking through the crack beneath their bedchamber door. There was no point in tiptoeing about, so Eddie drew in a sharp breath and grabbed the latch. With pillows built up behind her, Joanna sat with a book on her knees, her eyes turning to meet him as he entered. "There you are. I had just about given up hope." Though the words were spoken lightly, Eddie paused on the threshold. He didn't know what to make of the statement, so he simply accepted it at face value. "I apologize. I didn't mean it as a criticism, Edward," she said, setting her book aside. "I know your work keeps unorthodox hours, but I was worried you might require something. Do you want me to fetch you dinner? You must be starved." Whilst the concern for his well-being was kind, Eddie's shoulders slumped as he crossed to the side table and set down his lamp. Joanna was so very thoughtful, yet every action and concern seemed steeped in the desperate need to please. "My thanks, but I only wish to sleep." Quickly, he changed into his nightshirt and slipped into the bed beside her. Joanna tossed away the extra pillows and settled down with a yawn. "What kept you?" she asked, turning on her side to face him. "As Mr. Parsons is the only patient I have of note, I would think the answer obvious," he replied with a touch more vinegar than intended. His muscles tensed at the unintended slight against her, but before he could rush to assure her, Joanna nodded. "How is Mr. Parsons?" she asked with another yawn as she snuggled into her pillow. "You were with him all day. I hope nothing is terribly wrong." "Nothing more than usual." Following her example, Eddie settled into his pillow, tucking his hands beneath his head as he stared at the upper panel of the bed. Thick brocade curtains were tied to each post, ready to be pulled closed and provide the pair with more warmth in the dead of winter. With a faint smile, he added, "Mr. Parsons is convinced he is at death's door several times a year, and I've grown accustomed to managing these moods. As his solicitor refuses to indulge the gentleman's fancies, I've taken over the role of executor of his will, and I spent hours at his bedside writing out the new provisions. Then I gathered up all the objects he's chosen to bequeath to individuals. He's lost quite a few things over the years by doling them out prematurely, so I tell him I will distribute them while in actuality I hold on to them until he is feeling himself again." Though Joanna's eyes didn't open, her brows rose at that, her voice growing a little more coherent as she asked, "You do?" "Mr. Parsons may not be ill in body, but he is ill in spirit," he explained. "Though I do not know how to cure him of these bouts, the least I can do is treat him respectfully, and I cannot protect him from himself, but I can mitigate some of his folly." "That is kind of you. I doubt many would bother being so patient or understanding." Eddie huffed. "Do not paint me as a saint, Joanna. With father still seeing to most of the village, I have plenty of time to give to Mr. Parsons, though that will change some day." Joanna gave a low hum at that. "True, but just because you have the time to devote to Mr. Parsons doesn't mean you have to do so. Plenty of men would simply enjoy the income their father has given them and wouldn't bother being sympathetic to the gentleman's plight. I am proud of you, Edward." Sleep coloured her words, making it clear that she was quickly drifting off. Yet Joanna spoke with such certainty, and Eddie stared at her as her breathing deepened, his brows furrowing as the warmth of her words spread through him. That blind adoration she so often heaped upon him painted everything with the same brush, never differentiating between failures or successes and leaving all her praise suspect. Yet these words felt genuine, as though truly earned and not simply offered in a desperate attempt to win his good favour. "Joanna?" She gave another vague hum that sounded as though she were more asleep than awake, and though Eddie knew he ought to let her rest, a question lingered in his mind that he couldn't brush aside. He'd longed to know the answer for so long, and perhaps being trapped between wakefulness and sleep might loosen her tongue enough to give him another bout of honesty. "Why do you call me Edward?" Chapter 21. Joanna made another noise that sounded as though it was a question in return. "From the very beginning you've called me that, though no one ever does, and I've long wondered why," he clarified. "Do you want me to call you Eddie?" she mumbled. Despite knowing she couldn't see it, he couldn't help shrugging. Edward seemed a touch formal, but mostly he'd never thought of calling himself anything but the diminutive that he'd carried since birth. Joanna's eyes opened the slightest amount, though her body remained relaxed as she gave him a faint smile. "Eddie is a child's name, and you are a man. You may choose to approach life with joie de vivre, but laughing at life's absurdities isn't childish." Breathing deepening, she began to drift off again as she added, "I will try to remember to call you Eddie if you wish, but in my mind, you have been and will always be Edward. I think you do yourself a disservice by hiding behind the nickname." By the end of the statement, it was clear Joanna was gone once more, and Eddie stared at her for a long moment before nudging her. "What do you mean I hide behind it?" he said with a frown as he propped himself against the headboard. Drawing in a deep breath, Joanna forced her eyes open and stretched before settling into her pillow to stare at him. "You accuse me of people-pleasing, but I think you are just as guilty, Edward. You are unhappy in your role as the jester of the Vaughn family and want your father to give you more responsibility, but rather than kicking up a fuss, you shrink into the background. You are a talented physician and shouldn't be shunted to the side." "I am passable." A scoff cut him short. "What rubbish!" But he answered that with a questioning raise of his brow. "I've never treated you, so how would you know?" Joanna forced open only one eye and still managed to give him a hard look. "Firstly, you were raised by 2 excellent medical practitioners and hail from a line of distinguished doctors, and despite being headquartered in a village hardly large enough to keep it solvent, your family's apothecary shop is thriving and trusted enough that people even send for your medicines from London." "Being raised in that environment doesn't guarantee anything," he argued. "Sadie hasn't the slightest interest in it." Joanna shifted in bed, rising so that she was seated against the headboard as she crossed her arms. "No, but she still boasts a better-than-average understanding and skill." "True, but she hasn't been labelled a failure by the very people who were charged with educating her." The words slipped out before Eddie knew they were coming, the bitterness so thick in his tone that his mouth twisted at the taste of them on his tongue. Gaping, Joanna stared at him. "Your parents said that to you?" Letting out a heavy sigh, he shook his head. "Of course not. Though it's clear Mother is always convinced I am one poor choice away from becoming like her irresponsible brother, she would never say so. I am speaking of the lecturers at university." "They said that you would be a failure?" she asked, her tone growing more incredulous with each question. Shifting in place, Eddie considered that old memory and dusted it off. "I was nearing the end of my education, and Dr. Fegan asked to speak with me alone in his office. I didn't know what he wanted, but it wasn't unusual for the lecturers to meet with students to discuss their progress, and like the fool I am, I assumed it would be a pleasant conversation, only to have him sit me down and chastise me." Eddie huffed to himself. "At first, I thought they were accusing me of stealing some of the specimens from the dissecting room, as some had gone missing a few days prior. But no, he wanted to tell me that I was destined to be a terrible physician." Joanna's mouth slackened further, but before she could say anything, Eddie hurried on. "He and the other lecturers had been discussing me, and were concerned enough that they brought me to the attention of the senior staff, and they asked Dr. Fegan to speak with me." "Were you failing in your studies?" she asked, her brows pulled low. Eddie puffed out his cheeks and shook his head. Thank heavens, no. I had completed the required reading and most of the suggested reading, else they would have held me back. Pausing, he considered that moment, and the feelings that had plagued him then revived, filling him with the same shock and frustration as before. It crackled through his veins, seeping into his tone as he continued. Apparently, the young men stealing bits and bobs was merely youthful hijinks, not something to condone, but entirely unremarkable. Crossing his arms tight around his chest, he added, No, my bedside manner was abysmal and needed addressing. I was too often laughing and faffing about when visiting patients and was making a mockery of their solemn profession. My behaviour was unsuitable for their hallowed institution and disrespected my great family legacy. Eddie stared at the footboard and forced back a cringe as silence followed that pronouncement. The lady at his side said not a single thing, and that void stretched out for so long that he couldn't help looking at her to see if she had fallen asleep once more. But her body was rigid. Joanna's lungs heaved as her arms tightened around her chest, her glare boring into the footboard. Joanna? Her eyes darted to him. All the exhaustion now burned away as she scowled. How dare he say such a thing? For all that Joanna was a tightly wound person, Eddie had never seen her worked into a furious dither, only the frantic sort, and her temper, once sparked, burned hot as she cursed that man, everyone at the hospital, and anyone remotely tied to the moment. Pushing away from the headboard, she turned to face him, tucking her legs beneath her. Do not listen to that. Joanna fairly vibrated as she struggled with her words. The devil take him. There isn't a name worthy of his horridness. Eddie's brows rose at the curse that fell from her tongue. It was the first sign that her father had played some part in her childhood, as no woman would ever teach her such a colourful phrase. She leaned forward, her eyes pleading with him, adding weight to her words. He is wrong. Absolutely, unequivocally, and inexcusably wrong about you, Edward. He couldn't be more wrong. I have seen how seriously you take your work. Eddie tried to argue that point, but Joanna continued over him. How many of your colleagues are as well read as you? She demanded, though her question must have been rhetorical because she sped forward without pausing for breath. You are forever studying some article or book, and you come to London to hear lectures and keep abreast of how your field is changing in these modern times? You expend effort and expense to keep yourself knowledgeable. As I have said, I have the time. No! Her scowl deepened. Other men would simply laze about, yet you spend your time honing your skills. Are you truly going to try to convince me that you were any different at university? That you were flippant and lazy and bound to fail at your profession simply because you prefer to buoy your patients' spirits while you heal their bodies? Though she paused as though awaiting his response, her question felt rhetorical, and before Eddie could think what to say, she continued. Medicine is so much more than diagnosing diseases and prescribing medicines, Edward. In many ways, you are just as much there to reassure people and provide for their hearts and minds, which you excel at. Eddie tried to reply, but she held up her hand, and he snapped his mouth shut, his brows lowering as he watched her battle with her next words. The physician who attended my birth was renowned for his skill and learning. Father spared no expense to secure him and ensure we received the best care, and though the gentleman was everything he professed to be, his abilities couldn't save my mother. Joanna's expression fell, her lips trembling as her eyes turned away from him. I have never blamed him for it. Women die far too often in childbirth, and he did his best. But my nursemaid was in attendance and told me about his behaviour during and after. With pained eyes, she held Eddie's gaze. The loss devastated my father, and in his most vulnerable moment, Dr. Wharton compounded that pain by expressing only the barest hint of sorrow before suggesting Papa remarry quickly, as a man has no business raising a child on his own, even going so far as to call my mother's death commonplace, as though it were an inconvenience and not a cataclysmic blow. The very breath in his lungs froze as everything inside Eddie shuddered at the thought of such callousness. Though he knew such behaviour wasn't out of the ordinary amongst his profession, which, for all their efforts to eradicate disease, was infected with overinflated pride. "Oh, Joanna," he whispered with a shake of his head, "that is terrible." With a watery and rueful smile, she sighed. "Nurse Smith explained what happened when I was struggling to grasp my father's aloof behaviour, and though I do not think it absolves Papa, I can see how the physician's callousness made an already difficult situation all the worse." Those pleading eyes held his as she leaned forward. "But you, Edward, you are empathetic and thoughtful. You ensure that your patients are not merely healed, but cared for. Yes, you prefer to laugh through life, but you aren't flippant or disrespectful, and when the situation warrants it, you are as solid and responsible as any. You raise your patients' spirits, which helps them through those darkest times when they are frightened and vulnerable. That isn't something to criticize, but to celebrate and cultivate. I admire that about you." Eddie could hardly breathe as she spoke. Gone was the quaking lady who babbled at the slightest provocation. Though she was doing so now, the desperation wasn't on her behalf but his, pleading for him to believe her, and believe in himself. Though habit wanted to cast aside her ramblings as the empty rhetoric of someone eager to please, the certainty in her voice allowed them to burrow deep into his heart. Despite having many strong ties in his life to good people, he couldn't recall a time when anyone had spoken with such zeal on his behalf, battling his demons to help him see the world as she did. "You are such a good man, Edward," she whispered, reaching forward to take her hand in his. "How can you not see it?" The question rang through him, and he couldn't hold himself back as he dragged her into his embrace. Heat burned through him as Eddie swept her up in a kiss, wrapping her into his arms as she settled against his chest with a contented hum. There was no timidity or caution as he surrendered to the feelings sweeping through him. And when they were both short of breath, he pulled back just enough to look at her in the lamplight. Joanna's hair was swept up in a braid, though curls had pulled free, framing her face. "I don't know what I've done to earn such devotion, Joanna, but thank you," he whispered, his lips brushing hers. Though she looked ready to launch into another lecture about precisely why he deserved it, Eddie stopped her short with a kiss. There was so much in his heart at present, and he allowed it to flow through every touch and caress, showing her how grateful he was for her confidence. Chapter 22. How was it possible to expire from excitement and fright at the same time? Once more, Joanna found herself contemplating that conundrum as the two sentiments battled for dominance, when another question threw itself into the midst of that chaos. Did being the hostess give one side a greater advantage, or did it simply strengthen both, leaving Joanna locked in a Pyrrhic victory? On the one hand, being the hostess meant the event was held in comfortable territory, leaving every detail in her control. The entertainment, guest list, and food were under her jurisdiction, her sole discretion. Surely that ought to put her at ease. Unfortunately, while there was a heaping portion of pleasure to be found as the hostess, there was an equal helping of terror. Now she was responsible not only for her own enjoyment, but that of everyone in attendance, to say nothing of the added anxiety that accompanied all the planning that preceded the party. With Sadie's assistance, the parlour was magnificent, or as much as could be expected of a home above a tailor shop. Though Papa would likely be shocked to find his daughter living in such a rustic space, the fact that he would likely never see it allowed Joanna to brush aside that errant thought. She adored this little parlour far more than all the many public rooms Crosby House boasted. With the warm yellows and peaceful blues mingling with the lovely florals, It was comfortable and intimate, and far better than the great gaping spaces of her London home. What need had she of a parlour, sitting room, and drawing room when she had not the slightest aspiration to be one of the grand hostesses of Thornsby? A single room suited her and her gathering to perfection. Peggy had done her best to make her mistress proud. The treats were delicious and well made, and, like the parlour, they suited Joanna's sensibilities to perfection, as she was just as happy with a simple iced orange cake as she was with elaborate pastries. Sugar, fat, and flour baked together was acceptable in any form, and Peggy's nasturtium sandwiches were delightful. The ladies mingled about the parlour, examining the decorations whilst availing themselves of the food and drink. Keeping a weather eye on the various people, Joanna did what she could to foster conversations between the guests whilst seeing to the refreshments and greeting new arrivals. Peggy appeared and announced the Norman sisters and Sadie, and Joanna hurried to welcome them in. "Good afternoon, ladies," said Joanna, before greeting her sister-in-law with a bus on the cheek. "Is Mother not coming?" "I'm certain she will be here in a trice, but I wanted to arrive with our friends." Turning to the ladies, Sadie motioned to the parlour. "Didn't I say it was lovely? Joanna has made so many improvements." "Yellow curtains," said Mrs. Selkirk with brows raised, and Joanna found herself tensing as she wondered if the observation was a good or bad thing. "They are quite lovely, Mrs. Vaughn. A nice addition." Her shoulders relaxed, and Joanna gestured to her sister-in-law. "They were Sadie's recommendation. She was such a help." "They do brighten the space," added Miss Norman. Motioning toward the sideboard where the refreshments sat, Joanna said, "Please help yourselves, ladies." "This is such an odd occasion," said Miss Norman, her eyes tracking the other ladies who wandered to and fro with their tea and saucers in hand. "Eating at such an hour, and whilst standing about." Joanna's shoulders tensed, but she forced herself to breathe. She wasn't going to allow them to fluster her. She wasn't. "Afternoon tea has grown quite popular in London over the past few years, and I thought it might be fun to bring a bit of my home to Yorkshire." Mrs. Selkirk straightened at that, her hold on her sister tightening. "So, you wish to be our social saviour, saving us from our backward country ways?" Mrs. Middleton and Mrs. Smollett, who had been passing by, stopped just off to the side as though deep in conversation, though their ears were pointed toward the discussion. Joanna glanced between them and the two sisters in front of her as her pulse quickened. "That isn't what I meant at all." Scolding herself, Joanna tried to remain strong, but the longer the pair looked at her with those pitying and judging eyes, the more her tongue seemed to loosen. "I am so happy to be here. I love Thornsby, and I am glad it is my home. I simply have enjoyed the few afternoon teas I have participated in, and thought you might as well. Any excuse to enjoy good company and sweets is delightful in my estimation." Striding to the sideboard, she motioned to the various offerings, giving extra focus to the best of the bunch. "And I brewed a special tea I blended myself, using some of my favourite varieties that I brought with me." "Because Thornsby cannot possibly supply decent teas?" asked Miss Norman. Joanna glanced at Sadie, hoping for some assistance from that quarter, but the lady shrank as the others talked. Which was when Mrs. Queensberry stepped into the conversation, giving Sadie a nod of acknowledgement and donning a smile for Joanna, though the lady didn't spare a glance for the Norman sisters. "Mrs. Vaughn, this is simply lovely. I am always happy to have any excuse to indulge in good conversation and sweets." Mrs. Selkirk stifled a laugh as her gaze raked down the lady's figure, which was a touch more ample than was fashionable, and though Joanna wished to say something to shield her guest from Mrs. Selkirk's sharp tongue, Mrs. Queensberry met that with a huff before turning to Joanna in a clear dismissal. "I have been longing to ask how you and your husband met," said Mrs. Queensberry. If the lady's bravery weren't commendable enough, the composed manner in which she spoke gave no indication that the other's disapproval made any impression upon her. and Joanna was startled to see such a thing from a lady who, at first glance, seemed more akin to Sadie and Joanna's retiring personalities than that of the lovely Norman sisters. Forcing a smile, Joanna drew in a deep breath and allowed it to calm her. "I know most people have grand stories, but ours is not terribly inventive. We met at a party in London. I was standing alone, and he took pity on a poor wallflower and begged for an introduction." Mrs. Queensberry's smile softened, her expression growing contemplative as though considering her own history. "That sounds far more wonderful than your tone implies, Mrs. Vaughn." Though she fought it, Joanna's lips twitched into a genuine smile. It wouldn't do her heart any good to romanticize Edward's actions, but that small act of kindness meant far more than he ever realized. "It was wonderful," she said. "He has always been so thoughtful and kind, always quick to look outside himself." "That sounds like him," replied Mrs. Queensberry before taking a bite of a ginger biscuit. Giving an appreciative hum, she said, "I will admit that I am spoiling my dinner terribly, but I do not regret it in the slightest. This is delicious." Miss Norman smothered another laugh, and before Joanna could seize control of the conversation, though whether or not she would have been able to was debatable, Mrs. Selkirk leapt back into the fray. "Oh, you must tell us the story of how he proposed," she said with a bright smile that was more chilly than warm. Joanna felt the shift in the room. Though she tried to ignore it, the lovely afternoon was growing stormy as others quieted to catch every word. Drawing in a fortifying breath, she matched her expression to Mrs. Selkirk's. "After spending so many years as friends, he wanted to pursue a courtship, but was so nervous about it that he couldn't bring himself to make his feelings known. That she managed to speak the lie so convincingly was a miracle, but Joanna slid into the role of storyteller, fabricating the grand romance until the ladies all looked to be in raptures as she recounted the announcement and their rushed marriage. But Joanna had barely placed a period at the end of her story before Miss Norman straightened. "How odd, because I am certain I heard there was quite a bit of surprise and confusion surrounding your quick courtship. Almost as if the whole situation was a fabricated story used to hide some unpleasant truth," she said with feigned innocence, blinking at the others like a babe staring out at the startling world for the first time. Joanna's heart ceased beating, and she struggled to keep her expression placid, and from the spark of mirth in Mrs. Selkirk's gaze, she knew she hadn't succeeded. "I don't know what you mean, Miss Norman," she managed, "but as you are not a confidant to my husband, you may not be the best source of information." Mrs. Selkirk nodded. "That is true, I suppose, but Sadie told us the family wasn't aware of this tendre, which is quite odd, considering how long you claim he pined for you." "And his mother was in a dither about the announcement," added Miss Norman, quite convinced that something was afoot. There was no helping matters. Even if Joanna had learned to hide her feelings, she wouldn't have been able to at that moment. Knowing that her mother had been so concerned was enough of a blow, but learning that Sadie had gossiped about the whole thing, with two ladies who were bound to reveal such a secret when it was most inconvenient, cut Joanna to the quick. Her sister-in-law refused to meet her gaze, and with her standing just a little behind the Norman sisters, Sadie Vaughn looked more like their lady's maid than a lady in her own right. A pain dug into Joanna's chest, and she fought to remain in place, though her feet longed to retreat. Surely there had to be an explanation, but the longer the Norman sisters continued to titter about the situation, the more difficult it was to ignore the truth staring her in the face. Sadie had betrayed her. Knowing it had likely occurred before their friendship blossomed was a comfort of a sort, cold though it may be. And having been Sadie in so many social situations, Joanna knew it was just as likely that she had told the gossip-hungry hags to curry favour as much as to satisfy the need to discuss her troubles with her friends. Regardless, Sadie knew the Norman sisters couldn't be trusted and had handed them the ammunition to harm not only her new sister-in-law, but her brother as well. A chime sounded from the shelf, signalling the passing of another half-hour, and Mrs. Selkirk straightened, glancing at the clock face. "Is that the time?" she asked. "I fear we cannot stay, Mrs. Vaughn." Miss Norman bobbed a farewell. "It was kind of you to invite us, but we have other pressing visits to make." Arm in arm, the pair turned to the door, but Sadie remained rooted to the spot, her eyes glancing between Joanna and her friends. Despite the hurt pulsing through her, Joanna motioned for Sadie to take a seat, hoping beyond hope that she would take the proffered escape. "Sadie!" called Miss Norman as the sisters drifted from the parlour. And like the properly trained lapdog she was, the young lady turned away, scurrying after her mistresses. Chapter 23. Home was a strange concept. More than brick and mortar, it was the spirit of the place that clung to every surface, like ivy climbing the stone, transforming even long-forgotten buildings into something achingly familiar, as though the very floorboards remembered the weight of footsteps and the murmur of voices. Yet home could be a transient thing, shifting quickly into something foreign. Eddie had spent the whole of his life at Hawthorne House. All the Vaughn siblings had been born and raised there. His family still resided within those walls, but standing on the front path, he felt like he ought to tug the bell-pull rather than simply stride through the front door. The building was idyllic. The strong timber beams stood out against the meticulously maintained plaster siding, and with the garden that Mother and Father loved so dearly in full bloom, the distant sound of songbirds and honeybees was like a familiar tune, which couldn't help but lighten his spirits. If Eddie ignored the reason for his visit. Puffing out his cheeks with a sigh, he rehearsed his speech. For all that Joanna had sung his praises, it was moments like this that made him question how she saw something that he himself didn't feel. A grown man cowering on the front steps of his parents' home, such a formidable specimen of courage and manhood. Edward forced himself to straighten. Fidgeting here was simply proving Joanna's point. He was a touch too much of a people-pleaser himself, and if he was going to lecture her about that moat, he had to remove the beam in his eye. The front door opened, and Mother stepped through, and gasped when she turned her gaze to see him standing there. "Good heavens," she said, placing a hand on her chest. "You startled me. I was just leaving to join Joanna at her afternoon tea." Edward straightened, a genuine smile appearing as he relaxed. "Good. She's been in such a dither about it and wants it to go well." "I enjoyed Christiana's when we last visited London, and I am certain Thornsby will eagerly embrace another reason to socialise and eat," said Mother as she straightened her gloves. Nodding, he tried not to fidget as she leaned in to buss him on the cheek. As Mother was quite the equal of any man's height, she didn't need to stretch to do so. "I must say that I know it is good for you two to have your own home, but I miss having you both about," she said, smiling at him. "You were entirely correct about your Joanna. When she isn't anxious, she is quite a delightful young lady, and I find I enjoy her more and more every time our paths cross." Drawing in a breath, Mother reached over to pat his cheek as she had when he was a lad. "And your father and I are proud of you and how you are embracing your responsibilities as a husband so seriously." Eddie's expression froze in place, though his brows inched slowly together. It wasn't the first time she had expressed that sentiment, but today it struck with extra force. "Why wouldn't I take my responsibilities seriously? Did you think I would abandon my wife or treat her cruelly?" he asked. With a huffing chuckle, Mother shook her head. "I didn't mean it like that, darling, only that it is clear married life suits you. Sometimes you can be—" Letting out a sigh, she furrowed her brow as she considered her words. Then, shaking it off, she added with a tender smile, "I just worry about all my children. Sadie is timid and Gregory is aloof." "And I am flighty?" he asked with a false chuckle, nudging the pavers with the toe of his shoe. "Not at all," she said with a frown, but Eddie shrugged it off and stepped around her. "I was hoping to speak with Father. he said, giving her a nod in farewell. "Eddie?" But he shut the front door behind him. Staring at the entrance hall, Eddie tried to gather his strength once more. How did Joanna understand something so fundamental about him that his own mother couldn't grasp? It wasn't as though she ever castigated or belittled him, but every worried utterance demonstrated Mother's low expectations for her second son, and Eddie couldn't help wondering what he'd ever done to give rise to such concerns. Holding fast to Joanna's words, he bolstered his courage as he stared at the door in the corridor that led to his father's study. He felt transported back to his childhood, when he'd stood thusly so many times, knowing he needed to speak to Father. Being a rambunctious lad, those visits had often included confessions, but though this one was nothing of the sort, Eddie still felt the phantom of those worries churning in his stomach. He forced his feet forward, moving to the door and slipping inside. The familiar scent of herbs and medicines clung to the air. The family had relocated their medicine-making operation to its own dedicated building, which now fell under Gregory's domain, but decades of being used for that purpose had left their mark on the room. Gone were the bottles that had lined the shelves, replaced with Father's library of medical books. Eddie supposed he could bring those that were part of his personal collection to his new home, but as the family all shared and used them at their pleasure, it seemed unnecessary to do so. His parents hadn't been able to part with the massive work table that had stood in the centre of the room as long as physicians had lived in Hawthorne House, but as it was perfectly sized to allow both husband and wife to work without encroaching on the other's territory, it had been relegated to a desk. No amount of sanding and polish was able to erase the gashes and scratches marring the thick wood or hide the utilitarian design of the piece. But though many would deem it unbefitting of a gentleman's study, it was perfectly suited for the Vaughns. Hunched over the expanse of wood, Father's head was angled in a manner that made Eddie's neck hurt in sympathy. Scribbling away on his paper, he studied the words carefully. Eddie recognized the focus of one lost in thought, and he waited to be acknowledged, lest Father lose some important idea before it was properly recorded. But as the moment stretched on, he cleared his throat, and Father jolted upright, splattering the page with droplets of ink. "I didn't mean to startle you," said Eddie with a wince, "but I wasn't sure if you had heard me come in." "Eddie?" Father straightened and turned to face him directly. When his eyes landed on his son, the gentleman's expression lightened. "I wasn't expecting you." "I hadn't planned on paying a call today." Father squinted at him for a moment before turning back to his work, his head craning in that unnatural way of his as he examined the sheets. "Is something the matter?" asked Eddie with a frown. Father huffed a laugh and waved it away. "Not at all." "Are you certain? You were looking at your papers strangely." "There is just a lot on my mind of late, that is all," said Father, rising to his feet and motioning toward the far side of the room, where there were armchairs enough for the both of them. Father stumbled, and Eddie reached out to steady him. "That blasted rug," growled the gentleman, turning his eyes to his feet and glaring a hole into the floor. "It's constantly trying to trip me." "Are you certain—" "I am well, Eddie. Do not worry about me," he said, taking the seat with a heavy sigh and motioning for his son to follow suit. His father wasn't one to lie, but then he wasn't one to use crude language either, and Eddie was certain that the gentleman was just as guilty of the former as he had been the latter. Settling slowly into the overstuffed armchair, he considered what to say when Father insisted nothing was amiss. Would he jeopardize this conversation by calling out that lie when they already had a difficult discussion ahead of them? Eddie shifted in his seat and forced himself to relax. Nothing was wrong with Father, and it was better to get to the point. "I wanted to speak to you." Eddie paused, drawing in a breath. The window at their back was open, and the scent of flowers and soil filled his nostrils, though he coughed on a bit of fluff that was floating in the air. Allowing the warm fragrance to help calm his nerves, he forged ahead. "I am married and settled now, and I think it is high time I manage more of the patients. I spent years shadowing you, I have my full education, and then some, And while I appreciate that you wish to ease me into the responsibilities, I want to be more than your apprentice or Gregory's assistant." Father's brows pulled together as he sat for a long, silent moment. "Can we not leave things as they are for now? You do not have many patients, but surely that is a boon for a young married man. I certainly would have loved more time with your mother in our early years, but we didn't have the means to do so." "Yes, but too much time on my hands isn't a good thing." "It is more important to establish yourself and your wife in the neighborhood. Securing your standing is critical to your future success, and with the rumors surrounding your marriage, spending more time on social calls and parties isn't merely lazing about, but good sense." Eddie straightened. "What rumors?" Father stilled, his mind seeming to whirl silently, but when his son prodded him again, he said with a sigh, "People are speculating about your marriage and claiming there is something amiss, which is ridiculous, of course, but spending more time with her in public would help to quash the naysayers." A chill swept over him, and Eddie's pulse quickened. The only thing keeping him from descending into a full bout of worry was the dismissive manner in which Father spoke. And though Mother's comments hadn't been entirely uplifting before, he considered them anew and felt confident that she placed little value on the gossip. "There is wisdom in that, but it's not as though I need to do one or the other," insisted Eddie. "Even a few more patients would be a blessing." "I am glad you are eager, son, but I think it is best to wait," said Father with a sharp nod of the head, the one that usually concluded a debate. And for the first time in some time, Eddie opened his mouth to argue. But what could he say to convince his father? If all these years of work hadn't done that, what words would gain his father's trust? It wasn't as though he was putting the fellow to pasture. His experience and knowledge were valuable things that Eddie would continue to rely upon, to say nothing of the fact that there were times when more than one physician was required. Yet Father insisted on letting things remain as they were. Rising to his feet, Eddie brushed off his trousers. "I fear I've tarried too long. You've only just arrived, and I haven't seen you in ages," said Father with a frown. "Can we not talk for a little longer? I find myself with time on my hands at present, and would love to hear more about that book you brought back from London. It sounds fascinating." Eddie inched toward the door with a strained smile. "I will lend it to you if you wish, but as you said, I need to do what I can to quash the rumours circulating, and Joanna is entertaining at present. I ought to make an appearance and show a united front. But—" Before the gentleman could say another word, Eddie slipped away, hurrying down the corridor and out the front door. Coward. The word haunted his steps as he hurried down the lane. Hawthorne House wasn't far from the Sweets tailor shop, but there was time enough for Eddie to thoroughly curse himself. In all his life, he hadn't thought of himself as timid or fretful, yet Joanna's assertions had just been proven so thoroughly that he couldn't deny that he shared his wife's weakness for kowtowing. Hers manifested differently than his, but the result was the same, and Eddie scowled at himself for it. Chapter 24. The last of her guests lingered on the threshold, and though Joanna's back and feet demanded she sit, her spirits wouldn't allow her to rush Mrs. Queensberry. Despite having noted the waning hour and retrieving her shawl and bonnet, their conversation continued on, with the lady standing in the entrance hall, and if Mrs. Queensberry wished to remain for another hour, Joanna would gladly welcome it. The lady winced. "I do apologize for keeping you on your feet. You look done in and ought to sit, rather than listen to me babble on as I do." "I enjoy babbling, else I would have simply shut the door on you," replied Joanna, but a jolt of cold fear shot through her at the sharp joke. It had rolled off her tongue without thinking, which was ridiculous in and of itself, but there it was. Mrs. Queensberry laughed, and the knot in Joanna's stomach loosened. Though she had suspected it was true, it seemed Edward had been correct that people enjoyed her far better when she wasn't trying to please. Straightening her shoulders, Joanna forced herself to be bold. "Perhaps we could continue this conversation tomorrow or the next day, and though I am well aware that it is expected that I pay a call on you to enjoy your hospitality as well, I find I love entertaining, and my home is quiet all the day long. If you came here, we could spend the whole of it chatting without interruption, whilst Peggy plies us with the leftover cakes and biscuits. And if I were someone else, I might feign shock at such a suggestion, but that sounds divine, she said with a broad grin. I love my children, but even with a nursemaid's assistance, we will be pestered to death by my little ones wanting attention or sweets. In a trice, a plan was decided upon, and Mrs. Queensberry nodded in farewell as Joanna shut the door. For all that her bones felt as heavy as lead, she couldn't help a slight hop to her step as she considered the fact that she may have just made a friend. A true and genuine friend. Dropping onto the sofa with a sigh, Joanna rested her head on the back as a smile played on her lips. A pox on the Norman sisters, Lilith, and all the others she had mistakenly called friends. They didn't want an equal, but someone too timid and self-effacing to demand better than being their lackey. Joanna's eyelids lowered, but her mind whirled with memories of those darker times. Had she looked as subservient as Sadie, bowing and scraping for a morsel of affection no matter the cost? But her thoughts grew hazy as sleep overtook her. Some rational part recognized that it was far too early to go to bed, yet too late in the day for a lie down, but the thought was quickly stifled at the sweet feel of her muscles relaxing. Mrs. Vaughn? Joanna jerked upright, her eyes shooting open to find Peggy there. Scrubbing at her face, she fought back a yawn. Yes? I am sorry to disturb you, but Miss Vaughn wishes to see you. With a pained expression, the maid added, I told her you were otherwise occupied, but she insisted. Said she would wait if need be. Joanna rubbed her forehead. Her thoughts were too much of a muddle for her to manage a proper conversation, and she hadn't the emotional fortitude for what was likely to be a difficult one. Tell her I will see her tomorrow if she wishes, but I am not up to visitors at present. Peggy maintained an air of decorum befitting a servant, but there was an uncertainty in her steps as she went to deliver the message. Joanna shifted in place, turning to stare out the window. From this angle, she couldn't see the doorstep, but she enjoyed watching the horses and carts passing by as the workers began to trickle home for dinner. A flash of skirt, and Joanna spied Sadie standing just below, looking up at her. I see you, Joanna. With the windows fully open, Sadie didn't have to raise her voice for the words to carry up. As there wasn't an outspoken bone in her body, the lady didn't give a defiant look or place her hands on her hips, but she stood there, patiently waiting. With a sigh, Joanna called to Peggy to let her in. I warn you, I am not up to any serious discussions at present, said Joanna as Sadie swept in and sat on the sofa beside her. I apologize, Joanna, she said, wringing her hands with a furrowed brow. There are plenty of excuses I can offer, but the truth is that I shared that information about you and Eddie, which is clearly unfounded, because I was desperate to please Betsy and Valerie. I cared more about them than my own family, and I am ashamed of my behaviour. Please forgive me. Casting her eyes to the hands clenched in her lap, Sadie shook her head. I don't know why I allow them to twist me in knots, but no matter how determined I am, I always bend to their demands. I wish I could say it is entirely their fault, but I am the one who gives them that power over me, and I cannot seem to stop. I hate it. For all that her fingers were taut, the rest of her seemed to sag beneath the admission, and Joanna moved without thinking, her heart demanding action as she drew her arm around her sister-in-law's shoulders. I have the same trouble, Sadie, and though I admit I was very hurt that you would tell them something that was bound to cause me pain, I also cannot condemn you for it. Drawing in a deep breath, Joanna released the admission as her lungs emptied. Had our situations been reversed, I would have done the same because I know what it's like to be so desperate for connection that even the cruelest of friends is tolerated. With a huff, she added, Your brother lectured me on that very subject not long ago, and I argued that any friend, no matter how terrible, was better than no friend at all. But I am starting to see the error of my ways." Sadie's brows remained twisted together as she stared at the far wall with eyes as bleak as the moors in midwinter. "And I will readily forgive you for your mistake," added Joanna, causing Sadie to straighten as a spark of hope chased away the shadows in her eyes. "But on the condition that you cut ties with those ladies. Watching you today made me realize how miserable I've been when I approach others with the attitude that I am unworthy of their notice and that any attention is acceptable, no matter how poor." Straightening, Joanna turned, twisting to face Sadie better, and grabbing hold of all the lessons she had learned of late and the epiphanies that were reshaping her world, she said, "We both deserve to be treated well and not exploited or mocked. It is so easy to think that the best I can hope for is someone who tolerates my company, but I am learning more and more that there are people out there who enjoy me as I am, and not the snivelling creature I twist myself into. I have to trust that I am worthy of being loved if I am ever to find people who will." Joanna grabbed Sadie's hands, holding them fast as she met her sister-in-law's gaze. "And the first step is to rid yourself of people like the Norman sisters. Sadie, you are a dear, and you deserve better than that. We both do. And besides, we needn't worry any longer about tolerating terrible friends because we have each other." Chin trembling, Sadie stared at her. "You still wish to be my friend?" "Of course," she said with a huffing chuckle. But then, sobering, Joanna added, "If you do not break my trust again, that is. I am going to do better about surrounding myself with good people, and I cannot entertain those who gossip and tear me down, even you." Though Joanna hadn't meant it as another castigation, Sadie's expression crumpled. "I promise I will never do it again. I would rather have your good opinion than theirs, and I've always wanted a sister. It is terrible having only brothers. I adore them in many ways, but I enjoy your company so much more." Joanna couldn't help but smile at the absolute conviction with which Sadie bemoaned her sisterless state. "Friends?" Sadie nodded, a grin chasing away the tears that were threatening to appear. But as she wiped her cheeks, she glanced at Joanna, a clear question bubbling in her brain, though she didn't give it voice. "What is it?" prodded Joanna. "If we are to be friends, would you think it too presumptuous?" Sadie's sentence sputtered to a stop, and her lips pinched together as she reconsidered it. "I was wondering. I wish to be your friend, and I am concerned. A certain issue of late." The young lady stuttered her way through it, and when Joanna gently nudged her to speak, Sadie drew in a breath and let her question out in one go. "Now that we are friends officially, will you please tell me what is the matter? Eddie said it was something to do with your father, but I saw your expression when you read that letter, and it was more than that. And you have been acting strangely around him. I know something is bothering you, and I know you have no one to talk to." Though they hadn't been intended to be a killing blow, Sadie's words struck Joanna deep in her heart. While she had far more company in Thornsby than she'd ever had before, with everything falling to pieces with Edward, it felt more and more as though a great gulf was opening around her, keeping her forever apart and isolated. "I will not press the issue, Joanna, I promise," she hurried to add. "I just wanted you to know that he may be my brother, but that doesn't mean I am guaranteed to side with him. Eddie is wonderful, and I love him dearly, but you are my sister and my closest friend now. Those are important bonds." The secret pressed against Joanna's ribs as though trying to claw free of the restraint she had placed on it. For a long moment, her mind spun with all the possible consequences that could come from releasing it, both good and bad. And when Sadie looked ready to leave the subject alone, Joanna's mouth moved of its own accord. The rumours are true. Edward and I aren't a love match, she whispered in a rush. Chapter 25. Sadie's eyes widened, and she held up a staying hand, quickly twisting in her seat to shut the window tight. Joanna missed the breezes in an instant, but with the buildings all pressed close together, they tended to allow sound to carry into the street. Cheeks heating because she'd overlooked such an obvious issue, she watched as Sadie hurried to the corridor that led to the kitchens, paused, and listened. Rushing back over, Sadie sat herself in the armchair facing her sister-in-law. Peggy is busy with dinner preparations, so there is no one to overhear us. And, drawing in a deep breath, Joanna began her story. Of course, it wasn't enough to begin with a newspaper announcement, so she started the tale with their first meeting. Though she'd only intended to touch on that part of the story, she found herself speaking more and more of the feelings that had built within her over the years. The words poured out of her, dragging free every detail of their history, and her insides squirmed and fluttered at various parts, her cheeks flushing and her lips wincing, as though reliving each moment again. Of all the ladies they could have used in their prank, they chose me. Joanna's voice trembled, though she fought to control it. I have thought about that a lot over the past few weeks. They selected me, the most comical choice because everyone knew how much I fancied him and how little he fancied me. It was a jest that everyone could enjoy together. Groaning, she hung her head, burying it in her hands. All that time, I thought I was being subtle, and they were laughing at me. And, fool that I was easily convinced that Edward suddenly fell head over heels for me. Sadie began to speak, stuttering over words that weren't there. I don't know what to say. But Joanna shook her head, wiping at her cheeks. What is there to say? I am in love with a man who married me out of pity and duty. I don't think he pities you. Perhaps not now, but he did at first. More than pity, in fact. Casting her thoughts back to their conversations, Joanna groaned anew. Saint above, Edward told me he didn't care for my personality. Sadie's eyes widened. He said that? Essentially, she said with a sigh, just as Edward's chiding voice entered her thoughts, sounding exactly as exasperated as it always did when she put words in his mouth. Or rather that he didn't enjoy my fretful, nervous self, and I can say without caveat that in all the years I knew him before our marriage, he never saw anything but that. It took me weeks of being married to him before I stopped babbling whenever it grew silent between us. Huffing to herself, Joanna sighed. And the worst is that even knowing his true feelings, I still hold out this ridiculous hope that he will awake one day and be madly in love with me, as if 3 months of marriage isn't long enough to settle that matter. No, I continue to throw my heart after him again and again. A realization crept from the shadows. Though it had never stepped into the light, it had taken shape in those dark recesses of her mind the moment Mr. Bell's letter had arrived, growing in strength until it dragged itself into her conscious thought like the sickly, broken thing it was. How long would she hold out hope for something that would never be? Edward had never encouraged her foolishness, never called her by endearments, never spoken of love, never shown by deed or action that he viewed her as anything more than a companion, a pleasing companion, to be certain, but not a sweetheart. And yes, they were building a life together, but anything beyond that was solely her inference. The blame for her broken heart lay at her feet. I've been a fool, Joanna whispered, her spine straightening as her eyes drifted away from Sadie to stare into the future that unfolded before her. All this wasted effort, all this self-inflicted pain. I cannot spend my life pining for someone who will never return my affection. You do not know that for certain. Joanna held up her hand to halt Sadie's objections, and shaking her head, she said, I need to embrace what I have and stop mourning what I do not. Edward is a wonderful friend, and our life together is everything I dreamt of in so many ways. So why do I insist on complicating matters? It isn't fair to either of us." With each word, it felt as though an invisible weight lifted from her shoulders, and Joanna's expression brightened. "I don't want to live my life forever waiting." Only the slight rattle of a handle warned the ladies of an intruder before the very person of whom they'd been speaking strode through the door, glancing this way and that. "Are your guests gone already?" asked Edward. "I'm sitting right here, brother," replied Sadie. But the fellow waved it away. "I meant the other ladies. You aren't a guest." Then, coming over, he set his medical bag on the side table and moved to the free armchair. And stopped. Joanna watched as he considered for a moment before settling onto the sofa beside her, taking her hand in a jerky movement. Staring at him, she wanted to ask what he was doing, but despite having confessed much to Sadie, she wasn't about to cause a scene. With a tug, Joanna pulled her hand free of his and folded her arms to protect them from any further incursions before offering a smile instead. If she was going to hold firm to her resolution, she would begin this very moment. "What is the matter?" asked Eddie, frowning at Joanna. He hadn't meant to prod her about the situation in mixed company, even if it was only his sister, but her behaviour was too odd to stifle the natural exclamation. "She has been worn to pieces," said Sadie, waving away her brother's question with a flick of her hand. Rising to her feet, she crossed to where the remnant of their afternoon tea remained. "I would hazard a guess that you didn't eat a single thing, and you must be famished." Pressing a hand to her stomach, Joanna shook her head. "I fear my nerves got the better of me. I was so busy with preparations that I forgot to eat luncheon, but it will take time for my stomach to settle enough for anything to sound appetizing. I am certain I will be ravenous when dinner arrives." Eddie frowned. "But you didn't eat breakfast either." Sending him a rueful smile, Joanna sighed. "I was terrified that if I did, I might make myself genuinely ill. Though I've eagerly awaited this opportunity, my insides have been in a dither." Sadie returned to her seat and nodded. "No doubt you will feel better in a trice now that the afternoon is over, but you should be proud." Turning to her brother, she added with a broad grin, "Our Joanna was quite the success." "That is being generous," she said with a shake of her head. "Nonsense. I heard several ladies call it positively delightful." Turning a triumphant grin on her brother, Sadie added, "And if nothing else, she can count it a great victory, because she has convinced me to cut ties with Betsy and Valerie." His sister fairly beamed, though there was still a tremble in her voice as she spoke, and Eddie couldn't help staring as a smile graced his own expression. "Truly? That is a victory indeed." Eddie turned his attention to his wife, reaching for her hand again to give it a squeeze. "You have just guaranteed a place of honour amongst our family. Those ladies are harpies of the highest order." Joanna tugged her hand free of his, and Eddie frowned as she leaned away, but before he could say anything about it, Sadie stole away his attention. "You all hated them?" she asked with raised brows. "How could we not? They treated you abominably, Sadie." "We tolerated them for your sake, but I know Mother and Father will celebrate when they hear the news." Turning his gaze back to Joanna, he added with a rascally smile, "You've earned my undying love for this." Though such bouts of silliness often set Joanna blushing, her empty expression did not alter in the slightest, and her eyes didn't rise to meet his. Meanwhile, Sadie's frown spoke loudly of their joint displeasure. "What have I done?" he asked, his eyes darting between the pair. Brushing at her skirts, Sadie straightened. "I'm afraid the time has gotten away from me. I really should return home." Ignoring him entirely, Joanna shot up from the sofa as they discussed future plans whilst drifting to the door. Despite the confusion muddling his thoughts, Eddie couldn't help but enjoy the sight of their blossoming friendship. Having witnessed it sprout over the past few months, his heart swelled as the pair behaved as though they'd known each other for years and not months. The change wrought in both ladies was quite striking. Joanna didn't babble incessantly or verbally prostrate herself. And Sadie spoke in the free manner she only ever employed with her family. They made plans and promises, and before the pair parted, Sadie swept Joanna into an embrace. Eddie longed to join in their tender moment, but it was theirs. "Allow me to escort you out," said Eddie, leading Sadie out and down the stairs. As she stepped onto the pavement, he winked at her. "Good evening, sister." But rather than a cheeky reply or a familial embrace, as she had granted Joanna, Sadie gave a hum of displeasure and tusked, shaking her head as she turned away. "What have I done?" he asked. "Ask your wife. I am not spilling any of her secrets," she called from over her shoulder. Staring after her as she drifted down the road, Eddie pulled his brows low. What had he done? Clearly, his sister had joined forces with his wife, which, though pleasing in many regards, was supremely irritating at this moment. Joanna wasn't forthcoming about such matters, and if Sadie wasn't going to grant him insights, he was bound to bungle about in the dark until he stumbled upon an answer. Eddie sighed at this rather beastly day and climbed the stairs to his home. Upon entering, he found Joanna curled up on the sofa, staring out the window as the people passed on the street down below. Joining her there, he sat opposite her, and she set one of the decorative pillows between them. "What in the blazes is going on, Joanna?" he demanded. "I don't know what I've done to irritate you so, but is there a need to treat me like a leper?" Rising to her feet, Joanna strode across the parlour and Eddie huffed. "Do not run away now." Joanna paused and glanced at him from over her shoulder. "I am trying to gather my thoughts." Wincing to himself, Eddie didn't bother apologising for the misinterpretation. Though pacing was commonplace with Joanna, the movement had looked suspect. Besides, he was already being castigated for some unknown offence. "You've been acting strangely for weeks now, and every time I ask you about it, you brush it aside as nothing or a figment of my imagination," he said with a frown. "If I've done something wrong, tell me. I'm not clairvoyant." Reaching the far side, Joanna turned and paced back to the sofa, repeating the action several times before stopping in front of him. She drew herself upright, gathering her hands before her as she finally met his eye with a lift of her chin. "You are right. I have been out of sorts," she said slowly. "And though I have been struggling with whether or not to speak to you about it, I realise there has already been too much miscommunication in this marriage, and if we have any hope of a happy alliance, we'd best start this new chapter on better footing." For all that her speech had the hallmarks of one of her babbling moments, Joanna's words were steady and measured, and though they sent a cold wave through him, she was speaking so boldly that Eddie couldn't bear to interrupt, lest he sent her into a proper Joanna dither. "But a new chapter?" Drawing in a deep breath, Joanna stood before him without an ounce of the trepidation she usually wore tight around her like a cloak, and for a brief moment, Eddie couldn't help but admire it. Confidence suited her well. "I need you to stop pretending to be a doting husband, Edward." Chapter 26. Mouth slackening, Eddie stared at her. "Pardon?" "We have a good marriage, far better than many, in fact. We have a strong foundation of friendship and respect, and we needn't muddy the waters by pretending it is something deeper than that." Joanna paused for breath before continuing. "Of course, we wish to grow our family, so whatever intimacies we share in our bedchamber will continue as they have, but I will not tolerate any more play-acting in public or private." For the briefest moment, Eddie was amazed that Joanna didn't stumble or blush at the mention of intimacies, especially when he was struggling not to do so himself. but that shock gave way to the meaning behind her words. "I am utterly confused, Joanna," he said, his brows pinching tight together. "I am at a loss to understand why you feel the need to address this issue, or why you believe it is an issue in the first place. You make it sound as though I have been mauling you." That chin of hers lifted, a hard glint entering her eyes that Eddie had never seen before as her tone filled with a challenge. "Why did you try to take my hand just now?" Rubbing at his forehead, Eddie rose to his feet as well, because it was just too blasted uncomfortable to remain seated when she was standing. "There are rumours about our marriage, and I want to put them to rest. That is all. We married to protect your reputation, after all." At that, Joanna stilled, her body not deflating, though the colour drained from her until Eddie worried she would faint. Stepping closer, he tried to get her to sit, but she shook him off, stepping away with a shake of her head. "Don't you see? That is the problem," she whispered. Closing her eyes, Joanna turned away, pressing a hand to her forehead as she paced the length of the room once more, and when she returned to him, she dropped her arms and faced him with that same determined glint in her gaze. "I didn't know you only married me to protect my reputation." Now it was his turn to grow faint as Joanna recounted the past 3 months from her perspective, unearthing all the misconceptions that had brought them to this moment. Eddie's legs grew weak as he settled back on the seat, and for a long moment he wondered if he ought to thank or curse Morty for that letter, though he knew not only that his friend deserved praise for having undergone some serious self-reflection, but that stumbling along in ignorance as they had wouldn't have ended happily for them. Scrubbing at his face, he sighed. "I had no idea, Joanna. We never spoke of it, and it never occurred to me that your family would have kept it secret from you." Pausing, Eddie considered that. "Though, in all honesty, I'm not sure if I ever admitted the truth to anyone beyond your aunt. I never thought she would withhold that information from you." Joanna held up a staying hand and turned away, slowly pacing the floor. "It doesn't matter anymore, Edward. I've wasted enough time blaming others, but we cannot go on as we have." Eddie straightened, his eyes boring into his wife as she walked the length of the parlour. "What does that mean? Are you leaving me?" Jerking to a halt, she turned and stared at him. "Of course not. This isn't the marriage I expected, but that doesn't mean it isn't happy in its own right. Only that we needn't pretend it is anything more." Joanna paused, that telltale blush entering her cheeks, though her posture remained upright as she forced herself to hold his gaze. "Clearly, you know my feelings, else why would your friends choose me? What would cause more embarrassment for you than to have our names bound together when you were already discomfited by my obvious affection and utterly disinterested in me?" And for once, it was Eddie who could not meet her eye. "I wouldn't say it so boldly. Is now the time when you accuse me of putting words in your mouth?" she asked with the barest hint of a smile, though he could find nothing amusing about this conversation. "Or are you merely discomfited that I see the truth for what it is?" Still unable to lift his gaze from the floorboards, Eddie shrugged, which earned him the barest whisper of a sigh. Moving to the sofa, Joanna sank onto it, her body sagging against the cushions. "You know that I have—" Her jaw tensed, and Joanna paused a moment before forcing the words out. "We have known each other for years, and I have loved you for nearly all of that time. Until now, I hoped your feelings might grow into something more than brotherly affection. I do not think of you as a sister," he insisted with a scowl, his mind filling with the private affections they'd shared that were not of the familial variety. There was nothing fraternal about their relationship. "But I would hazard to say that you did not until we exchanged vows. And regardless, your feelings are not romantic in nature," she whispered, her voice barely carrying above the noise echoing from the street below their window. "And if you have not fallen in love with me during all the years leading up to our marriage, and after spending every day of the past 3 months together—" Blushing must be catching, because Eddie felt another swell of heat in his cheeks as he recalled the moment his wife had caught him leering at Miss Longville. The memory in and of itself made his conscience claw at him, but knowing the full context of his wife's feelings made it all the worse. Joanna paused, swallowing hard as she stared at her hands that rested in her lap. If your feelings haven't moved beyond friendly admiration, then it is pointless for me to expect you to change. It isn't fair to either of us. As he shifted in his seat, Eddie's instincts demanded he tease her into a good mood or tell her what she wished to hear. But whatever mistakes they'd made to arrive at this moment, he wasn't going to compound the problem by lying. He adored her in many ways, but she was Joanna. He didn't know how to quantify his feelings, yet he knew enough about matters of the heart to know his was bound to hers more out of affection and honour than genuine desire. I am sorry for this misunderstanding, Joanna. I've only ever wanted to protect you. She nodded, seeming to take strength from that as she straightened once more. Then I would ask that you stop the pretense. We are married. We share a life and a bed, but we needn't pretend anything more. Eddie studied her profile. But if we don't pretend, we'll feed the rumours. What does that matter? She asked with a frown. We are trying to keep you from becoming a laughingstock, Joanna. That is what matters. But she waved it away. I have spent my life as an outcast in society, and am quite familiar with the role. It doesn't scare me. Getting to his feet, Eddie stared at her. You cannot be serious. Protecting you is the entire reason we married. Now you want to cast that aside as if it doesn't matter? I didn't ask you to protect me, Edward, she said, rising to meet his stance. Not once. You made that choice on your own, and though it is kind of you, I will not take the blame when you made the choice. Twice. You could have left me to Mr. Bell, but you chose to marry me. If you had bothered to speak to me about it at any time before our wedding, I never would have agreed to this marriage in the first place. Those words drove into his heart like a dagger, stopping him short as he stared at his wife and the utter conviction with which she stood before him. Eddie struggled to take a breath, but he forced his lungs to work. Are you saying it is my fault we are stuck in this marriage? He asked in a cold voice. Joanna's brows rose, her mouth gaping. Stuck? That isn't what I meant. Eddie sighed heavily and paced the room, following the path she had used before. Why do you always twist my words? Why do you always say things that are so easily twisted? Or should I simply be happy that you deigned to save me from your friend's cruelty and forced yourself into this marriage you hate so much? She said, her voice rising. I don't hate it. Oh, yes, it is clear you adore the wife with whom you are stuck and whom you must force yourself to act as though you care about. Holding up her hands in dismissal, she strode to the corridor. I am done pretending, Edward. I have never been good at it, and I refuse to develop a talent for it now. Eddie called after her, but she didn't slow, sweeping out of the parlour like a winter storm. Her footsteps echoed through the rooms as she stomped up the stairs, their bedchamber door slamming shut the next moment. The sound rang through the air, and the silence that followed was anything but peaceful. Arms clenched tight across her chest, Joanna's eyes bored holes into the plaster-covered wall. Her jaw tightened, and her chest rose and fell with the injustice of it all. The room was stifling, and her nightdress clung to her skin. But it was nothing compared to the heat simmering inside her. She settled deeper into the pillows, scrunching her eyes shut as if that might somehow dissolve the anger in her chest. Yet each time she tried to calm herself, a fresh wave of frustration flared up, tightening her throat and making her cheeks burn anew. There wasn't any point in attempting to sleep until he deigned to join her. The man moved about the room like a herd of agitated elephants, bumping and clattering about. So even if she could fall asleep now, he was guaranteed to wake her when he finally decided to stop being childish and come to bed. And had she ever complained to him about the noise? Of course not. She had been too eager to prostrate herself before him, as if behaving as though she were unworthy of his attention would somehow endear her to him. Joanna huffed at herself and scowled all the deeper. Closing her eyes, as though that might hide her from her own thoughts, she rubbed at her forehead and winced against all the memories that continued to prick at her pride. She'd never thought herself possessing much of one, but the poor thing had taken quite the beating over the past few weeks. Footsteps on the stairs announced his arrival with enough time for her to give the door her back and pull the covers up, despite the heat demanding she kick them away. But when it opened, Joanna knew the feet making those noises didn't belong to her husband, and turned over to see Peggy fetching Joanna's dinner tray from the side table. And as much as Joanna didn't wish to voice the question, she asked, "Is Dr. Vaughn still sitting downstairs?" "Yes." "Could you ask him to join me?" Doubly embarrassing, but it was better than having to go herself. Clutching the tray before her, the maid of all work couldn't quite meet her mistress's gaze. "He had me fetch him blankets and pillows. I don't think he intends to come up." Joanna held back a flare of temper and dismissed the woman. She ought to leave him to his uncomfortable night's rest, but instead she kicked back the bedclothes and pulled on her wrapper. Chapter 27. Sweeping into the parlour, Joanna propped her fists on her hips and glowered at her husband's back as he settled into his makeshift bed on the sofa. "What are you doing?" she demanded. Edward settled his hands behind his head as though comfortably reposing, though his feet hung so far over the edge that they were practically on the floor. "We haven't a guest room prepared, so I am making do." "You are being ridiculous." With his eyes turned to the ceiling, his expression looked set in stone. "You are the one who doesn't want me near you. I'm merely honouring your request and shan't trouble you any more." "For goodness' sake," she huffed, her hands falling to hang by her side. "Why are you being so difficult? We are friends, and I am happy with the arrangement. All I'm asking is for you to stop pretending to be something we are not. What is so wrong with that?" "What is so wrong with protecting you from gossip?" he demanded in a low tone. "I do not require protection." Edward's jaw tightened as his eyes seared the plaster overhead, and she marched to his side, yanking the blanket off him. "Leave me alone, Joanna." "You are not going to sleep here like some sulking child," she said, attacking the pillow next and tugging it out from under his head, which fell onto the armrest. "We are husband and wife, and we are going to act like it." "But only in the manner you deem appropriate," he retorted with a hard look at her. "Why are you being so obstinate?" Straightening, she clutched the pillow and blanket to her and lifted her chin, looking down her nose at him. "You've lectured me for months about being more forceful in my opinions. You were the one who didn't want a grovelling wife. Do not complain now because I no longer wish to concede to your every whim. You cannot have it both ways, Edward." With one final heave, she grabbed up all his bedding and dragged it from the parlour. Hearing his words tossed back at him made everything inside him tense as heat raged through him. Yet Eddie knew there was no way to argue against it. The childish part of him longed to bury his head in the sand and dismiss the accusation, but there was just enough reason left in his mind to push him upright, following his wife as she led them to their bedchamber. Depositing his bedding in the corner, she climbed into their bed, giving her back to him as he took his place beside her. It wasn't as though the mattress was large enough to sleep apart, yet Joanna was doing her utmost to keep any part of her from touching him. "Oh, yes, this is preferable to the sofa," he muttered. With a huff, Eddie turned onto his side, giving her his back as well before turning down the lamp. Darkness enveloped the room, though there was no rest to be found. The tautness in his wife's muscles and her determined breathing made it clear Joanna would not be resting easy any time soon, but Eddie closed his eyes and relaxed into the mattress. As the French proverb said, there is no pillow so soft as a clear conscience, and he was quite happy with how comfortable his own was, though anything was better than the sofa arm. Joanna was absurd, tossing him aside one minute and then insisting they share a bed the next. The woman made no sense whatsoever. But then she was the one that was struggling to sleep. There were proverbs and quotes aplenty about the anxiety attached to guilty consciences, which Joanna was about to discover in spades. Why wouldn't she just accept his assistance rather than tossing it back in his face as though his sacrifices meant nothing? Didn't she understand how much he'd done for her? Yet, even as his thoughts lingered on the infuriating warrior that had swept into the parlour to plague him, her accusation rang through his thoughts, worming its way into his dreams. Eddie had asked for this. Morning light seeped through the curtain edges, which had been nudged aside by the bedding she had carelessly dropped the night before. Her muscles felt like wet sand, her head heavy and aching, and Joanna cursed the light that pierced her eyes. Squeezing her lids closed, she felt something tickle her hip, and lifted her head enough to find Edward's hand lying across the pillow that formed the delineation between them, his fingers invading her space, though the depth of his breathing made it clear he was still lost to the world. Joanna tried not to move, but the tightness in her muscles needed to be addressed, and carefully she stretched and twisted her limbs this way and that, eliciting several loud pops in her neck that drew a sigh of relief. As she settled back into her pillows, her left shoulder ached from being so thoroughly used the night before, but the bed wasn't wide enough for her to lie on her back while Edward invaded her territory. So she settled onto her right, to find him watching her through foggy eyes. His lids opened and closed so slowly that Joanna wasn't certain if he was truly awake or merely twitching in his sleep. But when he squeezed his hand, his gaze fell to the pillow barrier. "Was that necessary?" he grumbled, rolling over onto his back as he scrubbed at his face with a yawn. The question had a ring of the rhetorical to it, and Joanna didn't have an answer at any rate, so she rose to her feet and crossed to the dressing table. Despite the night before, the pair fell into their usual routine as Edward joined her. Moving around each other, they went through their morning ablutions, and when Joanna opened the wardrobe, she found herself staring at the dresses inside. This was her clothing, yet she had never realized just how many of the dresses were blue. Picking up a gown here and there hadn't established any clear pattern in the moment, but standing before the monochromatic selection, Joanna scowled at herself. Yes, she liked the colour, but there was no point in denying that it wasn't her preferences that had pushed the recent purchases. Picking through them, she lifted out the new green day dress. The hue may not be Edward's favourite, but Joanna thought it suited her well, and the thick stripes were very flattering to her figure. His attention was on his neckcloth and hair when she slid the gown into place. Her hair remained in its tousled plait, but Joanna couldn't help but lift her chin as his eyes caught hers in the reflection of the mirror. "How do you like my dress?" she asked. Giving it a quick look, he nodded and straightened his waistcoat. "It is lovely. The colour suits you." And like that, the temper she was trying to build died like the wind on the ocean, leaving her adrift. The childishness and foolishness of her defiance stung her pride, and she sighed and shook her head. "Pay me no mind, Edward. I'm being silly," she said. Straightening, he turned to look at her directly. "Have I said something wrong?" There was a heavy intonation of "again" in his statement, and Joanna's shoulders fell. "Not at all. I am simply being petty, and you are being sweet instead." Petty about a dress? Trying to explain the situation would be far worse than simply moving past it, so Joanna waved it away. Bending, she reached into the bottom of the wardrobe for her shoes, and her vision swam. She straightened, but darkness swept over her. Hands shaking, she drew in a sharp breath as Edward seized hold of her, guiding her to the bed. "Careful there," he whispered. "What is the matter? Do you need something to drink? Or a spot of breakfast? You haven't been eating well of late." Just the thought had Joanna shaking her head with a wince. "Not yet. Give me a moment. It's just so wretchedly hot, and I didn't sleep a wink last night." Edward turned to the wash basin, dipping the cloth into the water and wringing it out before dabbing her forehead. It was hardly cold, but it felt wonderful nonetheless. "I was worried the Yorkshire winters would be brutal, but it seems the summers are just as liable to destroy me," she sighed. "It is extraordinarily hot and dry this year." "Yes, but I was raised in London, where the temperatures are always warmer, and I've never felt so sapped of strength and uncomfortable," she murmured, her eyes closing as she revelled in his ministrations. Standing before her with the damp cloth in his hand, Edward's brow furrowed, and as Joanna's equilibrium returned, she found her shoulders lowering as her temper ebbed. After so many weeks of amicable coexistence, she could hardly believe how quickly things had turned on their head, and the night's rest, however fretful, had given her enough distance to pull free of the fury that had gripped them both. "I don't understand how things got so muddled yesterday," she said with a shake of her head. But as she considered that, she huffed to herself. "Granted, I don't know if I've ever rowed with anyone before, so perhaps that was precisely how it always goes." Setting aside the washcloth, Edward sat beside her on the bed with a sigh. "You've never had an argument?" Brows pulled tight together, Joanna sorted through her past. "I've lost my temper plenty of times, but battling one's nursemaids and governesses isn't the same, and heaven knows I wouldn't dare to disagree with my friends and acquaintances in the past, let alone argue with them." "Then I have the great honour of being the first victim of your wrath?" he asked, slanting her a hint of a smile, and Joanna couldn't help chuckling. "I will say again, it is your fault for pressing the issue. Had you left things as they were, I would never have said a word," she replied. The pair sat together in silence, side by side. Drawing in a heavy breath, Edward said, "I am sorry for what I said. I spent most of the night stewing, only to realise I am more angry with myself than anything." Chapter 28. Turning to look at him, Joanna waited as he sorted through his words. "Hearing you say you regretted our marriage," he began, and before she could protest, Edward held up his hand. With shoulders dropping, he stared at the rug. "Hearing you say that you wouldn't have married me pricked my pride. I thought I was doing the right thing by protecting you. And even though things aren't perfect between us, it made me happy to know that I had been able to rescue you from disgrace. To hear you dismiss it, I didn't mean it like that," she said with a shake of her head. "I am honoured and touched that you married me, even if it wasn't the way I wished for it to take place. This whole mess wasn't your doing, but you chose to protect me not only from society but from Mr. Bell, who would have made a dreadful husband." Slanting a look at him, she added with an arched brow, "Though I don't know if I should be offended that you and Mr. Bell thought I would have simply swapped grooms without a word of protest. No amount of enticements would have convinced me to marry Mr. Bell." Edward gave a halting huff of a chuckle. "Wise woman." Yet even that tidbit of levity crumbled into nothing as Joanna considered her words. Forcing her throat to clear, she added, "Do you know how painful it has been for me to think you've wasted your chance to find a loving marriage because of an obligation? I never want to be your regret, Edward. I have enough of that in my life already." Giving her a questioning raise of his brows, he lifted his arm as though to place it around her, but only when Joanna nodded did he settle it on her shoulders. "Most of my regrets revolve around the fact that I dragged you into this situation, none of which was of your own making," he said in a heavy tone. "My friends were behind that horrid prank. My bull-headedness forged ahead without ever seeking your opinion on the matter. It was my insistence that had us marrying so quickly rather than taking time to sort out the mess." Pausing, he considered that before adding, "Though the more I think about that time, the more I realise how much your aunt manipulated me into not talking to you. No doubt she realised the ruse would fall apart if we did. I don't understand how she could be so selfish, especially with her own niece." Wincing, Joanna glanced at him. "I think that is my doing, Edward. Yes, she foisted me off on you, but she knew how much I hoped we would marry someday. My foolish dreams planted the idea in her head, and I do think that she thought it would make me happy." Joanna's shoulders fell. "The truth is that this mess is as much my fault. You say I put words in your mouth, and it is true, though not in the way you think. You never gave me any sign you cared for me, yet I have inferred and imagined, making more of your actions than you ever intended. So, if my heart was broken, then it was my own doing, and it isn't right for me to make you bear the consequences." With each confession, Eddie's heart twisted in his chest for the poor neglected child who had grown into the woman who so desperately wanted someone to love her, and though he had hoped and prayed for many things in his life, never had he yearned for anything more than to give her that. The more he came to know her, the more he liked the lady at his side, yet admiration wasn't what she desired. Holding fast to her, he longed for comforting words, but his mind drew a blank as he considered all that had happened between them. "Can we be friends?" she asked, turning bright eyes to his, pleading for it with all the feeling of her tender heart. "I do not know how things got so mangled yesterday, but that was all I was asking for." "I have always thought of us as friends, Joanna." Being so close together, he couldn't miss the flinch that had her eyes dimming and turning to the floor. But before he could say anything, she shook her head and waved him off. "Ignore me, Edward. I fear it will take some time before my silly little heart is willing to fully accept the truth for what it is, although you've never done anything to raise those expectations, and that is the precise issue." Joanna turned toward him, her brows pinching together. "My heart isn't to be trusted. It twists everything to feed that fantasy. And even knowing you are just play-acting to protect our secret won't stop me from building great castles in the sky, only to have them come crashing down again and again." The telltale crimson filled her cheeks as a spark of humour lit her eyes. "At the Fletchers' picnic some years ago, you plucked a wildflower during a conversation. I don't recall why you did it, just that you did. But you handed it to me. Simply handed, not gave in some grand manner, and I took that little chrysanthemum home. I pressed it in one of my books, and it is still there." Despite stumbling over her confession, Eddie found himself straightening at the thought. He didn't recall the moment by any means, though it didn't surprise him that she had done that very thing, knowing her as he did. But while she clearly viewed it as the height of embarrassment, Eddie couldn't help feeling a flutter of pleasure at the thought of her pining for him. Perhaps that was part of his trouble. Though he'd never cared for her subservient adoration, a man couldn't help but be puffed up when he was the object of so much worship, and having it withdrawn now wasn't pleasant, and Eddie cringed at that selfishness. "Do you regret it?" she whispered. There was no need to ask what it was, for that question had plagued him for the last several hours, and despite everything, Eddie knew his answer. "Not at all," he said, his arm squeezing around her. "Yes, the past few hours have been difficult, and there have certainly been bumps and bruises along the way, but not only do I enjoy your company more and more each day, I find that I like being a husband. I like having someone to provide for, to support." Pausing, he tried to select his words carefully as he added, "I like being useful and needed, and you make me feel like I am both." They were not the words of a lovesick man, but he felt them to his core. Joanna was not the woman he would have chosen for himself, but he couldn't regret their time together because it had blessed his life in many ways. But her question brought his own to his thoughts, and though Eddie didn't wish to ask it, he dreaded the uncertainty more. "Do you regret it?" Joanna sat silently for several long moments, far too many of them, and with each heartbeat, Eddie's pulse quickened, his arm going slack around her. Straightening, she turned those blue eyes on him once more, and though it wasn't an eloquent answer, it rang with conviction. "No." She paused again, her gaze falling away as she whispered, "This is the happiest I've ever been. I have family and friends who care for me and enjoy my company. I am blessed." But there was a hollowness to the words. Not that Eddie doubted the sincerity with which he spoke, for it was clear that Joanna truly believed them. It was a sentiment he recognized all too well. When one's life was filled with so many gifts, how was one to ask for more? "Though I am loath to broach the subject again," she said in a voice that held a hint of the fragile creature he'd known for so many years. "I do hope you understand why I am asking that we cease pretending to be what we are not." Straightening, she shifted out of his hold. "Friendly displays are one thing, but I cannot bear to play act as though we feel something we do not. No matter how firm I am in my resolve, I am bound to start hoping for something you cannot give. And for my sake, I would appreciate it if we kept up the pretense," he said, adopting her careful tone. Yesterday had proven how quickly matters could spiral out of their control. "Even if your family discovers the truth, it won't taint their opinion of you," she said, squeezing his knee. Eddie stared at her for a long moment, though he didn't know why it was still so surprising that she saw right to the heart of the matter. Shaking that off, he sighed. "Not only was I gallivanting about London rather than doing my work at home—" "You were attending lectures to learn of the advancements taking place in your field," said Joanna with a frown. But Eddie continued, "I surrounded myself with just the sort of people my parents despise. I knew they weren't good influences, but they were amusing. So I tolerated all the selfish things they did, ignoring my better judgment. Just as Sadie and I have done, yet your parents do not condemn us." Eddie sighed. She didn't understand, and he didn't know how to explain it. The pressure in his chest built to untenable levels, forcing him to wait until he was certain he could speak. "You are not your Uncle Isaac," she said, her expression filling with concern as her eyes delved deep into him. Eddie's brows rose at that, and Joanna hemmed for a moment. "I have heard your family speak of him from time to time, and though it is clear that you share some similarities, Mother's fears are founded in her own history with her brother, not you." Eddie hardly dared to hope, though his heart skipped as she continued. "You are a good man, Edward Vaughn. You aren't careless or selfish. You aren't reckless with others, nor do you neglect your responsibilities. As far as I can tell, the only thing you have in common with your uncle is a propensity for being social and having a light-hearted temperament, which isn't any true indication, as that is only in comparison to the rest of your family, who are good people, but are generally solitary and quiet." Hardly able to do more than gape at her, Eddie struggled to know what to say to that. Habit wanted to deny it, but Joanna spoke with the conviction of one who would not be put off. "Why do you believe in me so fully?" he asked in an awed whisper. "I have never understood why, yet time and time again, you make me feel as though I am far better than I am." "I could say the same of you, Edward," she said with a smile. "I am honoured to be your wife." "And I am honoured to be your husband," he echoed. "So, can we just be friends?" she asked. "We needn't be cold or distant. Just avoid the pretense, that is all, and it isn't as though we were doing much of that before. Whatever rumours are out there will die down eventually, and if they don't, what harm can they do? Ours is hardly the first of such marriages." Eddie paused to consider that. Though his fears still clung to him, her confidence coursed through him, making it difficult to justify them any longer. "Do we truly wish to shut that door?" he asked. Joanna's brows furrowed. "What door?" Shifting in his seat, Eddie struggled with the words. "If we act as though we are nothing but friends, how will anything more ever come of it? It's not as though hearts are set in stone." With a jerk, Joanna rose from the bed, shaking her head. "Please do not say that, Edward. I cannot allow myself to think such things. I have spent years of my life clinging to those beliefs, and it is best we simply accept what we have rather than fight about what will likely never be. You do not know— No, she said, holding up her hands and stepping away from him. We have known each other for years and been married for months. If you do not love me now, you never will. So there is no need to speak of doors. The only way I can be happy is if I erase that possibility from my mind, because I cannot bear to have another person in my life who doesn't return my feelings. I cannot live being rejected again and again, Edward. I cannot. Please do not ask that of me. And with that, Joanna fled once more. The door didn't slam behind her, but the sounds of her stifled tears lingered in his ears. Chapter 29. You didn't, gasped Mrs. Stoughton, her hand flying to her mouth as she gaped at Joanna. I would have been mortified. The past 4 months had seen many changes wrought in Mrs. Joanna Vaughn, but the one constant that remained was the ease with which her face flushed at the slightest provocation, and it gave a telltale blush at the mere memory. Yet, despite her cheeks burning red, Joanna laughed, a warm, genuine sound, which held a hint of self-directed humour but lacked any sharpness. Oh, I assure you I was, but mortification and I are old friends, replied Joanna. The two jabbered back and forth, and though Eddie tried to maintain a conversation with Mr. Stoughton, his attention was drawn back to his wife. The rest of the guests had long departed, but she and their hostess looked quite pleased to remain standing in the entrance hall until the sun peeked over the horizon. And as much as he wanted to indulge her, Eddie cleared his throat, drawing her attention to him. "Is that your way of prodding me?" she said with narrowed eyes. Mr. Stoughton leaned close and whispered, sotto voce, "Be careful how you answer that." "I would never dream of pulling you away a minute earlier than you wish, but you and Mrs. Stoughton are going to spend the afternoon together tomorrow, and the hour is growing late," said Eddie, which earned him a wince from his brother-in-arms and an arched brow from the fellow's wife. But Joanna gave him a mock scowl before bidding their hosts farewell. "Come, it seems my husband is tired and needs to be put to bed." Eddie assisted her with her wrap, and when they were properly attired, they stepped out into the night. In truth, it wasn't as late as all that. Though the stars shone in the sky above, the informal gathering hadn't included much beyond dinner, and yet Eddie couldn't deny that he wanted his bed. The Stoughtons lived within Thornsby proper, but their home sat far enough away that Eddie wished he had borrowed his parents' gig, even if the weather was pleasant enough for a stroll. The roads were rather quiet, though there was the odd person about, and their path took them through the quieter parts of the village. Reaching out with his arm, he glanced at her to take it. "Thank you for the gallantry, but the ground is even enough," she replied with a shake of her head. "I can manage quite well." Eddie stifled a sigh at the refrain that had become the motto of their marriage over the past month. Joanna didn't need a steady hand or arm. She didn't require compliments. And with each and every offer of assistance or kindness, she insisted on managing alone, as if by merely touching his arm she would fall prey to his allures and be unable to control herself. Their marriage was to protect her, but apparently the only thing she needed protection from was him. Forcing himself to recall all the many reasons he wasn't going to press the issue, Eddie lowered his head as they wove their way through town. This was what Joanna wanted. Shoulders dropping, he forced his feet along the path, kicking the odd rock that came within striking distance. Joanna didn't speak, but then, what was there to say to the husband she neither wanted nor needed? Giving one particularly irritating stone a good kick, Eddie considered how twisted fate's humour was. For years, Joanna had hung on his every word, yearned for his company and assistance with anything and everything, and for years he'd found it trying, discomforting really. That hero worship had felt unearned and excessive, and now it was gone. Not that Eddie wanted an acolyte for a wife, but being rendered unnecessary by the one person who ought to need him most was a bitter pill. But was it any wonder that she dismissed him so readily? His own father demonstrated little faith in his abilities. Why would he excel at marriage when he wasn't fit to manage the patients? Gads, Mother was shocked that he was shouldering his responsibilities as a husband. Eddie felt the storm clouds gathering in his heart, but he couldn't bat them away again. Joanna cleared her throat, and it was only then that he realized she was no longer standing at his side. Turning, Eddie found her a few steps behind him with a wince pulling at her features. "Is it too late for me to reconsider the arm you offered me?" she asked with a sigh. Eddie straightened, his brows lowering as his mind slowly translated the words into something comprehensible. She wanted his assistance. With 2 steps, he was by her side and lifted his arm for her to take. "What is the matter?" he asked. "I am more fatigued than I realized," she replied, though the manner in which she clung to him made it clear she was more than merely fatigued. "I can fetch the family's gig if you need it," he said, nodding down the road in that direction. "The Stoutons' home is far enough away that I had thought about borrowing it." "No, it is not so dire as all that," said Joanna with a wave of her free hand. Yet as she gave him more of her weight, Eddie turned his gaze to study her. "I've just been so ill of late." He straightened again, and his eyes snapped back to the road ahead as Joanna expounded on health troubles that had been plaguing her for some time, none of which she had mentioned before. Casting his thoughts back to before she placed this great hulking barricade of silence between them, Eddie realized she had said something about being fatigued, but that had been due to moving homes. Surely she hadn't been suffering for weeks without speaking up to her husband, who was also her physician. Unless she preferred to be seen by father. It wasn't as though Eddie had asked her, and perhaps she had already spoken to the gentleman. After all, why trouble her husband with such information? With each passing moment, his shoulders fell, his footsteps plodding along. "Sometimes it takes all my strength to simply stand," she said with a frown. "But no doubt it's because I can barely eat of late. Nothing sounds appetizing, and though I can force some food into me, I know it's not enough." Edward jerked to a stop, halting them both, and Joanna turned a puzzled frown to him, though he stood like a statue, staring down the road. This whole illness had been lingering for weeks now, and it was high time she admitted that it wasn't simply the worry and effort of relocating their household that had left her drained. Something was the matter, and now Dr. Edward Vaughn stood in the lane, looking as though a light breeze might knock him down. "What is it?" asked Joanna, though she feared his response. Dark eyes turned to her, finally seeming to see her as his brows rose. "When was your last monthly course?" Her face reddened at the bald question. "I don't know, but it has been several weeks at least. Not since we settled in our new home. I know that for certain." And before she knew what he was about, Edward had his arms around her, squeezing her tight and eliciting a squeak of surprise from Joanna. As she stood there with wide eyes, her mind quickly sifted through the conversation, trying to piece together a reason for his reaction. It couldn't be. Edward pulled away, examining her as though looking for any outward sign of trouble, but Joanna merely gaped as she pressed a hand to her abdomen. "You don't believe?" she asked, the question drifting off into nothing, and Edward straightened, his brows raised. "You do understand how children are conceived, don't you?" he asked, his words choked. Joanna had already felt overheated, and now she was certain her face would combust. "Of course I do. I have never spent time around expectant mothers, and though Aunt Patricia spoke to me about—" Joanna waved a hand toward him. "All that, it wasn't as though she went into depth about what it means to bear a child. She wasn't particularly forthcoming." With wide eyes, Edward stared at her. "Good heavens, I didn't think—" Clearing his throat, he shifted in place and graced her with a smile. "Then allow me to tell you, Mrs. Vaughn, that I believe you are expecting, at least 2 months along, if you are correct about your monthlies." Good gracious, there was that word again. Joanna knew she ought not to be shocked at hearing a physician speak of such things, but as her education on such matters had been minimal, at best, hearing anyone refer to it was startling. But her flush faded as Edward scooped her into an embrace again. He held her tight, the excitement coursing through him and settling into her as Joanna realized what this meant. A child. Despite knowing and hoping such a thing would occur, she could hardly believe it had happened so quickly. 4 months married and a baby on the way. Clinging tightly to her husband, Joanna didn't know what to do or say, though her mind spun with all the many ways their lives were to change with this new addition. Edward released her again, his hands lingering on hers as he examined her. "We need to get you home. I should fetch the gig, but there is nowhere for you to sit while I do so." The gentleman began babbling in a manner that was entirely unlike him as he fluttered about her like a mother hen, only to pause and look at her with a beaming grin, as though this was the best news he'd ever received. And though Joanna was happy in her own right, seeing his excitement expanded her own. "I think we should go speak to your parents," she said, her mind filling with thoughts of how his family would react. Their first grandchild. But Edward stopped short, his brow creasing. "I don't know if we should announce it yet. It is still very early, and though you show all the signs of it, there is no way for us to know for certain that you are expecting for another month or two. And there is no guarantee, as much as we may hope and pray that all goes well." His eyes dimmed, his expression falling, and though Joanna knew little about such matters, she knew there were no assurances that all would come right in the end. "If the worst happens, it can be doubly painful when you have to tell others," said Edward. Considering that wisdom, Joanna sorted through her feelings, as it was clear where his lay. Over the past month, they'd arrived at a truce of sorts, and instinct warned her to let things lie. Simply agree. That was the easier course that was guaranteed not to stir up greater trouble when things were peaceful once more between them. Yet now that she was stepping beyond the role of pacifier, she found she hated playing that part more and more. Joanna drew in a breath and nodded. "I understand your concern, Edward, but I would like your mother to know at the very least. While I value your expertise, I need a woman who can guide me through this as well. And should the worst happen, wouldn't it be better to have support than suffer in silence? No doubt your parents have experienced such heartbreak and would empathize." There was a long moment before Edward nodded. "Of course, Joanna." But then his expression shifted, warning her that impishness was about to occur as he added, "Please do not take this the wrong way." And before she could ask him what he meant, the fellow leaned in and pressed a kiss to her cheek. With a faint smile, he winced. "I apologize if that is taking a liberty, but if ever there was a time for a man to kiss his wife, it would be now." Edward's hands remained wrapped around hers, and they stood facing one another in the lane. There was no one about to see such a thing, and for the briefest of moments, Joanna longed to grab him by the lapels and steal a proper kiss, the type that never found its way beyond their bedchamber. But she cleared her throat and pressed a hand to her forehead as she stepped away and, with firm resolve, crushed those feelings, squeezing them down until they were hidden from sight once more. Chapter 30. "Do you think it is too late to call on your parents?" Joanna asked with a pleading smile. Pulling out his pocket watch, Edward considered it. "We are just on the cusp, but if we hurry, we should catch them before bed." And with that, they were off, though Joanna managed only a few hurried steps before slowing once more. Good heavens, she was so very tired. But rather than making her shoulders droop, the thought helped to push her feet forward. A child. She held fast to Edward's arm as the pair wove their way through town, and when they arrived at Hawthorne House, Joanna's spirits rose at the sight of the lanterns burning bright in the parlour windows. Though mother and father were surprised by the sudden appearance of their son and his wife, they welcomed the pair in. "We were just heading to bed," said Mother as she motioned for them to take a seat on the sofa beside Gregory. "Sadie has already retired, though I suspect she is reading." But Joanna couldn't wait another moment. The words burst out of her with a beaming smile. "We are expecting." Silence met that declaration, and their parents stood like statues for several long moments until understanding wove its way past the shock. Mother beamed, sweeping Joanna into an embrace as Father took hold of Edward, and then Gregory added his congratulations to the mix. Despite there being only 5, the noise was loud enough to draw Sadie from her bedchamber, who joined in the revelries. Joanna was passed about for well wishes and embraces, and though the mayhem made her a touch lightheaded, tears gathered in her eyes as the family rallied around her to celebrate this happy news. For the briefest moment, she wondered if Papa would be pleased when she wrote to him, but she cast aside that quandary as it mattered little when the Vaughns were so effusive in their joy. Joanna had a family, not just the one she'd married into, but with this child, she was fashioning one of her own. Pressing a hand to where the babe rested, she promised herself that this child would never have to question whether he or she was loved. Drinks were called for, and the Vaughns toasted the good news and the health of mother and child. But soon, Joanna found herself arm in arm with Mother as the pair settled into a far corner. "How are you feeling, Joanna?" "That depends on what feeling you are referencing," she replied with a laugh. "Physically, I am worn to the bone and wretched much of the time. Emotionally, I am happy and frightened and eager and so many other things that I can hardly understand what I'm feeling." Shoulders drooping, Joanna winced. "Mostly, I am so very happy, though I cannot help but worry." Mother grabbed up her daughter-in-law's hand and squeezed it. "Given your family history, it is little wonder. Everyone knows childbirth is perilous, but until that tragedy touches you, it is easy to believe it cannot happen. But the family will do everything in our power to help you through this." Clutching the lady's hand tight, Joanna smiled, her shoulders relaxing. "That is a great comfort. Thank you." "Thank you for marrying Eddie and joining our family." Casting a look toward where Edward sat with his siblings and father, Mother drew her lips into a tender smile. "Under your influence, he has grown into the man I had always hoped he would be, and I give thanks every day for you." Though the compliment warmed her through, and she allowed herself the briefest of moments to revel in it, Joanna straightened, her brows pulling low. "Edward has always been a good man. That is not my doing." "Of course," said Mother with a nod, "but you helped him settle, mature." Blinking at the lady, Joanna shook her head. "Not in the slightest. I've known your son for years, and I've always been impressed with his sense of duty. Edward is naturally kind and thoughtful, and I had no hand in that." All the conversations she had shared with Edward concerning his parents surfaced in her thoughts, and Joanna longed to speak out against all the worries and doubts he had fostered over the years. But fear clamped her mouth shut, whispering that she ought not to stir up trouble when things were so pleasant between her and her in-laws. Joanna prayed the lady would leave the subject there. "I do not mean to imply that I was disappointed in my son. I love him dearly, and I am very proud of what he has done with his life," said Mother with a frown. "However, his light-heartedness pushes him to make a jest of everything, and it reminds me so much of my brother." "No!" The word slipped from Joanna's grasp before she could think better of it, and though her pulse quickened, she couldn't bear to let that statement stand unchallenged. "I know you do not mean to hurt him, but do you know how much it pains Edward when you compare him to Isaac? How much he takes it to heart when you express your worries over his honor and work ethic?" Mother's brows rose as her eyes widened. "I do not mean to hurt him." "That may be true, but every time you fret over his behavior, all he hears is that his mother doesn't know who he truly is, and doesn't trust him no matter what he does," she said with a frown. "Your son enjoys a jest, yes. He prefers to approach life in a light-hearted manner, yes, But that doesn't mean he is flippant about the things that matter, or that he isn't aware of how he constantly disappoints you. Mother's eyes darted to where her son stood, her brows twisting together. Eddie isn't a disappointment. I worry, that is all. Yes, but your worries undermine his confidence at every turn. He is so concerned about your good opinion that he is afraid of any mistake, certain that it will lower him in your estimation. Considering what she ought to say, Joanna recognized a great truth that the lady needed to know, but to tell her would be to go against Edward's wishes. Yet she knew that the time for truth had arrived. Drawing in a breath, Joanna rushed forward, describing in quick detail the history of their marriage, all the while praying that Edward wouldn't hate her for this. But neither son nor mother would ever understand the other, with secrets hanging between them. With each word, Joanna's feelings swelled, pulling more and more from her as she fought to heal the breach between the pair, her mouth moving faster as it tried to capture all that had happened and all she knew. When it was clear there was no other option, Edward didn't hesitate to do his duty. He may make light of things from time to time, but that is only because he recognizes the importance of joy and laughter in life. But there is no one I would rather have at my side when times are rough. He is the kindest, most thoughtful man I've ever known, and I will not listen to you castigate him because of your baseless fears. And his name is Edward, not Eddie. He isn't a child. Joanna straightened as her thoughts caught up with her words, reminding her to whom she was speaking, and her eyes widened as she stared at Mother, who watched her with an equally shocked expression. Turning away, she crossed over to her husband's side and took his arm. Edward gave a start, but even when he saw who it was, he didn't quite relax, though Joanna forced herself to do so, all while she prayed that she hadn't offended her mother-in-law or caused irreparable damage between mother and son. With Joanna pressed up beside him, Eddie found it impossible to focus on the conversation. Did the child mark a change between them? Or was she relaxing the boundaries she had set? His thoughts bounced between those questions as he smiled and laughed alongside his family. Or did this have something to do with the kiss he'd stolen? Casting those queries aside, Eddie revelled in the freedom of being with Joanna without constraints and caveats, in enjoying the little touches and moments that had peppered their days before her edict. "I do hate to cut the celebration short," began Gregory, glancing at the others, "but I fear I have an early morning tomorrow and I must retire." "And I should probably get my wife to bed," said Eddie, glancing at Joanna, who appeared awake and alert, but had an edge to her smile that warned she was close to expiring. Coming forward, Gregory shook his brother's hand and bussed Joanna on the cheek with final words of congratulations before leaving the parlour with his sister on his heels. "I fear I have early plans as well. I wanted to catch the sunrise for a painting," said Sadie, bussing her sister-in-law on the cheek. "That sounds lovely," said Joanna. "I had thought to invite you, but I know you've been so tired of late, and we now know the reason why," said Sadie with a laugh. "I can wait until the afternoon if you wish to join me." But Joanna waved it off. "Do not alter your plans for me. The heat is unbearable, and I will wilt if I attempt any painting out of doors." The pair embraced, making grand plans for future outings, and Eddie's heart swelled at the sight. Joanna didn't understand just how much of an effect she'd had on his sister. When Joanna returned to his side, his hand moved of its own accord, rising to settle at the small of her back. The lady shifted ever so slightly, not enough to be an overt dismissal, but Eddie recognized the discomfort and dropped it. Now she didn't want his touch. How was a man to know what to do when the rules changed constantly? "We should be on our way," he said, nodding Joanna toward the door. "Can I speak with you for a moment?" asked Mother, pulling Eddie and Joanna to a halt on the threshold. Sadie stopped as well, but she was shooed off by her mother as the lady motioned for her son and daughter-in-law to sit. "I know you want to be off," she added, but I have something important that needs saying, and it cannot wait until tomorrow. Chapter 31. Mother's tone was quite serious, and Eddie slid into the proffered seat with a sinking feeling. She remained standing, which only added to his discomfort, and when Joanna drew close to him again and took his arm of her own accord, he couldn't help but feel it must be something dire indeed. Standing by the fireplace, Mother rested her hand on the mantelpiece for a long moment before Father came up beside her and whispered to her. She shook it off and turned to Eddie, her expression so grim that he nearly flinched. "I suppose I ought to speak to you privately, but as Joanna is the one who badgered me about this, it is only fair that she hear what I have to say," murmured Mother, which caused Eddie to glance at the lady in question, who grew paler by the moment. "It is late, Mother. Can we not speak of this tomorrow?" he began. The lady drew up in front of her son and stood with a rigid spine as she met his gaze. "I am sorry, Edward." Brow scrunching, he stared at her, wondering what she meant, though he understood the words readily enough. Drawing in a deep breath, Mother sank onto the chair that faced his sofa, and Father sat in the one beside her. "I never meant to make you feel as though I do not respect you. Though I had my fears, I had thought I was more supportive than condescending, and it is clear I failed miserably." Before Eddie could think what to say to that, she hurried to add, "I know this isn't an excuse, but I allowed my history with my brother to colour my behaviour toward you. Isaac isn't a bad man, but he is careless, and you know how much he has struggled in his life. He destroyed my family's practice and nearly ruined any chance for your father and me to be together, and if not for his wife's wealthy connections, he would have been ruined 12 times over. And though I know you are not Isaac, I do see similarities within you that have caused me to worry unduly." Mother's words halted, her hand reaching for her husband's, and they held fast to one another. "We are proud of you." "Truly?" The question slipped out before Eddie could think better of it, and though he hated the pain that flashed in his mother's eyes, the sight had his pulse quickening, his heart pressing against his ribs as though leaning closer to hear the answer. Rising to her feet, Mother came over and pulled him up so she could wrap her arms around him. "I am so very sorry that you feel you have to ask. I love you, and I am so proud of who you are." Eddie clung to her, leaning into her hold like he used to as a child. But when she leaned back with tears in her eyes, she brushed them away and patted his cheek with her other hand. "My feelings are only my silly fears that have more to do with my past than anything you have done. I am sorry for not seeing it sooner, and will do better, I promise." With a shuddering breath, she stepped away, her eyes aglow with the warmth of a mother's love, and Eddie didn't know what to say. It wasn't as though she had ever treated him coldly or withheld her affection, but hearing such unwavering support felt as though the ground had shifted beneath him. Glancing over to his seat, he spied Joanna, whose eyes glimmered with unshed tears, and Mother's earlier confession rang in his thoughts, making it clear to whom he owed this moment. Eddie didn't know how, but Joanna had brought this about with her faith and support, and when he took his seat once more, he leaned close. She stiffened a touch, but he simply whispered into her ear, "Thank you." Joanna pulled back just enough to meet his gaze, and matching his tone, she whispered back, "I meant what I said, Edward. You are a good man, and you ought not to doubt it." Spine straightening, he felt as though his whole body were growing, her confidence seeping into him and filling him until he was a foot taller than before. Her strength coursed through Edward, and at that moment he felt as though he were capable of succeeding at any feat. Glancing at his parents, who met his gaze with matching expressions of concern, Edward allowed himself to ask the question he had longed to speak for far too long. "Then why do you not allow me to assist you with our work? Why am I relegated to the sidelines as you manage the majority? Gregory is trusted to manage the apothecary shop, but I am still treated like an apprentice, though even they are allowed to shadow their master, whereas I am left with nothing." Father straightened, his brows rising. "That has nothing to do with your capability, son. I am not ready to hand my work over. That is all." "Arthur," whispered Mother, her furrowed brows turned to her husband. Edward glanced between the pair, and, though a phantom instinct warned him to remain silent, he forced it aside. The conversation was broached, and he was done waiting for an answer. "What is the matter?" he demanded. "I know something is amiss, but you won't tell me. What else am I to assume but that you do not trust me?" "That is not it at all," said Father with a shake of his head. "I am managing things fine on my own." "Stop it, Arthur," said Mother with a scowl. "Can't you see that our actions are hurting our son? The time for secrets is over. Tell him." Grasping his wife's hand, Father drew in a deep breath, his gaze lowering to the rug at his feet. Though it was painful to wait, Edward gave him the time he needed to gather his thoughts, and it was several long minutes before Father spoke. "I have amaurosis," he whispered, and a jolt shot through Edward. Before he knew what he was about, he snatched up Joanna's hand, clutching it and the support she offered as she held fast. Her brows pinched, her confused gaze darting between the other three as she was the only one without the medical background to understand. "He is losing his sight," explained Edward, and Joanna's brows rose upward, her eyes filling with tears as she turned them to her father-in-law. Father's jaw tensed as his gaze fixed on the floor. "Not long after you finished your schooling, I realized the edges of my vision were fading into blackness, though I was too stubborn to acknowledge it. In the past few years, it's worsened, and my world is growing smaller and smaller." "He can hardly see anything that isn't directly in front of him," whispered Mother through broken words. "I didn't want to worry the family, and I cannot bear to give up the practice yet because before long I shan't be of any use to anyone," he added, his shoulders slumping, though Mother immediately stiffened at that. "Do not speak of my husband like that," she said with a scowl. "You are of use to me, Arthur Vaughn, no matter the state of your eyes." "There must be treatments," said Joanna, shifting in her seat until she was perched on the edge. "I know you are a credit to your profession, but there are doctors who specialize in eyes now, and there have been so many advances that you may not know about. Even if we have to sell every last thing we own to pay for it, there must be a way to help you." A quickening of his pulse sent a flood of warmth through Edward as he looked at his wife. Joanna's concern and generosity were not unexpected, as he had witnessed it again and again over the years, yet the resoluteness with which she spoke left him speechless. Joanna met his gaze, her brow furrowing slightly in concern, but Edward squeezed her hand, which he was all too aware she still allowed him to hold. "We've been exploring options," said Mother as she held equally strong to her husband. "And he's consulted with a few specialists, though none were particularly hopeful." Her voice quavered the slightest bit, and Father lifted her hand to his lips. Giving her a smile tinged with sorrow, he said, "You know as well as I do, son, that there are few things that can be done in these cases. I may be no specialist, but I know enough to know how little we understand the eyes." "That said, we are exploring some possibilities," said Mother with a firm tone that spoke of an old argument between the pair, and as much as Edward wanted to throw in with his mother, he knew better than to do so. The three of them all had the education and training of physicians, even if she wasn't formally schooled in such things, and they all knew that whatever hope there may be was small and fleeting. "Now that the secret is out, I hope to convince your father to see specialists in Edinburgh and London, and while we are gone, we will need you to handle the patients," she added. Edward nodded. "Of course. But what else can we do? Drawing in a deep breath, Father shifted in his seat. Several times he attempted to speak, but he cut the words short and considered the question again. I know you want more responsibility, but I would ask that I be left to do as much as I can, for as long as I can, he said in a quiet voice, his shoulders lowering. But if you could see to those on the outskirts of town and further away, that would be very helpful. Father paused again, his gaze lowering, though Mother held fast to him as though trying to prop him up. I cannot drive any more. Of course, said Edward, but I can play coachman if you wish. That will raise questions I am not ready to answer, replied Father with a shake of his head. Before long, I will have to hand it all over to you, but You don't have to yet, Father, said Edward, echoing that shake of the head. As long as you can see to your duties, I will do whatever I can to help you. I just wanted to understand why you didn't want my help. Rising to his feet, Father pulled Edward into his arms, those firm limbs enfolding him as he held his son fast. I apologize, he whispered. It was our weakness as we feared, not yours. Not knowing what to say to that, for his heart was too full with the revelations of the day, he clung to his father, hoping that the action conveyed what he wished he could say. Chapter 32. Jerking awake, Edward's heart pounded against his ribcage as he stared at the ceiling. Time blended as he tried to piece together the difference between dream and reality. Usually, the line between them was very distinctive for him, but the fear pulsing through him made it difficult to grasp hold of the here and now. A nightmare, only a figment of his imagination. That much was clear, though it didn't help to calm his racing pulse or wipe the clammy sweat from his chest. Edward? Joanna's voice reached out to him in the dark, the tone thick with sleep. I didn't mean to wake you, he whispered. What is the matter? Shadows swallowed her, making it impossible to distinguish between her and the darkness, but he felt the bed shifting as Joanna turned to face him. He didn't know how to answer that question. To voice the terrible things his dreams had conjured would give them life in this world and plant them in Joanna's mind. She already knew too many of the horrors surrounding childbirth. Inching closer to her in the bed, he reached out to hold her, though his hands found more bedding and pillows than person. Edward? She asked, and worry sharpened her tone. May I hold you, please? Edward forced himself to speak evenly, though the tension emanating from her side of the bed matched his own. Joanna didn't answer as she slid closer to him, and Edward wrapped his arms around her, clinging to her as though that might protect her and their child from the images flashing in his mind. He knew better than most husbands the dangers to come in the next few months, but he also knew the majority came through the ordeal without issue, so there was no need to borrow trouble. Though she lay stiff in his hold for a moment, Joanna relaxed into his embrace, her legs tangling with his as she nestled into the crook of his arm. The weight of her felt so familiar, the feel of her so welcome. Joanna was here, breathing, warm, yet the sensation of her cold skin lingered in his mind, forcing him to cling tighter. It had only been the briefest of flashes, yet the vision of Joanna lying unmoving as the air rang with the cries of their child shuddered through him. Are you anxious about your journey? She whispered. A little, he said, for it was true enough, though not for the reasons Joanna likely thought. But Edward wasn't ready to give her the full truth. All will be well, she said, a yawn lengthening her words. It will only be a few days, and Father wouldn't ask it if he didn't require your aid. The assurance rang with truth, and Edward knew he couldn't turn aside his father's call for assistance after desiring it for so long, yet he couldn't help but cling to his wife as she drifted back into sleep. All would be well. Surely it would. Clothes lay folded on the bed, and Edward considered them and the open portmanteau. He had chosen far more than was required for a few days' journey, but he wasn't certain how long his patient would require him, and it was better to pack too much than too little. Granted, he wasn't leaving until the day after tomorrow, so he had time enough to reconsider what he'd packed. The bedchamber window stood wide open, allowing the night breeze to seep in, and his wife stood beside it, fluffing her dressing gown to let the cooler air through the layers of cotton and linen. "You will send word if anything happens?" he asked, glancing at Joanna as he loaded the items into the bag. "Anything at all?" "Of course I will, Edward, but I feel it in my bones that everything will be right in the end," she said, pressing a hand to where their child grew. "Rest often and be sure to eat," he said. "Are you certain you wouldn't prefer to stay with Mother and Father? You are quite welcome to do so." "I know, but I want to be in my own home." Closing his portmanteau, which rested on the foot of the bed, Edward considered the room and how quickly it had grown to feel like theirs. When his parents had suggested that he and Joanna needed their own space, it had seemed unnecessary, yet Edward saw the merit now as their life felt more real within their own home. Yet with business dragging him from Thornsby, the thought of leaving his wife here had his insides writhing. "Are you sure you do not want to join me?" he asked. Joanna huffed a laugh as she removed the throw pillows from their bed. "In other circumstances, I would happily do so, but at present I cannot imagine suffering through several hours in a gig. Being shaken to bits is unbearable on its own, but with the scorching heat, I would be miserable." Pausing as she readied the bed, Joanna abandoned that work to sit beside his bag. "You will only be gone for a few days, yet you are fretting as though you are marching off to war. What is the matter? Does this have anything to do with your dream last night?" Edward didn't know how to explain himself without revealing the horrors that had plagued his sleep. "Our child will be safe while you are gone," she said, giving him an understanding smile. "Your mother will likely visit for hours on end every day, and when she isn't here, Sadie will be. I am willing to bet that even your father and Gregory will pay a call, and I will have a constant stream of Vaughns watching over your daughter or son while you are gone." More truths laid out with that succinctness that was the new hallmark of his wife, yet Edward couldn't shake the unease settling in his heart. With so many children lost before they grew to adulthood, he would be a fool not to worry about such things. Yet it was Joanna who had perished in the darkness of the night, her skin growing cold as he fought to keep her here. "It isn't thoughts of our child that disturb my sleep, Joanna," he said, as understanding settled over him. Cocking her head to one side, she gave him a tender smile. "I am exhausted and rather miserable at times, but I am quite used to taking care of myself. I shall do just fine whilst you are gone." "No," he said, shaking his head as the muddled mess of his feelings solidified, bringing into clarity the warnings his heart had been giving him. "I don't want to leave you behind. I will miss you." Gracing him with another sweet grin, Joanna said, "That is kind of you. No." Edward's eyes widened as he straightened, meeting his wife's gaze, and in a puzzled tone he said, "It isn't kindness, Joanna. I do not want to be apart from you. I love you." Though he couldn't see his expression, he supposed it looked like Joanna's, her mouth slackening into a gape as they stared at one another. Those words had hung between them for so long, mocking their marriage with their absence, and the moment Edward spoke them, he knew they were true, bridging the gaping void that had stood between him and his wife. When and how those feelings had taken shape was beyond his ability to discern at present, though clearly his subconscious had recognized the shift. Yet they felt so very right on his tongue. Slowly, Joanna had woven her way into his heart until she was an integral part, and the thought of leaving her or losing her made Edward's ribs constrict until he couldn't breathe. "Go to sleep, Edward," she said, rising with a dismissive wave as she moved to her side of the bed. I just told you I love you." Joanna nodded as she pulled back the bedclothes. "And?" he prodded. "And what?" she replied, climbing in and pulling the covers up tight. "You are exhausted and anxious about the baby. You've hardly slept the last few nights, and it's muddling your mind, that is all." Coming over to her side of the bed, Edward crouched down. "The thought of losing our child isn't what torments my sleep, Joanna, nor is it the reason why I've spent most of the day trying to formulate an excuse not to leave. I cannot bear the thought of leaving you behind. We've never been apart before, and it is making me feel all sorts of unpleasant things." Such a ridiculous statement, yet Edward couldn't think of how better to describe the sinking in his stomach or the dread scratching at his skin. "Don't you understand, Joanna?" he said, straightening with a smile. "I love you. I love spending my days with you. I don't like the idea of sleeping without you by my side. You make me happier than anything or anyone else in the world." "Stop that!" she snapped, turning to give him her back. "But I am serious." "Naturally, your paternal affection is leaking onto the mother of your child, but let's not pretend it is anything more," she murmured, burrowing into her pillow. Edward's shoulders drooped, his eyes staring into the bundle of blankets and pillows that hid his wife. Joanna didn't believe him. Granted, he could hardly believe it himself, but the more he examined that part of his heart, the stronger the feeling grew. "This isn't about our child, Joanna. Don't tease me, Edward. That isn't fair of you." The words alone were enough to send a shard of ice straight through his chest. But as much as she tried to hide it, Joanna couldn't disguise the tears in her tone. Edward knew her voice too well for that. He slipped in beside her, though she shifted to give him her back again, and his ribs squeezed, tightening until he could hardly breathe. "I'm sorry you doubt me," he whispered, "but I will prove it to you. Let it be, Edward." Her voice was so quiet, so pleading, that Edward's hands moved to her of their own accord, longing to draw her close, but the pain lacing each word held him in place. Blowing out the lamp, he dropped onto the pillow, turning so that he could face her. He couldn't see Joanna, but his good sense, what little of it there was, warned him not to press the issue tonight. But come tomorrow, Edward would find some way to convince her, one way or another. Chapter 33. It had taken several iterations of furniture and dozens more of the decorations, but the parlour was perfect, or as much as it could be when Joanna couldn't bear to replace perfectly serviceable furniture. Mrs. Sweet's taste was vastly different from her own, but it was quite impressive what the right configuration and decorations could do. Holding up her work, Joanna stared at the hole she'd knitted into the middle of the pattern. With a frown, she examined the stitches, counting out each loop as though identifying the mistake would do any good. Tugging at the yarn, she unravelled all that painstaking work. This was the precise reason Joanna disliked knitting. The repetitive movements allowed one's mind to wander, yet if one wasn't diligent in counting the stitches, the work was ruined. The back of her throat tightened, and Joanna lowered the needles, setting them on the sofa cushion beside her. That tickle warned her that something was amiss, though it was faint enough that she couldn't say if trouble was afoot. Knowing the reason for her queasiness helped to ease some of her frustration, but Joanna was heartily sick of being not properly ill, which would justify her taking to her bed, yet plagued with the near-constant roiling of her insides. Drawing in a breath, she waited, turning her attention to every shift inside her, and though the feeling remained, it drifted back into obscurity. But even with the moment past, she couldn't bring herself to take up the work again. It wasn't as though the blanket was ruined, but having to redo an hour's work was disheartening, and best addressed tomorrow. With a sigh, she gathered it up and yanked out the last of the stitches as she rose to her feet. The front door opened, and before she knew what was happening, Edward appeared before her on bended knee, offering up a bouquet of wildflowers. "I saw these and thought you would like them," he said, glancing between the blossoms and Joanna with a smile. "That is kind of you." Manners demanded she say it, though her tone was more question than statement. Joanna took the flowers, and though the fragrance was so faint it was nearly non-existent, it struck her hard and fast. She pressed a hand to her mouth, her brows twisting. Though not fully in danger of doing anything embarrassing, she hovered on the edge of concern. "I cannot," she mumbled, shoving the flowers back into his hands, and Edward stiffened. Shaking her head, Joanna tried to explain, but each required breath brought the scent stronger into her nose. She could taste it on her tongue. "The smell!" Rising to his feet, he hurried to the door, tossing the flowers out the way they'd come, and then turning to meet her with a smile, he added, "Then I suppose this is the perfect time for my next surprise." Before she knew what he was about, he herded her to her seat on the sofa and then disappeared and reappeared with a tray in his arms. "I consulted Mother and Gregory, and I think I have something that might soothe your sour stomach," he said, setting the offering on the sofa beside her. "Peppermint, chamomile, ginger, lemon balm, and a hint of raspberry leaf. Though a bit of an odd combination, Mother assured me it did wonders for her." Notes of mint and ginger filled her nose, and despite that organ's sensitivity of late, the scent didn't bring about a foul turn, which was miraculous in its own right. "I popped into Buckley's and secured a few of the sweet buns you like, though I gave them to Peggy for safekeeping until you feel up to eating," he continued whilst preparing the tisane with healthy doses of milk and sugar. Joanna's eyes followed each movement as her husband readied the cup with the care of a society matron, not asking for a single direction as he prepared it precisely as she liked her tisanes. And when he handed it over, Edward watched her carefully as though searching for any sign of distaste. When he urged her to take another sip, Joanna did as bidden, though she couldn't stop staring at the gentleman. The behaviour was odd in its own right, but combined with the strangeness of last night, Joanna felt certain Edward must be feverish. Even physicians fell prey to the diseases they battled. "What are you doing home?" she asked, as it was the only thing she could think to say. "Since I'm leaving tomorrow and will be gone for some days, and there is no pressing work to be done, of course, I thought I should spend the afternoon with my wife," he said, settling into the seat beside the tea tray. "I was thinking of a picnic, but it's already sweltering." Pausing in thought, Edward drummed his fingers against the arm of the sofa. Straightening, he smiled at her. "Perhaps we could visit Pickering Pond. Do you swim?" Joanna stared at him. Though capable of comprehending the question, she didn't know how to answer that. Of course, she knew what swimming was, though she had never gained that skill, but how did one respond to the fellow's eagerness? "I can teach you if you do not," he added, his smile growing as he considered that possibility. "I've never taught anyone before, but I'm certain we can sort it out." "What are you doing?" she demanded. His fingers beat a rapid staccato against the sofa arm as he sent her a grin that was likely supposed to be charming and innocent, but was soured by the uncertainty in his gaze. "I am trying to woo you, Joanna," he said with a self-deprecating chuckle. "Though clearly I am failing miserably if you cannot recognize my actions for what they are." "Not this again." Joanna set the teacup on the tray and rose to her feet, one hand on her hip and the other pinching her nose as her feet dragged her across the parlour and back again. "I don't know what has come over you, but this is ridiculous. You must stop this nonsense." Edward stood, though he didn't match her pacing or try to hold her in place, which was for the best, as she needed to move. His words slithered from the dark recesses of her memory and echoed in her head. "I love you." How many times had she imagined hearing such a thing? The 3 words Joanna longed for more than any others. In all of her 28 years, she couldn't think of a single time when anyone had said them to her. Perhaps some nursemaid when she was too young to understand or recall, But heaven knew father wasn't one to say such a thing. So much hope, yet hearing them finally spoken aloud made her heart crumple and collapse. There'd been a time when Joanna might have wished for Edward's kindly meant lie, but now it weighed heavily on her chest, pressing down on her until she couldn't breathe. "I know you do not believe me, Joanna, but I swear to you that I meant what I said last night." "Just like that?" she demanded, turning to face him with both hands on her hips. "One moment I am just a friendly companion, and the next I am the woman you adore? Don't be silly, Edward." "I'm not." "No!" Joanna shook her head, her vision blurring before she knew what was happening. "Is it your pride, Edward? Is it hurting because I no longer worship you? Do you miss my constant fawning?" But she shook her head, turning away before he could speak, adding, "No, it's like Papa, isn't it? Realizing he liked having me about, but only after I was gone, never wanting me until he was left with nothing else." Edward said something in reply, though her ears couldn't hear it. With each word, Joanna's spirits sank as she realized the truth of the matter. "This is my lot in life, isn't it?" she whispered. "Never to be wanted for myself, but because I am the only one around." "No!" The word was firm, and Edward appeared before her, demanding her attention, though she couldn't bear to meet his gaze and see his desperate attempts to salvage the situation. "That is not it at all, Joanna," he said, his hands reaching out for hers. "I am not conjuring these feelings because I am lonely or desperate. We are together every day. We spend our nights together. You speak as though we are strangers, but even with the rules you placed on our marriage, it's never been cold between us." Edward took hold of her hands, his tone lowering in a manner that made the meaning of his words clear, bringing memories to her mind of those warm evenings they'd spent locked away together in their bedchamber. No matter how confusing their marriage, in that area they never seemed to struggle. Stepping closer, he drew his arms around her, pulling her to him, and the feel of Edward surrounding her allowed her heart to settle. Having slept so little the night before, Joanna was quite happy to give him her weight. Edward's hands rested on the small of her back, caressing her as he kept her upright. He always smelled of the medicines he administered, but the scent of mint and ginger was most prominent at that moment, which was no surprise given his thoughtfulness. Why rail against this? Joanna's heart was so very tired of holding firm to her resolve, so why not accept Edward's change? Only a fool looked a gift horse in the mouth, after all. "I know you struggle to trust me, and I am so very sorry you have reason to doubt my feelings," he whispered. "But I assure you I am telling the truth. Joanna sensed those 3 poisoned words before they left his lips, and she jerked out of his hold, forcing him away before he could utter them. Only a fool blinded herself to the truth in favor of a lie, and she refused to allow her traitorous heart to lull her into acquiescence. Its memory was far too short a thing, forever forgetting just how painful it was when the delusion faded and she was forced to face reality for what it was. For her child's sake, if nothing else, Joanna had to be strong. What sort of life would her son or daughter have with a mother who was forever being crushed beneath the unfulfilled hopes she allowed herself to cling to? "Don't, Edward." Though her voice was quiet, it held firm as she forced herself out of the fantasy her silly heart kept trying to embrace. "Don't toy with me. I don't know what you are trying to accomplish, but I cannot stand this any more. Can you not see how much this hurts me?" "Yes, but only because you refuse to believe me." "Stop it, Edward!" she shouted before fleeing the parlour. The sound of his feet following pushed her faster, and Joanna rushed up the stairs and into their bedchamber, slamming the door on him and the temptation he presented. Staring at the barricade, Edward knew she hadn't thrown the bar to lock him out, yet he remained in the corridor. What good would it do to force his way into her sanctuary? Would dismissing her desires endear her all the more to him, prove to her that she could trust him? As much as Edward's impulses fully believed they could settle this once and for all if he simply went inside and kept talking until she relented, his good sense was strong enough to keep him from making yet another mistake. Though his hands struggled to release the handle when he heard the muffled sound of tears echoing through the door. Turning, he sagged against it and slid to the floor. How had they arrived at this point? It would be easy to blame Joanna's mood on her expectant state, but once more, his good sense refused to relent to foolish thoughts, however enticing. This was his bill come due. Granted, Edward Vaughn wasn't the only one who had done damage to this dear lady, and his had been unintentional, but it didn't erase the fact that he had crushed her heart beneath his heel far too many times. A lifetime of feeling unloved, and this marriage had only added to her pain. This is my lot in life, isn't it? Never to be wanted for myself, but because I am the only one around. Edward's eyes stung, and he closed them tight against the pain in his chest as her voice echoed in his mind. Like needles, they dug into his skin, piercing him again and again as her words, so full of resignation and despair, repeated in his memory. Joanna believed his feelings to be as fickle as her father's. Just the thought had Edward's insides twisting. Yet was it any wonder when she'd never experienced unconditional love? And here he blustered in with grand gestures as though a few flowers and a sweet word or two would erase years of neglect and apathy. Was it any wonder that she doubted his change of heart when Edward himself couldn't understand when or how it had changed? Yet now that the feeling had been named, he couldn't deny that truth any more than he could say the sky was green. He loved Joanna. Just thinking the word sent warmth pulsing through him, increasing with every beat of his heart. The realization was no less wondrous than when he'd stumbled upon it last night, but the more he considered the feeling, the stronger it grew. And with it, dozens of little moments over the past months sprang to mind, weaving together a tapestry that encapsulated that journey from friend to lover. But how to convince Joanna of that? Clearly, his current approach was doing nothing but harm, yet Edward couldn't leave it alone as she insisted. What to do? Joanna didn't want to be wooed or touched. She wanted a friend. Perhaps it was time for him to suffer the same fate she had been consigned to year after year, pining in silence. Minutes ticked by as he considered the situation, his part in it, and the path forward, and Edward's heart constricted as he considered just how long it took before Joanna's tears quieted. Giving it a bit longer, he rose to his feet and inched open the door just enough to ensure that she had calmed. Lying on her side, Joanna didn't look at him as he tiptoed across the room to find her complexion leached of all colour. "I apologize," he whispered as he stood before her. "I didn't mean to upset you." Joanna gave no sign that she heard him. Her eyes remained glazed over as though asleep with them open. Easing onto his side of the mattress, Edward faced his wife. Now was not the time for forcefulness, but if he relented entirely, it would only play into her doubts and fears. Settling his head onto the pillow, he studied her features. Those simple little things that had once seemed so unexceptional, yet, even in their dishevelled state, were stunning now. How was that possible? He knew Joanna hadn't altered, but something inside him had, leaving him free to see her for who she truly was. Not just the bits and pieces, but body, mind, and soul. And Edward could say without hesitation that she was the loveliest creature in the world. Though now was not the time to say such a thing. "I promise I will be more circumspect," he said. Joanna's eyes blinked, drawing in a bit of life before they focused on him with a questioning frown. "I know it's hard for you to believe, but my feelings have changed." Turning away from him, Joanna moved to rise from the bed, but Edward grabbed her hand and pulled her back. "Please don't leave," he whispered. "I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable, and I promise that I will not speak the words you find so discomforting." Joanna eased down again and rested her head on her pillow, though her back remained turned to him. "But just so there is no misunderstanding between us, you should know I am not surrendering," he said. I will move as slowly as you wish, and I will not press the issue, but I will not stop. I will do whatever I have to gain your trust and love once more." Reaching forward, he settled his arm around her, all whilst wondering if it was a wise course of action. A sigh escaped her lips, and he couldn't help smiling at the hint of exasperation in it. No matter how slight, the sign of her fiery spirit was welcome. Knowing she was quite capable of pushing him away, Edward slowly shifted until she was pulled flush to him, and he felt like sighing at this tiniest of victories. One way or another, he would convince her of his feelings. Chapter 34. "And the dog ran off with her drawers, waving them about for all to see," said Joanna, barely able to speak for laughing. But it was at that precise moment that good sense struck her over the head, reminding her that not all ladies would find a tale about unmentionables being dragged about in public amusing. And that old familiar fear swept through her, demanding she apologize that very instant or explain away the faux pas. Her instincts battled for control, but she held firm to her convictions. Sadie was clearly amused by the anecdote, and though Mrs. Satterley may be a relatively new acquaintance, she had seemed a kindred soul. And it wasn't as though the story had appeared from the ether. It arrived from the natural flow of the conversation, odd though that may be. That war was waged and won in the span of a heartbeat, and Joanna held firm in her resolve. If Mrs. Satterley found the story amusing, then all the better. If not, that would simply help Joanna sift her into the list of those with whom she could be friendly, but not friends. And Mrs. Satterley didn't disappoint. Placing a hand over her mouth, the young lady tried stifling a laugh. "Good heavens, that must have been mortifying. Doubly so, with her skirts hitched up so she could chase the beast down the street," added Joanna, which set all three ladies laughing again. When they received a few questioning looks from other patrons of the haberdashery, Mrs. Satterley motioned toward the door, and the three stepped out into the blessedly cool afternoon air, and straight into the path of Miss Betsy Norman and Mrs. Valerie Selkirk. Though Sadie showed no sign of distress, Joanna's muscles tensed as the former friends eyed Sadie with smiles that were as cold as the Yorkshire winters everyone warned Joanna about. If Mrs. Satterley noticed, she made no show of it, though Joanna suspected the young lady knew as well as any that Sadie and the Norman sisters had been quite close until recently. Holding fast to her sister-in-law, Joanna gave the pair a nod and a smile, as was befitting of polite company, but said nothing to stop them as they passed. And she longed to do a jig right there in the street when Sadie held fast, giving them a suitably warm greeting, but not quivering or surrendering when Betsy ignored her. Only when they were out of hearing did Mrs. Satterley turn her wide smile on her companions once more, though it held a hint of an apology. "I fear I must be on my way, but I do hope you and Miss Vaughn will visit soon." "Of course," said Joanna, glancing at Sadie, who had said little during the conversation, but was nodding vigorously at the invitation. With a wave of farewell, their new friend set off in the other direction, whilst Joanna took her sister-in-law by the arm and pointed her down the street. "I am proud of you," she whispered to Sadie. "I am not," she replied with a sigh. "If not for you holding fast to me, I might have chased after them." "You do not give yourself enough credit," said Joanna with a frown. "You have done a lot in the past weeks to build yourself a new social group." "Again, only because you have been at my side the whole time." Joanna waved that away. "What does that matter? If not for you, I doubt I would ever be so bold. Even now, I quake in my shoes whenever I speak to anyone." "You do not look it," said Sadie. "Yes, but that is the trick, isn't it?" Thank the heavens for clouds. Such an odd thing to pray for, but the overcast sky was such a blessing that Joanna couldn't help but feel that it was a gift given solely to her, despite knowing the powers that be had more important things to do than alter the climate to suit her. Yet as she strode through the streets of Thornsby, Joanna couldn't help thinking it again and again. The time was long past for her to return the calls paid to her in her new home, but the heat had kept her locked away. Now, with the sun tightly hidden behind a wall of clouds, Joanna was quite free to roam without fear of melting or collapsing, despite it being the hottest month of summer. "Quite the successful afternoon," said Joanna. "This has been lovely," said Sadie with a sigh. "I've wanted to know Mrs. Satterley better for some time, but—" The statement drifted off into silence, though there was no need to finish it, as it was a common refrain. So many things Sadie had wanted to do, but Betsy and Valerie had objected for one reason or another. "Between the two of us, we might make proper friends in Thornsby," said Joanna, bumping Sadie with her shoulder. Arm in arm, they strolled down the lane, her spirits lightening with each step. With a few prods, Joanna got Sadie talking about the coming weeks and the festivities that would come as summer gave way to autumn, and seeing her sister-in-law so at peace only added to her elation. So many great blessings in her life, and Joanna was determined to enjoy them to their fullest. Which made seeing Hawthorne House all the more difficult, as it signalled the end of their afternoon out. It would be easy enough to gain an invitation to stay for the evening. Mother certainly had tried enough times to lure her to their table, yet Joanna had a fair many things to do still, and if she crossed the threshold, she knew she wouldn't be strong enough to leave when she ought. But when Sadie made no move to depart, Joanna sent her a questioning look. "I promised my brother that I would ensure you arrive home safely any time we are out and about," said Sadie with a wry smile. "He arrives home tomorrow. There's no need for you to go out of your way." But Sadie stopped any argument with a firm shake of her head. "I gave my word to Edward." Her words stumbled just the slightest bit, and it made Joanna hold even tighter to the lady's arm, as it wasn't lost on her how difficult it was for the family to think of him in that far more suitable name, but they tried their best to honour his request. However, the reminder of his imminent arrival, and the knowing glance Sadie gave her, dimmed the shine of that moment. Matters weren't helped by the fact that Sadie was too quiet for Joanna's good. Not that the lady couldn't talk one's ear off if she wished, but now she was quite happy to walk silently along, leaving Joanna to thoughts of Edward. What were his intentions? A lady shouldn't have to ask such a question about her husband. It was the sort of thing one queried when faced by a bachelor with a piqued interest. Yet the question filled every free space of Joanna's thoughts, and being alone in their home for a se'night meant she had far too much time to ponder that mystery. Edward had been as good as his word, though she supposed that was hardly worth noting, as he had departed the morning after the vow. But why couldn't he leave things be? Years of waiting, and Joanna was only just now accepting things as they were, and this was when he decided he loved her, as though one could simply make up one's mind to adore and cherish another. Preposterous. No, it must be the babe that had altered matters. Either Edward was giving her this fantasy out of a sense of obligation, or he was conflating his feelings for their child with his feelings for her. Regardless of the motivation behind it, Joanna didn't care for the implications. Pity was not love. Duty was not love. Desperation was not love. "Is something the matter?" asked Sadie, jerking her from her thoughts as they approached Joanna's front door. "I was simply thinking about your brother," she replied, which was a truth she was quite willing to admit to. "He will be home soon enough," said Sadie, which was precisely what Joanna both feared and desired the most. Adopting a smile, Joanna nodded. "Of course. Now, do you trust me to mount the steps on my own, or did Edward insist you see me into the parlour as well?" Sadie laughed and waved a farewell before turning back in the direction from which they came. Pushing open the door that led to their front steps, Joanna climbed the flight whilst removing her bonnet and gloves. As she stepped into their entry, she hung them on the waiting pegs and hummed a tune to herself as she wandered into the parlour, and spied a figure splayed on the sofa. Stifling a shriek at the surprise, Joanna stared for several long moments before her brain recognised the form. "Edward?" He stirred, and Joanna hurried over to him as his eyes cracked open. Lips pulling into a lazy grin, he mumbled, "I missed you, Joanna." The pleasure in his tone made it sound as though seeing her was the greatest gift he'd ever received, and that stopped her short as she stared down at him. He snatched her hand as a yawn seized hold of him, expanding his jaw until it was liable to snap, and then he forced himself upright with a shake of the head. "I didn't mean to fall asleep," he mumbled, rubbing his face. "What are you doing here?" she asked as he pulled her onto the cushion beside him. "I was able to finish up early yesterday evening, and since the skies were clear and the moon was bright, I decided to head out early in the hopes that I could arrive before bedtime." With a huff, he shook his head. But then the horse threw a shoe, and the wretched beast refused to move above a snail's pace until I replaced it. It took hours to find a farrier, but I got him patched up and ready to go. Then, in the longest and most desolate stretch of the journey, I cracked a wheel. It took ages to find someone to help, and the blacksmith could only patch it, which left me crawling along once more until I found a village with a proper cartwright. With each detail, the poor fellow seemed to both curse and laugh at his misfortunes, which stretched what should have been a few hours' journey into nearly a day. "What were you thinking, driving through the night like that?" asked Joanna with a frown. "You could have done yourself harm driving in the dark, or been set upon by footpads." "I wanted to be home," he said with a shrug. "Had I known how difficult things were going to be, I would have stopped at one of the inns along the way, but I kept thinking it wouldn't take long until I would be home again." Turning his gaze on her, Edward gave her a smile that was laden with exhaustion and aching bones. "It had been a se'night already, and I wanted to be here with you. I missed you." Joanna stared at him, uncertain what to say to that declaration, but he didn't follow it with promises of undying love or flowery descriptions of his feelings. "I missed you, too." For though turbulent sentiments were making themselves known whenever the subject of Edward Vaughn was broached, Joanna couldn't deny that she had grown used to having him around day in and day out. Not just his warmth and company in their bed each night, but the cheery little greetings throughout the day, the conversations about the happenings of their world, and all those little moments that peppered the day with Edward. Motioning toward the side table, he slanted her a lopsided smile. "I stumbled across a confectionery that makes toffee. I know how much you love it." Joanna stiffened, her eyes darting to the offering wrapped in brown paper, and she swore she smelled the butter and sugar from where she stood. "You didn't need to do that," she said with a sigh. "I wanted to." As he held fast to her hand, his eyelids lowered. Edward appeared to fight against their pull, but exhaustion and gravity won the day. His head bobbed and found its home on her shoulder as his breathing deepened. "I didn't like being away from you, Joanna." Though the words were blurry and slurred, she couldn't deny that he had, in fact, spoken them. And though her good sense yearned to cast them aside as part of some grand scheme of his, Edward was barely conscious enough to form that sentence, let alone plot in such a manner. Joanna didn't know what to feel about that declaration any more than she did his previous ones. Or rather, she felt far too many things all at once, and she couldn't make sense of which sentiment she ought to embrace or cast aside. Matters weren't helped by the fact that his hand remained wrapped around hers as the scent of dirt, sweat, and horse wafted about her, testifying to just how brutal the last few hours had been for him. Yet Edward had pressed forward, eager to be home, desperate to see her. And wasn't that a frightening thought? Chapter 35. Why didn't fashion alter with the seasons? Of course, there were differences between summer and winter dresses, but even the lightest of outfits weighed well over a stone. What did it matter if one wore long or short sleeves, when the majority of one's body was wrapped in layers upon layers of petticoats all year long? Even Joanna's dressing gown felt like a mountain of cotton, though it was considerably lighter than a proper dress, and despite being in the parlour, she opened the buttons holding it closed and pulled back the cotton and lace to reveal her chemise underneath. Flapping the fabric open and closed, She sent a swirl of air through her undergarments, and though it did little good, the feel of the air caressing her skin was heaven-sent. The sound of footsteps had her snapping it closed, her fingers fumbling with the fastenings. Joanna's cheeks burned as she struggled to get her dressing gown closed. When Edward strode in, she held the fabric snug around her, hiding her efforts to finish buttoning it in place. "What are you doing home at this hour?" she asked, glancing over to the clock, though she knew it hadn't been long since luncheon. "My last appointment was cut short, so I have some time on my hands and want to spend it with my wife. But what are you up to?" he asked with an arched brow. "You look like I caught you sneaking sweets from the pantry." Shoulder sagging, Joanna sighed. "It is bad enough that I am lazing about in my dressing gown in the afternoon, but you almost caught me in a state of dishabille." Edward stopped in front of her. "Firstly, I want it on record that I am not the slightest bit bothered by the thought of catching you parading about in your chemise." His eyes flashed with a spark of mischief that had Joanna's cheeks heating twice over, and though he didn't speak his thoughts aloud, his smile was far too pointed for her not to hear the invitation to cast off the chemise as well. Joanna's hand clutched the dressing gown tighter, and she held back a sigh. Edward was doing better about not pressing the issue, which was a godsend, but when would all this nonsense end? "And secondly," he added, "and more importantly, you are growing a child, and that affords you the freedom to do whatever you require to make yourself comfortable. Laze about in your dressing gown, wear naught but your chemise day and night, sleep through the heat and only emerge from your hibernation when the weather is more cooperative." Herding her toward the bedchamber, Edward ignored her protests and sat her on the bed. With a quick tug, he yanked open the window before pulling the curtains closed enough to block the heat pouring through the glass, whilst allowing in enough light to see. "I have a treat for you," he said, holding up a finger for her to wait. A tendril of hair fell free of her bandeau, and Joanna didn't bother checking in the mirror before shoving it haphazardly into the mess atop her head. This was not a day for visitors, and there were no errands to see to, so Joanna hadn't put any effort into her toilette. Not that it would have mattered, a sweat was destroying even her half-hearted attempt. With the curtains drawn, the bedchamber grew noticeably cooler, though it was a good deal hotter than was comfortable. There was no wind to speak of, and though Joanna heard the clatter of hooves and the call of people from the street below, not even the barest breath of a breeze came inside. Perhaps it was time to change her chemise. Again. At the rate she was sweating through them, Peggy would be doing nothing but laundry day in and out. With the bedchamber door shut, Joanna yanked off the dressing gown and threw it over the armchair, and though that allotted her a degree of relief, it wasn't much, and she fell onto the bed with a sigh. It was so wretchedly hot that she couldn't even give in to Edward's joking suggestion and sleep the day away, not with the heat trying to suffocate her. The door opened once more, and Joanna didn't bother opening her eyes. "It is practically September. How is it so wretchedly hot?" She tried to keep the whine from her voice. She was a grown woman, after all. Yet with perspiration pooling in every crevice and her hair sticking to her skin, she could barely contain the mounting frustration. "I am going to perish." "Not until you enjoy the treat I brought you," said Edward. "That is kind of you, but I do not want a sweet or cake or more of that tisane." Cold brushed her knee, and Joanna bolted upright with a squeak, her eyes wide as she stared at her husband and the rag in his hand. And before she could ask what was happening, Edward lifted back the edge of the fabric to reveal the most beautiful thing her eyes had ever beheld. "How?" she asked as he lifted the fist-sized chunk of ice and set it against her flushed cheeks. Sighing, Joanna took the rag-wrapped bundle and swiped her face with the frigid water. "The Overtons sold it to me. Belsey Hall boasts a perfectly designed ice house that allows them to have ice all year round, though this summer has depleted their stock significantly. They wouldn't normally sell off such an insignificant bit, but it was all that remained of one of their bricks." "It must have cost you dearly," she said, pausing in her ministrations. "My father has treated them well for years, so they gave me a good price." No matter how much Edward insisted, Joanna knew even this little chunk was worth a small fortune, but she couldn't stop herself as she wiped it across her neck. It wasn't as though they could return the purchase. "You are a dear," she whispered, her eyes closing with a sigh as several water droplets slithered down the bare patches of skin. Edward cleared his throat, and Joanna opened her eyes to find him shifting from foot to foot. When his gaze found hers, he turned away with another clearing of his throat before sitting himself on the bed. "Have you made any decisions about the nursery?" The question was innocent enough, but no amount of play acting could hide the tightness in Edward's tone. "Is something the matter?" she asked with a frown. There was the slightest breath of a pause before he gave her a smile that was a picture of self-mockery. "Yes and no. But regardless, the trouble is entirely my doing, and thus the burden is mine to bear." Joanna stared at him for a long moment as water dripped from her hand and down her forearms. "Is there nothing I can do?" "Enjoy your ice, Joanna, and tell me what decisions you have made about the nursery," he said, his grin never faltering. Shaking away the oddity that was her husband, Joanna glanced at the bed but dismissed the possibility. Best not to sit lest she soak their linens and mattress. So she wandered to the window as she bathed herself with the melting ice. At this angle, no one could see her, and the water on her skin caught even the faintest breath of the breeze. "Your mother came over and looked at the room. The Sweets haven't had young children for some time, and they'd been using it as an attic, so it will require quite a bit of cleaning up before it will be suitable, but it will be perfect, and Mother has furniture we can use." "But what colour are you going to paint it?" he asked, and Joanna's gaze turned to the sliver of sunlight coming through the curtains. Pushing the fabric back a touch, she glanced through the window, though there was little to see unless she wished to stand fully in the blazing light. "I haven't the slightest notion," she said with a sigh as she swathed her neck and arms with the ice. "What do you think?" "I?" But Edward got no further than that before clearing his throat once again. With a furrowed brow, Joanna glanced at him. "Are you falling ill?" Giving her another self-deprecating smile, he shook his head and quickly asked, "Have you heard from your father?" Something was afoot, though the distraction he presented was perfect. Despite recognizing the shift in subjects, Joanna's attention firmly latched onto it. Dabbing at her chest, she sighed. "He hasn't returned any of my letters since I wrote to him about our news. I suppose it isn't entirely surprising, as it is bound to bring up unpleasant memories, but I had hoped that the prospect of a grandchild might entice him out of his doldrums." Why a woman of her age and experience would hold on to such hopes was a mystery, but then Joanna was known to be quite ridiculous when it came to such matters. Shaking that away, she forced a smile and added, "But your father is eager enough for them both." With the ice held to her neck, Joanna glanced over her shoulder to find Edward staring at her, though that word was far too tame to describe the way his eyes bored into her as though tracing the tracks of the droplets trailing down her skin. His entire attention was fixated on her, his eyes burning as they rested on the billowing fabric of her chemise. Which was when Joanna spied herself in the mirror beside the bed, revealing the fact that the light at her back had caught the fabric in a manner that negated the modesty the chemise afforded and fully illuminated the shape of her figure beneath the cloth. The sight startled her enough that she could barely move, doubly so when her gaze fell to Edward once more, whose eyes roved the sight. Though the red of her overheated cheeks had faded some, her hair was still a tangled mess tied atop her head, with tendrils pasted to her skin from the sweat and ice bath. All in all, she was a pathetic sight to behold, yet he looked at her as though she were Venus emerging from the ocean. "What are you doing?" she gasped, her hands instinctively moving to cover herself, though why she felt the urge when her husband of nearly 5 months had seen the whole of her was a bit of a mystery. Yet Joanna couldn't fight the urge. Edward jerked, his brows rising as his eyes met hers and widened a fraction. Then, clearing his throat, he shifted in his seat with a wry smile. "I am simply enjoying the view." But it had been more than mere enjoyment in his gaze, and try as she might, Joanna couldn't explain why Edward had been ogling her, and there was no other way to categorize the appreciation that had blazed in his eyes as had taken in the whole of her. The fellow had been so caught up in the moment that he hadn't even noticed her watching him. Edward had been leering. Even thinking it sent a shudder of denial through her, the words forming easily upon her lips. Yet how could one dismiss the evidence of one's own eyes? "You think me—" Joanna didn't know how to finish the sentence, because every word that came to mind seemed more ludicrous than the last. Lovely, appealing, desirable. "You think me fetching?" Nose wrinkling, Edward cocked his head as he stared at her. "Of course I do." But Joanna shook her head as she clutched the ice and rag to her chest. "No, I mean you truly think I am pretty." Rising to his feet, he held her gaze as he drew closer, his eyes warming with the same flames that had consumed her just minutes ago. "No, you are beautiful, the most captivating lady I've ever known." She gaped, her lungs seizing and refusing to work as he stood so close that she felt his heat, even with the ice melting in her hands. "Do you truly love me?" she whispered. His stomach brushed hers as he leaned close, his one hand setting the ice on the dressing table as the other drew around her back, settling into its favourite place. But before he could speak a word, Joanna lifted her hand to his lips, forestalling him. "Do not say it if you do not mean it, Edward." She shook her head back and forth, her eyes pleading with him to speak only the truth. "Do you love me in my own right, not because you must make do with your circumstances, or fancy spending time with me, or because I am the mother of your child? You love me regardless of the circumstances that drew us together, and if given another choice, you would still choose me? Do you love me like that?" Joanna didn't know how she managed to say it all, but the words spilled forth, drawing up every fear she had cultivated since discovering the truth behind their marriage. Her fingers froze on his lips, unable to move lest he destroy the hopes now bubbling inside her, despite her best efforts to keep them contained. Yes. The feel of his mouth against her fingertips sent heat pulsing through her as though his desire was a physical thing passing from him to her. Doubly so when his lips kissed her fingertips. Joanna jerked her hand away, but Edward merely leaned closer until he surrounded her, and his voice was a low rumble in her ear. "There are times when I can barely contain myself around you, even more so because you are so entirely unaware of the power you wield over me." Raising his hand, Edward brushed a touch along her jaw. "But more than that, I love your heart, which loves so purely that it gives and gives, even if it never receives anything in return. I love your kindness and humour. I love that you help me to be more myself, filling me with the sort of calm confidence I never thought I could feel." Joanna's brows rose at that. "Nonsense, Edward. You have always been confident, and even if you weren't, how could I teach you anything when I have spent my life crippled by self-doubt?" Edward's brows drew together as though unable to believe what she thought was an entirely logical argument, and he shook his head. "You saw me as no one else has. Saw me better than I saw myself. And you were right to say I am a people-pleaser. I spent my life playing that role without realizing it, until you swept into my life and helped me to not only recognize that flaw within myself, but overcome it. With you by my side, I feel as though I can do anything." Shaking her head, Joanna tried to pull away. Or rather, she told her limbs to do so, but they patently refused. "Because I flattered and fawned over you, and now that it's gone, you want to stoke my affection." Edward's thumb silenced her, sliding across her lips as he leaned close, filling her vision. "I never liked that version of you, Joanna. I understand why you behaved that way, But it wasn't until you allowed me to know the woman you truly are that I realized how wonderful you are. This distance of late and our child that you carry may have fanned the flames, but that fire was burning for far longer than that. I don't know when or how my feelings changed, but they have." With a wry smile, he caressed her lips. "I don't need your blind adoration, my love. I need you to shine lights on my flaws because with you by my side, I know I can overcome them." Edward's other hand remained at her waist, and Joanna felt herself leaning into his hold. "You keep questioning my feelings," he murmured, his voice a low hum in her ear. "But the more I know you, the more I wonder how I could not love you, Joanna. It is impossible." Tears gathered in her eyes as she stared at him, though some lingering part of her shied away from the risk. The far larger part of her heart and soul, which had spent so many years loving this man, surged to the surface. This was what she had dreamt of. This was the fulfillment of all those years of waiting and hoping. This was even more than her little heart had imagined, and those feelings seized control before she knew what they were about. Throwing her arms around Edward's neck, Joanna nudged aside his hand and allowed herself to take the liberty she'd forbidden herself all these months and pressed her lips to his. This wasn't their first kiss, nor their 10th. At this point in their marriage, it likely wasn't their 100th. Yet it felt like a new beginning, a fresh moment. But then, this was the first honest kiss they'd shared. No more misunderstandings or mistakes, but two hearts desperate to demonstrate the depth of their feelings. And Joanna loosened the reins on her heart, allowing it to do as it saw fit. Forcing all thoughts and worries aside, she lost herself in the feel of her husband's lips on hers as she poured everything she was and felt into her touch. Was this truly happening? As much as Edward feared he'd slipped into some fever dream and would soon wake, Joanna was very real and doing everything she could to erase any distance between them, and he required no further prodding. Drawing his arms tight around her, Edward met her passion with his own. Far too many of their discussions ended with misunderstandings, and he was determined to make his feelings clear in a manner that couldn't be misinterpreted or denied. Then all thought left his mind as he fell into their embrace, his heart pounding in his chest as though threatening to run off. But he supposed it already had, as it no longer belonged to him. It beat inside Joanna, and in their child, which was their love personified. Their family. Edward wished he had the words to express how much joy that brought him, but he was no wordsmith. So he satisfied himself with funneling all those feelings into each touch, lavishing his wife with all the many things she had deserved to receive from the very beginning. "I love you, Edward," she whispered, her lips brushing his ear and sending a shiver down his spine as that simple declaration settled deep into his heart. "I always have, and I always will." Cupping her face, Edward brushed away the tears that ran down her cheeks with his thumbs. "And I love you, my darling Joanna. Forgive me for taking so long to realize it." She shook her head, placing her hand over his lips. "No more of that. This isn't the time for recriminations." Pressing a kiss to her palm, Edward freed his mouth to whisper, "I once was blind, but now I see, and I promise I will love you to the end of my days." "I will hold you to that," she said with the slightest smile, before pressing her lips to his. Epilogue, 6 months later. The moment the door snapped shut, Edward let out a groan and lowered himself onto the bed beside his wife, careful not to flop down, though his legs were ready to give out on him. Exhaustion coated him like tar, staining every inch of him and clinging to his very bones, yet when Joanna looked over at him, her eyes alight with all the joy one could feel in such a moment, energy surged through him again. Shifting on the pillows, Edward drew himself up so he could see the bundle lying in his wife's arms. "She's perfect," whispered Joanna as she gazed down at the scrunched face. "She is," he said, straightening until he could settle an arm around his wife's shoulders as his other hand brushed a touch against Caroline's downy soft forehead. "But can we not do that again?" With a huff, Joanna gave him a challenging raise of the brow. "Shouldn't I be the one to say that, since I did all the work?" "Yet I am the one who was spent whilst you look ready to run to the market and back," he said with a wry smile. Her hair was streaked with sweat, and the effort would take its toll soon enough. But with the excitement of having her child in her arms, Joanna's eyes blazed with a strength that belied the ordeal she'd suffered. Despite the jest, those blue eyes studied him for a long moment, and as much as that scrutiny made Edward squirm, he didn't turn away from it. He longed to hide the flutter of fear that had seized hold of him since the moment the pains began, and continued to plague him though the worst was over, but there was no fooling Joanna. "Both the baby and I are well," she whispered, pressing a kiss to his cheek. "You did a fine job, Dr. Vaughn." Edward managed to smile, though as he looked down at their child, he couldn't help recalling every anguished hour as they'd struggled to bring Caroline into the world. There was magic in a child's birth that allowed the mother to forget the strain once the child was in her arms, but Edward's mind still rang with Joanna's cries as she'd laboured to bring it to pass. Yet looking at his daughter, Edward couldn't deny that the effort was well worth the cost, and leaning close, he pressed a kiss to her downy head. When he straightened again, Joanna stole his attention and a kiss. "I love you," she whispered, and his heart still fluttered at hearing her speak those words. Lips brushing hers, he smiled. "And I love you." Could a person expire from delight? Joanna didn't think it was medically possible, yet she felt as though she might well be the first case. With Caroline asleep in her arms and Edward's lips pressed to hers, Joanna couldn't think of anything more perfect. A knock on the door had her pulling away with a laugh as Edward let out a rather colourful phrase. Eyes widening, he leaned close to his daughter and kissed her head once more. "Do not listen to your papa," he whispered, as though the babe might just well repeat it. Then, raising his voice, he called for them to enter, and Mother peeked through the door. "I found a visitor lurking in the corridor, if you are up to it," she said. "Tell Father to come in," said Edward, waving him forward. Striding across the bedchamber, Father stood over the pair and looked down at the small babe nestled in her mother's arms, and despite having been part of the birth, Mother followed him in, gazing upon the baby as though she couldn't see her enough. Not that Joanna could blame her. She could barely force her eyes from Caroline's perfect little face. "So beautiful," said Father, tucking his hands behind him as he stared down at the trio. "She's perfect." And though the gentleman spoke with undeniable certainty, Joanna had seen enough of his struggles with his eyesight to know Father likely couldn't see much of his granddaughter. Yet neither did he ask to steal her away from her mother. Joanna clung tightly to Caroline. After so many months of waiting, she couldn't bear to be apart from the child. Yet Father's broken eyes held so much longing that the thought of ignoring it hurt her more. This was the man who had filled the role of father in her life, which had remained empty for far too long, and she couldn't bear to deny him anything. "Would you like to hold her?" she asked, nodding for him to come forward. Father's expression fell, and he held his hands up to ward off the offer. "That is kind of you, but I cannot trust myself." "Nonsense," said Joanna, but Father shook his head. "My thanks, but it is hard for me." "Which is all the more reason that you ought to hold her. Besides, poor eyesight doesn't make you prone to dropping things, Father," she replied before turning to meet Edward's gaze with a silent request. Without further prompting, he rose from the bed, fetched a chair from the far corner of the room, and set it at her bedside, despite the gentleman's protests. Forcing him down, Edward reached over to lift Caroline from her mother's arms. The babe didn't even squawk or stir at the movement. and when she was settled into her grandfather's arms, she simply turned into him. Craning his neck to angle his eyes, father leaned close, his gaze fixed on the child's face. "She looks just like Sadie," he whispered in a thick voice. "Most definitely has the Vaughn nose," added Mother, coming to stand behind him. "Beautiful little Caroline," he said, bouncing the baby. "Our first grandchild." Mother set her hand on his shoulder, and father reached up to take hold of it, lifting it to his lips as the pair beamed at the child. Edward settled into his place at his wife's side, and Joanna shifted so his arm could fit snugly about her as she took his other hand in hers, lacing their fingers together. Turning her eyes to her husband, Joanna was struck by the joy radiating from his gaze. It thrummed through her, joining with her own and increasing it tenfold. At times like these, it was so strange for her to think back on the days when her life had been filled with lonely silence as she had waited for that hoped-for something better to appear. Now it was here, and far more beautiful and happy than Joanna had ever imagined that better to be, for it was real, and it was hers. On the 21st of February at Thornsby, Yorkshire, the wife of Dr. Edward Vaughn was safely delivered of a daughter. This has been Marry in Haste, the Vaughn's Book 2. Written by Emmy Nichols, narrated by Madeline Brolly. Copyright 2025 by Emmy Nichols. Production copyright 2025 by Emmy Nichols.
If you enjoyed this video, check out M.A. Nichols' channel for more romance audiobooks and behind-the-scenes information. And don't forget to click subscribe to be notified when more become available. All of M.A. Nichols' romances take place in the Generations of Love universe. Each book is a standalone story and can be read in any order, with the titles being grouped together into family sagas, which span the Regency and Victorian eras. For more information about the rest of the series, check out the links below. All her books are available to purchase on Amazon and Audible.